some structure around language and math, right? I think that's what's going on with this book. Now, if you ask someone else, they'll give you another story. They'll give you another story, right? I think that's what's going on. And I think that I set apart 8 other Neo-Pythagorean literature to make you the exact same one, right? So I think that's what's going on here. Now, again, Sapienza is a description of several successive stages the universe went through, right? So we tell the story now, right? We have the Big Bang, the period of inflation, right? We have the world we have it now. Eventually we'll have the black hole period, the proton period, whatever. Right? There are successive stages of the universe. Sapienza also describes successive stages of the universe having come to be. Now, we can't get into the weeds of all that tonight. We just don't have enough time to get all of that. We spend an entire 8 weeks to do Sapienza. But what's really important is that the mature part of the universe, right? The mature part of the Olam is covered by what the Sapienza calls Ketzibot. Ketzibot are limits, right? Limits, they're extremities. Again, that, by the way, limit extremities is Pythagorean language. They're translating this Pythagorean language, in my opinion, into Hebrew. And Ketzibot are these kind of limits. Now, what do those limits look like, right? Well, there are fundamentally 3 dimensions, right? 3 dimensions. Well, I say 3 dimensions, right? There's like 6 dimensions. But so they were, right? We have 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending. We have 2 dimensions of space, right? Or dimensions of so 2 dimensions of time, 2 dimensions of space, above and below. And those include the 4 cardinal directions. So above and below, right? 4 directions, and in those they split off into other directions. And then along with the 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending, and the 2 dimensions of space, there are also 2 middle dimensions, right? Underneath it. This is a pretty interesting way of thinking about reality at this time period. And again, I think that someone with a background in physics, like Al, can appreciate, right? They're already imagining reality as having dimensionality. There are these mathematical ways of understanding the nature of reality that are describable abstractly as what we might call dimensions, what they call the limits or extremities. This is followed by a very intense and very somewhat strange analysis, and yet still scientific, of the Hebrew alphabet itself, in which the writer of this text groups the Hebrew letters into 3 groups based on the articulation of points in the mouth. So when you make a mem sound, so using your lips, labials, right? When you make a dialect sound, dentals, you make an out sound, right? A tight sound, right? Gutturals, right? That are articulated at different points. And so it's a kind of primitive, right? I think primitive, I don't mean backwards, but I mean ancient form of linguistic analysis, right? So they're analyzing language in terms of where these things are articulated in the face, in the mouth. And then finally what happens is the letters are all set into a correspondence. And the way that the writer of Sapienza imagines the cosmos, right, or reality, is the reality has 3 layers. There's the Olam, right? The whole big megillah, right? There's time. Time is the movement of the Olam, right? And there's the human being. And the human being is the center of it, right? Because they are something that exists, and they are moving through time. And so the human being, the nefesh, the soul, right, is the nexus of the cosmos and time, right? And so they understand this. So what you get as a Yezra is a very very involved system in which letters are assigned to members of the zodiac, right? Shana, time, right? And then also letters are combined to describe the cosmos, right? Various parts of the cosmos. And I also describe various parts of your body. So your liver, your heart, and your eyes are essentially correspondent with the various letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Because again, God spoke the woman to be and when God said, I am, right? Folks have this right? The word I am. I am is a Hebrew letter, and guess what I am means? Eyes. Right? God's not joking around here, folks. When God said I am, eyes speak for this. And what is sight? What is sight? Seeing through the light. Right? So again, this is the correspondence. So the Sapienza is a very rigorous, scientific, philosophical, metaphysical analysis Gnostic, theurgical, magical Greek, Syriac world. Let's guess. The first time we see this idea emerge is in philosophical scientific commentaries in the 10th century, right? The 10th to the 12th century.
What's up, Tony? I am preparing for a podcast, so I can't talk right now, big man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you have a good birthday.
Right? If he takes it seriously, you bet your ass you're going to take it seriously. Right? And it's not just it's no, it's all ours alive. So we have these scientific commentaries in the 10th and 12th century. And then the book becomes magicalized. Because if it describes how God made the world, and if righteous people can make their own worlds, then this might be a roadmap to making our own stuff. And so it enters into its magical period, specifically in Europe with the Pythagorean gods in the 11th and 13th century, right? And then eventually it's synthesized into the Kabbalah in the 13th century, and eventually it makes its way into modernity. We'll get into a little bit more of this other more recent stuff in a bit. Now, of course, the Scythians are most heavily associated in the level of magic with the golem. I'm sure most folks here have heard of the golem. I have spent a lot of time talking about the golem. But the golem, of course, is an artificial humanoid made from clay animated by magical beings, specifically by techniques found in the Scythians. The earliest descriptions of the production of a golem are found primarily in the 12th century in the commentary on the Scythians written by Eleazar Hermes, a German Ashkenazi rabbi. And he writes how to create a golem using various kinds of magical techniques, meditation techniques primarily, combining letters with vowels over and over and over again in a form of mystical meditation, and one can transform clay into a being through these mystical meditations. And so the golem becomes this sort of artificial, by the way, the word golem actually doesn't appear in the Hebrew Bible once, I think, to describe unformed fetus. It's actually sort of a word for fetus in the Hebrew Bible. It's an entity that's not quite human and not quite non-human. It's somewhere in between. That's why, by the way, in the Hebrew Bible, if you kill someone, you're subject to the death penalty. But in the middle of a fight, a man hits a woman who's pregnant and calls her a miscarry, he's not subject to the death penalty. Because the thing inside her is a golem, not the person. Right? So the rabbis are actually very clear about what's the person, what's not. But then unborn people, right? Unborn entities are golems, not people. That's why there's no death penalty. So that matters. Which is something I think is weird. I don't know why more fundamentalist Christians, people don't really, read the Bible. So, think about it. I'm talking about it. So anyway, the golem, right, is how this idea came about, right? Because if God can make things and I can make things, well, I can use speech to make things too. And the golem has become the quintessential legend for this thing. I've heard the golem of Prague, just as a busting thing to ruin your night. The golem of Prague was invented by a 19th century German writer, non-Jewish German writer, and ascribed the whole idea to the golem of Prague. Never made a golem. There was no golem legend prior to the 19th century in Prague. Now, don't go shouting that very loudly in the battle Prague, because they will throw you out the window because, Prague hospitality. Because they make a lot of money with tourism, called the whole golem thing. But Prague never made a golem, never mentioned a golem. So you read the Prague's actual writings, he was in very things like that. It's a pretty tended to write a book kind of legalist, actually. So, that entire legend is somewhat about the law. Although the Golem movie is very important. What's also interesting about the Golem movie, I'll just mention here just briefly, is that a Golem movie at the Habit is actually a version huge cellulose or whatever, like really, really almost a film, and even a spark can burn the whole thing down. And so a lot of these movies involve. So if you ever see the Golden Vista, if you're watching a prequel to a movie that becomes very popular, that uses lost now. But the invention of artificial humanoids, and the last thing I'll say about Rabbi is that dozens of commentaries on this little book of Israel in the centuries since it's been written. Rabbi is probably the single most common book after the Bible and the I should be careful what I say about that. There are dozens of commentaries. I will say that on Rabbi and Standard Edition has at least 12 commentaries attached to it. And so the Rabbi in the traditional Jewish world is a highly, highly, highly commented book. And in fact, to this day, I think would say it is a canonical book of Jewish scripture. As we get into Europe, right? As we get into Europe, and I love the Ashkenaz, and we're going a little over tonight, but it's okay. I won't try to go too far over. As we get into Europe, we get into the world of the Ashkenaz. As we've been in the Middle East for a while, right? We've been in ancient Israel, ancient Palestine, we've been in ancient Egypt, we've been in ancient Mesopotamia. The focus begins to shift beginning in the period of the 10th and 11th centuries. That has a lot to do with what's going on in the Middle East with things like Mongol invasions and some kind of crackdowns, at least at some level, in terms of maybe a little stricter Islamic world. And so the intellectual centers begin to shift to traditional Jewish parts of the world in Europe. Ashkenaz being one of them. Now, people have these bizarre ideas that all of European Jews are descendants of Khazar that converted in the 9th century or something, and that all European Jews are not really Jews. But all that kind of bizarre idiots. Jews have been in Europe for thousands of years, right? Because Jews have been traveling with the Romans the entire time. And wherever the Romans established trade places, Jews went. Like lots of people went. Greeks went, right? People get like that, Massalia, Versailles, on the very south coast of France, was a Greek colony, right? Sent there to do trade. So trade and the movement of populations happened all over the Roman world. People forget that one of the capitals of the Roman Empire was Trier in Germany, right? That blows people's minds, but Constantine the Great was born in Trier, in what is now Germany. It's the birthplace of Karl Marx. So Jews have been in Europe for centuries. Now, what goes along, right, is beginning in this period, right, Jews come to the forefront of learning those kinds of things, not just trade. And in Ashkenaz, around the turn of the millennium, maybe a couple hundred years after the turn of the millennium, 1000 Common Era, we have a very weird esoteric theology development that is called the Union Cherub Circle. And the Union Cherub Circle introduced the idea that God and the world can't be directly connected. Why? Well, it's simple philosophy. If God is infinite and the world is finite, then the distance between the infinite and the finite is always going to be infinite. That's a theological problem. So what would you do? You need something to link the world. You need a bridge. Something that's quasi-finite and something that's trying to find the quasi-infinite. And what they introduced was the idea of Ha'atzah, right? Ha'atzah, that God flows out of God Himself, and somehow flowing out of God Himself bridges the gap between the infinite God and the finite world. And the thing that bridges the gap for this group of people was a thing called the unique cherub, right? The cherub that kind of being towards the window. And this unique cherub bore the glory of God. And God's glory had a hidden inner glory, right? Right, it's like imagine the inside of the sun, right? The inside of the sun is full of like energy and intensity, but we never see it. What do we see in the sun? We see the outside layer, right? We see the outer glory. And the outer glory, right, of God, the outer cosmos flows out and becomes a kind of special angel, a unique cherub. And that special angel is an atzala, is an emanation of flowing out of God, right? And that bridges the gap between the infinite and the finite with the unique cherub. Now, we don't know much about this group, right? This is a very strange from a group of rabbis there in Ashkenaz, Germany, and we still do research about this. But it seems like they've introduced the idea of Neoplatonism. We'll talk about Neoplatonism next time. Right? We'll talk about it next. Now, what is happening is that it is fused with this idea of emanation. The separate Yetzirah is fused to it. So the idea is, what can't just be one thing? Right? Maybe it's 10. Maybe there are 10 things standing between infinite, utter transcendent God and us. And maybe between those things, there are 10 things. Because Sacred Yetzirah says it's 10. 10 separate Elohim, right? So maybe the ladder has 10 rungs. Maybe the ladder has 10 rungs. And that idea of the ladder having 10 rungs is taken up in the first Kabbalistic text of history, the Sacred Bible. This is from the first text of Kabbalah. If you want to start studying Kabbalah, this is the text you start with, the Sacred Bible. This is the first printed version. So here it is on the left-hand side. This is a midrash, right? Midrashim are texts in which the Bible is used as a stepping stone, or diving board, better, right, to rhythm, right? Like, what's it like jazz, right? You like jazz, right? One of the things that you go to a jazz show, right? Coltrane might start a rhythm, right? And then one might pick up, right? The drums. And then someone else might pick up, right? And then they're going to riff, they're going to riff, variation of beat, right? If you want to think about what Midrash is Jewish jazz. It's taking a riff and go with it, right? Commenting on it, legends, weird stuff, strange ideas, right? Don't read this, read that. Turn the letters around backwards, read it that way, right? It's riffing, right? It's improvisation on these ideas. Midrash is Jewish jazz, right? So, what we get in the Sacred Bahir is a work of Jewish jazz, Midrash, very popular in the Middle Ages, right? But this Jewish Midrash, is really interesting for a couple reasons. One is because it's ascribed to a first century Jewish scholar, Nehemiah ben Elkanah. Now, Nehemiah ben Elkanah didn't write this, but it's ascribed to him to kind of give it a little gravitas. Further, what's also really important about this is it's very clear whoever wrote this is doing some really, really interesting theological, philosophical mysticism. They're riffing on this material, on the Bible, in a way we've never seen before. Now, did they make it all up? Were they part of a larger tradition? Were there a community of people doing this? Is this the one market that survived? We don't know. Right? What we do know is this text introduces the core concepts that become the foundation for the Kabbalah as we know. Now, these midrashim inside of there are 200 of these inside of the Sacred Bahir, they are not united in any stretch of the imagination. In fact, the story goes right that the writer was written them all down, and then the story is they threw them in the air, never had they landed, that's how they got it together. The ending seems random, right? Now, there are passages that do seem contiguous, and they got tear off into seemingly random commentaries. But there are a couple things that are very crucially important about Sefer Bahir. The first thing that's really crucially important is Sefer Bahir combines Sefer Yetzirah and the Ansher circle. The Sefer Bahir says there are emanations of God, right? There's again, like folks ever like boiled milk, right? Or like maybe it's like a go to a wedding where someone's pouring champagne over one glass, and one glass is on two glasses. You guys sell 4 glasses, right? Pouring champagne, the champagne flows down all the glasses. Well, imagine, like, pouring a champagne, the bottle never got empty, right? That's what the Sefer are. It's God pouring God's self out, but because God is infinite, God never becomes empty, and the whole becomes full, right? That's what the emanations are. So, Sefer Bahir does 2 really important things in this respect. It combines the 10 Sefer of the Sefer Yetzirah with the idea of emanations. It says, yes, God emanated in 10 forms, distinct forms. absolutely know it. Everyone knows it. If there's nothing else that makes Kabbalah, it's that. There are 10 emanations. They relate to each other. There are various aspects of God. God's mercy, God's judgment, God's glory, God's victory, God's beauty. Right? That's a core part of Kabbalah. We can start getting to that stuff next time. Right? So that's one thing, very important thing that Sacred Fire does. It combines those two ideas into one system for the first time. Secondly, right, what Sacred Fire does is it introduces the idea that God has a feminine form, the Shekinah, right? Now, this idea of the Shekinah goes all the way back to the Talmud, right? But never does God have a feminine form. It's just that the word Shekinah is feminine grammar-wise. But if I hear the Shekinah is described as a lady, almost always in the same kind of language being used to describe other women in the medieval period. She's actually described as a matronica, right? It's a Latin term that becomes an important term in medieval colloquial work. So God's presence in the world becomes feminized. Again, if you know nothing else about Kabbalah, you know that the Shekinah is the feminine presence of God in the world. Every time you've ever been to a Kabbalah Shabbat service, you've sung Blessed Be. It's all about welcome to Shabbat bride, the Shabbat bride, who is God's feminine woman. This idea appears for the first time in December by here. Right? Again, the language here is full of quirky language. We think this text is being written this time in the early Middle Ages. Although there are people who believe, already from them, who actually said that maybe there was a said that maybe the outline. It's great book for yourself. Those folks are such brilliant scholars that I'm just going to defer to their ingenuity. What's also important about the descriptions of the Shekinah in the Seder here is that she's always described with a really weird term as an exile. That she came from the land of light, or that she's a princess from a faraway land. And scholars, at least of an early generation, some scholars now, and maybe even me, detect that in Gnostic literature, we can talk maybe a little bit more about Gnostic literature in the Q&A afterwards. There's an idea in Gnostic literature, this is a form of the Orthodox religion that existed back in the ancient classical world, where there's the incarnation of Sophia, of wisdom, and she makes a mistake. And she creates this hideous ruler god who creates our physical world, our physical world is trapped. Right? But she's the incarnation of light, brilliance, and wisdom, right? And she's always described as being from another world. Right? And some people think, right, so especially in earlier generation of scholarship, maybe even some folks now, think that the Sacred by here may continue forward a tradition or drag into the Middle Ages some Gnostic idea. We talk more about this later if folks are interested in those Gnostic ideas. But there seems to be some kind of a lofty Gnostic character to the Shekinah as she appears in Sacred by here. Last couple things I'll say about the Sefer here tonight is one, the Sefer by here describes divine power as a kind of tree, right? The kind of fullness. Now, that tree language is going to be obviously very important because if you've ever studied Kabbalah, the one thing you'll know is that the Sefer are often arrayed in what's called the sign, the tree of life. And the tree language, right? God is not a divine tree, also appears in Sefer by here. And it describes God as having roots and limbs, flowers, leaves, and nectar, kind of a fullness to God, which also seems to maybe have its origins in very ancient Gnostic schools of thought. Also, this will be important as we get later on into Kabbalah proper, is that for the Sefer by here, evil seems to have a life of its own. Now, in traditional Judaism and in traditional Christianity, evil is thought of as a privation, right? Augustine, for us, give an example. The Christian tradition, right? Augustine says that evil isn't a thing in itself, right? Evil is a lack of something. It's a lack of God's grace. The same way that heat is a thing, cold is a thing. Darkness is not a thing. Light is. Darkness is the term we use for the absence of light. Cold is the term we use for the absence of heat. Evil is just a term we use for the absence of God. Well, ancient Gnostics believed that evil was very real. It has its own existence. And there are sections in the Sefer Bahir that say, yeah, evil existed on its own. It was out there all along. God tried to tame it, but not quite. And what we'll see when we get into Porto Kabbalah next time is that evil is going to be one of the overwhelmingly interesting things from Porto Kabbalah. Where did evil come from? Because, as you might imagine, Jews living in Europe in the 13th century are going to do a lot of evil. And they're going to be very interested in where evil comes from. And the image that the traditional Kabbalists will use is the very image you see here on the left. Evil is a spark thrown off the anvil as God created the world. Right? Just as when you create a knife, you have to pound the steel. As you pound the steel, it throws off draws. When God made the world, he threw off draws. And that draws, for the early Kabbalists, is evil. And it's always been here. It's always been here. And that image of the blacksmith hammering an anvil will be an image we'll see repeatedly when we get into Kabbalah. Folks, we are there. We have now crossed the threshold from the Merkava Hakalah world. We are now into the world of what I call the Proto-Kabbalah. Now, what I want to reinforce as I wrap up tonight is that Kabbalah is not more all at once. As you can see, these ideas are developing. We have the separate from the Yetzirah, we have the emanation sequence from the unique cherub circle, we have synthesized by the Sefer Bahir. We're going to see this later text, further synthesized ideas from the Sefer Bahir. Kabbalah is development. It's development. So it's really important to understand that when people talk about the Kabbalah, they're not quite right. What we should talk about is Kabbalistic development and then schools of Kabbalah. Right? And we'll see, we'll get into this later on. Kabbalah is a lot more clear. Well, finally, I just want to point to some additional reading. I know that folks love to do, a lot of folks like to get into this stuff, and I know that literature on the Kabbalah can be a little admired, right? You can either be really, really technically sophisticated, you have to write reading languages to figure this stuff out, or it can be like a lot of hooey stuff that people just think about in their mind. But these texts are all really solid. I mentioned earlier, right, that Zach Weiss, I think for me, one of the best arguments for the early history and development of the Kabbalah. So if you just want to get into the weeds of how separate Yetzirah developed, I think Zach Weiss has a really great argument, in my opinion. The Peter Heyman text is a standard edition now, critical edition of the Kabbalah. You may buy a little bit, it costs like $800. So you're not going to get it right here with your library, but it is a standard analysis of the Sefer Yetzirah. I think Catholic is a standard what you do on Amazon. It's okay. He analyzes the Sefer Yetzirah from a Floridian Kabbalistic perspective, which isn't bad or anything, but I think it distorts the text in a way that I find to be confusing, especially people who've never encountered the text before. In the standard religious version of the Sefer Yetzirah, that's the religious version. If you want to read that religious version with a bunch of commentaries, it's the Sefer Yetzirah Hashem, that's published by Moshe Stereo. I gave folks a link if you want to buy that, but you'll need to learn Hebrew stuff for that one. So if you want to copy of that one, I can send you a link to it if you like. And for Sefer Bahir, Joseph Kahn has a really great book on both the Kabbalah and the Indian Cherub Circle. The Indian Cherub Circle book also is an ILO. It's very expensive. And we'll get to the books of contemplation next week. And also, Ari Kaplan has a nice version of the Sefer here. That again comes with the same caveat, right? He's a Floridian Kabbalist, and he brings a specific Floridian interpretation to the text that, again, you can be confusing. I'm not opposed to Kabbalists doing Kabbalah. I mean, Kabbalists who do Kabbalah, that's their back. But I think that often when beginner people pick it up, it's like, oh, this is what it means. I'm like, it's not quite that. It's more complicated than that. So again, I don't want to fault the Kabbalist for being a Kabbalist, but it's not academic, right? It's not academic. But it's easily accessible and widely available online. Well, folks, next week we turn to referred to the most monumental text in all of Jewish history at this point is here. The Sacred Zohar, right? The book of illumination. My child is named Zohar. You want to get an idea about how important this book is to me and mine? I got a kid named Zohar. So I take it pretty seriously. And so when we do the Sacred Zohar, after the time after next, the next time we'll be done with development, philosophical, mystical developments in the earliest stages of Kabbalah in Europe, in the very early stages of Kabbalah at all. So we'll try to get the early proto-Kabbalah next time. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, Flight is a multi-word providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, hermetic philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Slash, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Some people are just diminished and they don't think about what could be fun or humorous and just like, yeah, I'm going to car wash today. This is like, oh, right. Obviously, don't give a fuck about that. But I don't care. And you know that. So what you're doing is, this is my opinion. This is my opinion. What you're doing is like this badass thing. It's kind of hard. I'm not this weather. No, I look out my life like, here's my problem. It's really some creative to help everyone. Here's my thing. I love my wife. I think she's funny. As far as what she's funny. She cracks me up. She's funny. It's funny. She's funny. It's crazy.
Hello, Missy. How are you? Okay. If hello, that's a good question. I'm not sure about that. I don't recall exactly. That's okay. If possible, take your time. Can you make the title just have my name in it, Rabbi Rothschild? When people search for it, that's usually the easiest way to find me. I've had a good week. I did a podcast yesterday. It went really well. Most certainly, that's fine. Did a podcast yesterday. It was really great. And today, since it is approaching the 79th anniversary of Roswell, I'd like to do a deep dive if that works for you and your audience. Okay, absolutely. Certainly. It was called the Paranautica podcast, and had a really nice time with the person. We certainly once it gets published, yeah, I'll do so. I'm not exactly sure when it's going to get published, so um, you know how that is. Take your time. Certainly. Certainly, while you do that, I'm going to use the restroom and we'll be all ready. Um, if you don't like it, let's give it just a second and we see if we can fix it. All right, so we're using StreamYard and we just want to change the layout to a black background, right? Okay, just one moment. All right. Um, so you have StreamYard Studio open. On the right panel, do you see brand? Um, let's see here. Um, do you see in set? Do you have settings? The gear at the bottom, next to the Leaf Studio. Okay, why don't you click settings, and then can you read me what you're seeing? Layout. Let's go to layout, and now what do you see? Okay, why don't you try the? Okay, why don't you uncheck them, and we can try one at a time and see which one is. Okay, so there you go. Um, okay, so that one's just you. So we don't want that one. Okay, that's what you had before, and then when it, yep, absolutely, absolutely. So, in layout, do you see anything to change the background? Okay, just one moment. All right. Um, so uh, in layout, the right panel, um, what layout are we in right now? Okay, great. Um, do you see anything that has to do with brand, BRAND, or background? That's just you. Let's try that. Okay. Um, you have an iPad, right? Okay. Let me see if there's anything specific that we would need for the iPad. Okay. Um, yeah. Okay. So so it seems like you can do this with if you okay. So are you using the app or are you using Safari? Oh yes. Is it StreamYard's app or StreamYard Safari? Very very well could be. Or assets. Yeah, either one of those. Um, well, I think you have to change the go back to the group layout so that we can see. It's under the settings and then under layout. Yeah. Do you? Remember instead, okay, there you go. But it is still that background. Um, okay, so uh, let me see where the word brand is. Okay, open stream, opens your StreamYard Studio. Tap the screen once to show the controls. Look for the right side panel. You may need to tap an arrow or more, and you should see brand, paintbrush slash palette icon. Do you see anything like a paintbrush or palette icon? You found it? Yeah, that's okay. So under brand, tab brand, and then backgrounds. Okay, choose black if you can. Do you see backgrounds? So you're in brand, right? That's okay. We're patient, no worries. All right. So you saw brand before, right? Okay, that's all right. Um, probably an easier way to do this, perhaps. I'm not sure. Do you know what Safari is? It's your browser. Okay, okay. Have you ever used Safari for StreamYard? Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so then this is definitely in the StreamYard Studio. Uh, okay, so let's just try these steps. You've got StreamYard Studio open, correct? Which is where we are. It could mean like a little icon. It could mean that thing in the back. Usually that back would be background. Okay, so you've got StreamYard Studio open. Tap the screen once to show the controls. When you tap the screen once, do you see controls? No. When you tap the screen once, do you see any controls? Okay, that's usually something that's going to go across the top of the bottom. Uh, just a question. When you tap the screen to show the toolbar, do you see brand or do you see the word more? Okay, but you don't see more? Okay. Um, that's okay. Apparently it's under brand, but if we can't find that, uh, let me just ask, where is Brand? Okay. Um, oh, okay, good. That's what you want. So look for media assets. Do you see that? Okay, find background. Okay. And what happens when you click on background? Okay. Okay. That's the spot where it is, though. So we do know that. There you go. You got it. Good job, Missy. Yay. Why, it's black to me. You did it. No, group layout is what you wanted. That's right. And now turn your camera on, and it has a black background, just what like you wanted. I think it's exactly. Oh, what what lines are you seeing? No, I'm not seeing that. I'm gonna go full screen right now. Oh yeah, now I do see it. Okay, I get it now. It is better. Okay, so let's just go back. I was gonna say if you want, you can go back and just choose the black background. Okay. Um, the lines don't bother me if they don't bother you. I'm well, thank God. Absolutely. Happy to be here. Happy to be with your audience. We have a jam packed show planned. We're going to discuss the CERN shutdown, the recent heat waves, perhaps some on space weather, perhaps some other topics, and then we're going to have a deep dive on Roswell because, as you may know, and the audience may know, we are celebrating the 79th anniversary of the Roswell incident this week. And then we have the sesquicentennial, which, of course, the 250th birthday of the United States. So it's a very interesting week to be meeting. So, with that, would you like to get into CERN? Well, there are other particle accelerators certainly that are still conducting um, experiments throughout the world. Certainly, Fermilab, Stanford Research Institute in the United States. But for CERN, this is one of the regular things that they do. They do shut down every once in a while, and the planned shutdown is going to be for 3 years. For those who don't know, CERN is the particle accelerator located in Europe on Geneva, Switzerland, along the France-Switzerland border, and it operates major research facilities, including the Large Hadron Collider. And from this summer, summer 2026, until approximately 2029, it will be shut down. And there are questions as to why it needs to be shut down. Has it discovered something dangerous? Is it stopping its operations to do some kind of clandestine work? Did governments force it to shut down, or did their experiments open some type of portal? Generally, this is a planned shutdown, and they are making it public. So I don't know if there's anything necessarily nefarious to it. uh, what they're saying is that they are doing future upgrades that are connected to high luminosity LHC, so the High Luminosity Large Hadron Collider. Uh, and for those who don't know, the Large Hadron Collider began operations in 2008. It initially had some failure. A faulty electrical connection did cause some damage, and the machine was stopped at that time for repairs as well. So we have had periods where the Large Hadron Collider has had times of shutdown, and as previously stated, this is a planned one. The Many people have some fears of CERN, and maybe there are some things that are nefarious. Maybe it's a portal, or it could create a portal to an alternate dimension. Maybe it could create a black hole. These are certainly things that are discussed, but really, it doesn't seem to be on the outset anything nefarious. Now, the technical reasons why they are stating that they are pausing operations are for perhaps magnet maintenance, cooling system work, electrical upgrades. From a technical standpoint, perhaps safety reasons as well, ensuring that they can maintain controlled environments. There may be some radiation safety concerns and equipment monitoring. And then, of course, improvements, allowing for higher collision rates, better detectors, and new experiments. So that's what we've got going on this summer. And many rumors spread about CERN. Certainly, it's the most powerful particle accelerator and the largest. But that's a basic breakdown of what we've got. What are your thoughts on it, Missy? It very well could be. Certainly, CERN, I've always found this to be a very interesting title that it has. It's the world's largest machine, and it contains thousands of superconducting magnets, advanced cooling systems, vacuum systems, particle detectors, complex computer networks. And with it being the world's largest machine, it certainly is very complex. The first shutdown that they did after its operation in 2008 was really that's an early technical failure. They did another one for later improvements for accelerator upgrades, detector improvements, electrical system upgrades, and preparation for increased performance. And then this one allegedly is connected with high luminosity LHC, that project, the Large Hadron Collider. And scientists want more particle collisions, more data, and better measurements. And all of this gives them an opportunity at greater chances of discovering new physics. And really, this 3 year shutdown does not mean every activity at CERN stops. During the during the major shutdowns, the accelerator may stop working or operating, but engineers are still working on the equipment. Scientists are still analyzing the existing data. Experiments are continuing to be planned for future research, and other CERN facilities may continue operating. So the shutdown does not mean that the machine is necessarily offline, and it's not that a shutdown means the machine is offline, pardon me, but the organization is not obviously disappearing. And really, they don't give a lot of information regarding it on their website. They're just basically saying that 2029 will be back. Certainly, there are controversies regarding CERN and many of its symbiology um, and really the exact reasons they're giving during this upgrade period are to improve magnets, the superconducting magnets that guide particle beams around the tunnel, to upgrade their detectors. The detectors record the results of the collisions. Better detectors mean better measurements. To improve the computing systems, particle experiments create enormous amounts of data, and the computing upgrades help analyze discoveries faster and increase the future performance. The goal is higher luminosity, meaning more collisions and more opportunities to observe rare events. So that's what we've got going, and certainly we've got the other particle accelerators around the world that will continue to go and be able to develop data, and we'll be able to analyze that. But for the time being, CERN is going to be offline. And then another, I think, good question we don't necessarily know is when's the next shutdown that they're going to have to do after this one? For how long is this shutdown good for, so to speak? Is it going to be good for a decade, 2 decades, another couple years? What is it? And I think the question still exists, and maybe perhaps they don't even know. But this is a scheduled shutdown. The Large Hadron Collider regularly undergoes upgrades. The machine does require maintenance, and this is all going to help them to be able to perhaps detect dark matter or experiment with unknown particles and just new physics in general. So, with that, is there anything else you'd like to? So, wow, there's a lot to cover in that. Okay, so right. Yeah, I mean, I think again, these are tools that can be used perhaps for anything. Depends on whose hands they're in. The data centers, we can talk about those first. Generally, those are projects that are being created around the world, specifically to be able to store more data, to be able to analyze data faster. Certainly has AI reasons for being able to process quicker, faster, better, and all of those needs. Now, the connection between things like HARP um, and uh, the Puerto Rican telescope, um, what I find to be interesting is, to my knowledge, HARP now has been shut down and has been um, given given to um, the University of Alaska at Fairbanks, I believe, um, and uh, certainly a University of Alaska um, university. Um, and then we have Puerto Rico, which I believe the um, Arecibo Observatory has been taken over by Florida Atlantic University, but uh, I I want to check that um, because now it seems like they are both of these are now being run at um, a university level. So HARP is University of Alaska Fairbanks. They took over from the U.S. Air Force in 2015, and then the Arecibo, um, it's University of Central Florida. Um, pardon me. Now runs that with partners with the National Science Foundation, and um, to me, these are always interesting places that really we don't find out that much about. There have been arguments. I've heard that the Arecibo um, teles- telescope could certainly be used to see into outer space, but also I've heard that it's basically the world's biggest ear, and it was used perhaps for clandestine reasons. The National Security Agency maybe could use it to listen in on people. And then HARP, I've heard, um, really works with the ionosphere, and it's a large has a large antenna transmitter to be able to study the ionosphere, and that you can actually use different waves to manipulate the ionosphere to manipulate weather, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, to perhaps create earthquakes, because the Earth and its different layers can be played almost like guitar strings or piano wire. And whether that's true or not, that was always the rumor that goes around. And another question that arises is, now that HARP is being maintained by the University of Alaska Fairbanks and the Arecibo telescope is being maintained by the University of Central Florida, where are these other perhaps clandestine places that we don't really know about because they haven't been made public? Uh, where what's going on there? Where are our other telescopes? Why don't we talk about them that much in the public? These are all, I feel, excellent questions that we don't really know the answers to at this point. And if we no longer use the Arecibo Observatory for being able to look into to observe space and planets in the atmosphere. Is everything on on Hubble? Is everything on the Webb telescope? Um, I haven't seen a really great breakdown on what these newer types of technologies have been able to take over. Um, you had also mentioned what just from a geography standpoint, or what are we talking about? Yeah, so they're separated by the Bering Strait, which is about 51 miles of open sea, um, and it is one of the most dangerous places for sailors to go. Uh, It is what was once the way that people were able to migrate from the Asian continent to North America using a land bridge, but that was tens of thousands of years ago, which is no longer available. There have been inquiries to perhaps build a tunnel underneath the Earth's crust or in the Earth's crust to be able to connect North America to specifically Asia. And people think this might be good for relations between the United States and Russia. Um, from that standpoint, that's what we know about that. In terms of HARP or and Russia, generally, I think HARP is kept as secret as possible, or was in the past, from all international organizations as best as possible. And that was not that did not have the same type of global community that something like CERN does. But as for a more specific question, if the commenter has something more specific, we could certainly go into it. I do. I do. I was on a podcast where that was mentioned as well. So first, we can go through what's been verified with Greenland. What we'll find on Greenland are weather monitoring stations. They are run by the Danish Meteorological Institute (DMI), and they're used to track Arctic storms, ice, and climate data. The the research equipment that is used is are ice sheet and climate research instruments. There are atmospheric sensors and satellites receiving stations, and then they have military radar installations. I believe they have what was once Thule Air Base, now it's Pidifuk Space Base. It's used for missile. Uh, Yeah, used. This is used for missile warning, space tracking, and radar surveillance, not necessarily weather control. There hasn't been confirmed weather control systems. It doesn't have an operational ionospheric heating array like HARP, and there's no system that's publicly known of steering hurricanes, creating storms, or changing weather on demand. But what people do say is that because it has remote military bases, it may have some type of existence. Generally, though, they're seen for climate and ice research, and because of its location, it sits in a sensitive Arctic atmospheric region. We will talk a little bit about weather modification as well, but in terms of that Greenland, um, maybe a UFO or disk that was found earlier this year, I did see some rumors about these things. Um, Hi, Arthur. At least that Greenland UFO disk. So the the rumors were that a giant disc-shaped UFO was found under the Greenland ice. Perhaps it was a buried alien craft or a mothership under the glaciers, or that there's some type of secret military or government excavation activity. Um, we see this on social media, and it does get a lot of clicks. From a at least what's been verified, none of that information. Um, what the credible sources do say, and I'm not saying that this is necessarily not credible, but it just hasn't been verified. Investigations and scientific reporting point to radar anomalies, or the ice formations or known structures, perhaps some mysterious shapes traced back to natural glacier layering or old Cold War installations like Camp Century, but no NASA, Danish government, or scientific body has confirmed any kind of alien objects in Greenland. What we will find in Greenland is ice sheet radar mapping projects, climate research stations, military radar bases for surveillance, not necessarily for tracking of UFOs or UAPs. Sometimes these are misinterpreted, and I think that they're interesting and they're exciting for people to think that maybe there's some kind of craft that's been preserved either recently or it was from thousands of years ago and it's been preserved and people can get to it finally due to climate change or whatever people want to say is the reason maybe someone dug there. But it's one of those things, and Missy, I'm sure that you've been in the industry long enough and you know the phenomenon until we get it on camera and we see it and we're able to test it, it's difficult to be able to prove, and it's hard to get that kind of evidence. But we're all excited for it. But at this point, I don't know if we really have anything more to that story aside from what was posted on social media. Do you have anything more on that, Missy? Right. Are you talking about the hurricane that had such a significant impact on places like Asheville? Yes, absolutely. And that was bizarre. Normally, the hurricane effects don't go as far inland as they did, and it was quite interesting. Um, okay, so we've talked a little bit about El Nino, and for those who don't know, um, heat waves, whether they are naturally occurring or whether they're being manipulated. They are certainly a dangerous form of extreme weather. Unlike sudden disasters, heat waves can slowly develop and certainly affect millions of people over large ranges. The El Nino effect is a natural climate pattern connected to the warming ocean temperatures, specifically in the Pacific Ocean. It is part of the larger El Nino Southern Oscillation cycle. El Nino influences global weather patterns by changing atmospheric circulation. The main argument is that El Nino can contribute to heat waves by shifting weather patterns and releasing stored ocean heat into the atmosphere. However, modern heat extremes are often intensified, perhaps by uh, by some other elements of climate change, which raises the background temperature of the planet. Now, there's the idea of human caused temperature or caused climate change. But then there's just the idea that we're on a planet that has always had climate change, and it's just part of living on a planet. And so I do want to say there's a difference between what we may be saying. We may perhaps just be in a period of global warming naturally with very little human effect. The understanding of the connection, though, between El Nino and heat waves helps scientists predict and prepare for future extreme weather. So Generally, we think we know what a heat wave is, but a heat wave generally just unusually high temperatures that last several days or longer. There's nothing necessarily nefarious to that, and the definition depends on the normal climate of each region. And temperatures are considered extreme in one location. Uh, Temperatures that are considered extreme in one location may be certainly normal in another. Generally, how these heat waves form, there's our high pressure systems that often create heat waves. Air sinks under the high pressure, reducing clouds and rainfall. More sunlight reaches the surface, increasing the temperature, and dry soil and vegetation reduce cooling through evaporation. Now, we've heard this term heat dome in recent years. This is a strong area of high pressure that traps hot air. Hot air remains over the same region for extended periods, and the temperatures can become dangerous when heat remains trapped. Generally, the effects of these, as we know, on human health, heat exhaustion, heat stroke, increased deaths during extreme events, certainly can cause issues with agriculture, crop damage, reduced food production, the environment, wildfires, as you mentioned earlier, Missy, wildlife stress, drought expansion, and certainly on infrastructure, increased electricity demand, and damage to roads and power systems. Now, the Pacific Ocean, its role, it's of course the largest ocean, and the Pacific Ocean stores large amounts of heat, and changes in the ocean temperatures influence the atmosphere. And of course, with the Pacific Ocean being the largest body of water on Earth, it's going to have a major impact on global weather. Normally, within the Pacific, the trade winds move warm surface water toward the western Pacific. Cooler deep water rises in the eastern Pacific through upwelling, and atmospheric circulation remains in a normal pattern. When El Nino develops is when the trade winds weaken, warm weather moves eastward, sea surface temperatures become unusually warm in the central and eastern Pacific, and the warmer ocean releases heat and moisture into the atmosphere. Usually, this occurs every few years or so. Some events are weak, while others become very strong, and each event affects different regions differently. Now, what's the difference between El Nino and heat waves? El Nino has an effect on global temperatures. The warm Pacific waters transfer heat into the atmosphere. Strong El Nino events can contribute to record warm years, and global average temperatures can temporarily increase during El Nino. Also, it has changes in atmospheric circulation. El Nino alters wind patterns, jet streams can shift, storm tracks and rainfall patterns change, and some areas become hotter and drier. Then, of course, we have regional heat impacts. Some regions experience less rainfall, more sunshine, persistent high pressure systems. These conditions increase the chance of heat waves. What El Nino doesn't necessarily affect everywhere in the same way. Some regions may become hotter, some may receive more rain. Some areas may experience cooler conditions. The impact depends on geography and seasonal timing. In terms of El Nino and major heat events that we've seen in the past, in 1997 and 1998, there was a very strong El Nino, and this is really probably the first time people started outside of those very interested in weather and meteorologists and such started hearing about El Nino. So the 97-98 strong El Nino was one of the strongest El Nino events recorded. It caused major global weather disruptions, and it contributed to unusual temperature patterns. There was another very powerful El Nino 2015 to 2016, and this occurred during a period of rising global temperatures, and it was associated with record global heat. And then some of the recent extreme heat events that we've seen may be related to these. And so from that seems to be naturally occurring to some extent. And then we're going to get into weather modification. And and that's a commonly held belief amongst a lot of people. Um, and even in the past, the discussion of weather modification was not as mainstream as it is today. I know just in the last decade, it went from something that either couldn't be done, weather modification went from something that couldn't be done, or wouldn't be done, or was not done, to something that, like in Dubai, they have rain generation, weather cloud seeding that occurs regularly once a week that provides the necessary irrigation to that region of the world. And they have a really state of the art system that creates clouds. And this is considered a type of a type of weather modification. And and this is something that isn't necessarily brand new. This has been around for some time. So with that, let's get into the history of it and some of the deep understanding of what it is. So modification refers to deliberate attempts by humans to influence atmospheric processes to change weather conditions. And it includes techniques designed to increase rainfall, reduce hail damage, weaken storms, manage fog, or influence local atmospheric conditions. This is different from controlling weather completely. Modern science can only influence certain processes under specific conditions, or so we're told. But as we know that with any kind of science, there are perhaps groundbreaking or state-of-the-art uh, developments that may be able to alter certain effects much better than others. So there is importance of weather modification research. There's growing interest due to droughts and water shortages, agricultural challenges, climate variability, extreme weather events, aviation and transportation safety. Governments and research organizations investigate whether modifying weather can reduce risks and improve resource management. The central questions that exist: how much control do humans realistically have over weather? Which technologies are scientifically supported? And what are the environmental, ethical, and political concerns? So there were early attempts of humans to attempt to influence the weather. Certainly, ancient societies performed rituals intended to bring rain or prevent disasters. Early practices reflected humanity's desire to influence natural systems. Beginning in the 20th century, the development of meteorology and atmospheric science created opportunities for experimentation. Scientists discovered that clouds contain microscopic water droplets and ice particles that sometimes can be influenced. In the 1940s, we see the beginning of the cloud seeding uh, development and research. Researchers discovered that introducing certain particles into clouds could encourage ice formation. The discovery of materials such as silver iodide and dry ice led to modern cloud seeding experiments. And we've seen government programs. Several countries developed weather modification programs. Examples include agricultural rain enhancement projects, hail suppression research, and military investigations into atmospheric effects. The scientific principles behind weather modification, basically how weather forms, are it's due to temperature differences, atmospheric pressure, moisture, wind patterns, ocean and land interactions. Clouds form when water vapor condenses around tiny particles called condensation nuclei. Human influence on atmospheric processes occurs when with weather modification by changing small-scale physical processes. Humans generally cannot create major storms or redirect major weather systems, though this has been hypothesized as something that either might be possible or something that needs more research. There are some limits of weather control. Weather systems are extremely complex. Results are often uncertain because of the natural variability is high, atmospheric conditions change rapidly, and effects may be difficult to measure. So we discussed this a little bit ago, but the cloud seeding technology. So for those who don't know, cloud seeding is the most widely used weather modification technique. It involves adding particles to clouds to encourage precipitation. Generally, the materials used are silver iodide. It mimics the structure of ice crystals. It's used mainly in cold clouds where ice formation is possible. Dry ice is also used. This is frozen carbon dioxide. It can rapidly cool cloud areas and encourage ice formation. There are salt particles that are used in some warm cloud experiments. It helps water droplets combine and grow. The method of delivery is usually through aircraft releasing seeding materials into clouds, and ground-based generators release particles into rising air currents. The potential benefits are the increased snowfall in mountain ranges, increased snowfall in mountain regions, improved water supplies, reduced drought impacts, and support for agriculture. Some challenges are it requires suitable cloud conditions. This is difficult to prove the exact results, and the benefits vary by location and climate. Then we have fog and visibility modification. So there is technology available for airport fog reduction. Generally, fog can disrupt aviation and transportation, and scientists have explored methods to reduce fog in specific areas. The techniques are heating surfaces, dispersing particles, and encouraging fog droplets to evaporate. The limitation is it works only under certain conditions and it's expensive for large scale use. There's also hail suppression technology. The purpose of this is because hail can destroy crops, vehicles, buildings. Some regions use weather modification programs to reduce hail damage. The method is by cloud seeding attempts to increase the number of smaller ice particles. The theory is more ice particles may reduce the size of hailstones. There's scientific debate that exists. Some studies suggest the benefits, others argue the results are difficult to verify, and measuring success is challenging because storms naturally vary. There's don't absolutely. Well, yeah, this is certainly perhaps a different discussion as well in the chemtrail versus contrail debate. And generally, the accepted science is that many of the things that are quote unquote called chemtrails are actually contrails. But for people who remember what the sky used to look like, many times there were not these hazes that we see. Many times when we see these purported contrails that are most certainly. For anyone who is interested in this subject, uh, a resource that you may find of benefit is a documentary called What in the World Are They Spraying? It came out a while ago, but it's still perhaps relevant to this topic. And, um, and yeah, so the things that I've mentioned are the things that are accepted um, from a weather modification standpoint, but some of those programs that we're referencing may perhaps be classified. I know that there have been whistleblowers, pilots, and such who say what you're being told isn't necessarily what's going on. I don't know for sure, but it's an excellent point to make, and it's an excellent set of questions. We're just researchers. We're scientists here, all of us. The chat, you, Missy, I'm the researcher. We're just trying to get to the bottom of what's going on in our world, and so to ask these types of questions, I feel is very prudent. Um, and certainly, we'll get certainly, and we have solar storms that occur, and the magnetosphere. If you don't mind, can we cover that in the next section? Is that all right? Excellent. The idea of what we're seeing with hail suppression technology here on Earth, uh, the the scientific debate still exists about the suggested benefits. Others argue that it's difficult to verify, and measuring the success is challenging because the storms naturally vary. There's storm and hurricane modification research, and this one is of, I think, extreme importance. We talked earlier about the hurricanes that affected people far, far inland that isn't normally something that we see, and the not millions, but billions of dollars in damage that these cause and the deaths that they cause, and to people in Florida and the Gulf states and up the eastern seaboard, how the hurricane season can really affect them and their daily activities like a war zone, absolutely. So this is certainly of historical interest. Scientists have investigated whether hurricanes could be weakened. Research has increased during the 20th century and into the 21st century. Past experiments show that some have explored changing hurricane structures. Results show that large storms are difficult to influence. Why hurricanes are difficult to modify generally is because They have enormous amounts of energy, and small interventions are overwhelmed by natural atmospheric forces. The current understanding is that there isn't a proven technology that can necessarily stop or control hurricanes, but it is being researched. Certainly, we have climate engineering and weather modification. The difference between weather modification and climate engineering, we should state, is that weather modification targets local or regional weather events. Examples are rain enhancement, fog reduction. Climate engineering attempts to influence global climate systems. Examples are solar radiation modification and carbon dioxide removal. The connection between the fields is that both involve human attempts to influence Earth systems and both raise questions about unintended consequences. And then military and government interests. Uh, some governments have studied weather as a strategic factor. Interest included battlefield conditions, communication challenges, agricultural impacts. There's certainly public concern. Secrecy around some historical programs contributed to speculation. Weather modification has sometimes been linked to claims about large scale weather control. The scientific reality, at least is what's stated, current evidence supports limited modification abilities. There's no demonstrated uh, technology capable of controlling global weather patterns. That's what we're told. But if we can do it in some areas, the idea is that hypothetically, perhaps larger areas of the Earth could be affected. Now, there are certainly environmental and ethical concerns with weather modification. The possible concerns are the effects of added particles, changes to the ecosystem, unintended precipitation changes, resource conflicts. If one region increases rainfall, questions may arise about the impacts on neighboring areas, and responsibility and regulation. Weather affects multiple communities. International cooperation may be needed for large scale activities. There's public debate and certainly misconceptions on this. Popular beliefs about weather control. Some people believe governments or organizations can fully control storms or disasters. These ideas are they often mix real research with some speculation. There are misunderstandings that occur regarding weather modification programs actually existing, atmospheric science being as complex as it is, and a limited public understanding can create some of this confusion. And really, scientific literacy in anything that we do is very important. Understanding what technology can and cannot do helps evaluate claims. Modern applications around the world, we have water management, regions facing drought investigate cloud seeding. It's used as a possible supplement to water strategies. Certainly with agriculture, farmers benefit from improved precipitation reliability, especially important in dry regions. Snowpack enhancement, mountain snow contributes to water supplies. Some programs target increased snowfall and disaster risk reduction. Hail suppression and fog reduction aim to reduce economic losses. Now, the future of weather modification here on Earth, and then we're going to get into space, is improved weather models. Better forecasting may improve timing and effectiveness. Artificial intelligence and atmospheric research, AI may help predict cloud behavior, analyze weather patterns, improve experiments. Advanced delivery systems, future research may explore better aircraft systems, more precise particle release, improved monitoring, and continued limitations. Weather remains a chaotic system. Technology may improve influence, but not create complete control. Now, one thing that I found interesting from a practical standpoint, when I was a kid, I think they would give the 3 day weather, and back in the day, it might be just tomorrow's weather. Then it moved to 3 days. Then it was a week. Then it became 2 weeks, and now in some models you can see a month. But especially with a with AI, I would think that that would lend some type of improvement to meteorology and being able to predict the weather. I haven't necessarily heard any systems on local news or regional news or certainly national or international news that are saying we have this new AI system that's going to be able to predict the weather much better than our meteorologists can. Um, we would hear this though with the adaptation of Doppler radar that we're going to be able to know down to your local area exactly what's going on. We'll be able to zoom in on the map and all of those things. But really, with the advent of AI in our regular activities. I haven't heard of that. And I would think that AI would be of extreme benefit. We hear all the negatives about AI, but I think AI perhaps could predict the weather better than your average meteorologist. And well, really, what AI does, perhaps better than your local meteorologist. In terms of AI, I mean, it is really a tool that's used to analyze different patterns, and weather are is one of those major patterns that I think it for which it may be of benefit. In terms of the meteorologist, though, that there's the old joke that it's the only job that you can have where you're 50% right and be able to keep your job the next day. And I just think that AI, if we're going to use it for good, perhaps really specific knowledge of what the weather is going to be may be of benefit. But as we are going to get into, what AI would need to track isn't always on Earth. There is space weather that does have an effect on us. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Oh, one of these days, Missy, we're gonna get you exactly what you needed and what you need, and we'll get you set up with it. So thank you. I appreciate the high praise. Uh, so moving into space weather, do you mind if we get into space weather now? I know we excellent. That's absolutely correct. Excellent. All right, so space weather, the sun's hidden influence on Earth and modern technology. So the opening idea is weather is usually associated with conditions on Earth such as storms, rain, and temperature changes. However, another type of weather exists beyond Earth's atmosphere, and that's space weather. Space weather describes changes in space caused by solar activity and the movement of energy and particles from the sun. So, some background information: the sun constantly releases energy through solar wind. Occasionally, the sun produces powerful events such as solar flares, coronal mass ejections, also known as CMEs, and solar radiation storms. The importance of the topic is that space weather affects satellites, GPS systems, radio communication, power grids, space exploration, and modern society depends heavily on technology that can be disrupted by solar activity. So the idea of this is that space weather is powerful. It's a powerful natural process driven by the sun that can create both beautiful phenomena such as auroras and serious challenges for technology, communication, and future human exploration of space. So we have to understand the sun's role as a source of space weather. It is a massive star made mostly of hydrogen and helium. Nuclear fusion inside the sun creates enormous amounts of energy. The energy travels through space and influences every planet. We have the solar wind that occurs. The sun continuously releases charged particles called solar wind. Solar wind travels throughout the solar system, and Earth's magnetic field protects the planet from most solar wind effects. The solar activity cycles that occur, the sun follows an approximately 11-year cycle of activity. During periods of high activity, more sunspots appear, solar storms become more frequent, and solar emissions increase. We have sunspots. Sunspots are cooler, darker areas of the sun's surface. They are caused by intense magnetic activity, and many major solar events begin near sunspot regions. The types of space weather events that we see are solar flares. These are sudden explosions of energy from the sun. They release radiation, X rays, and ultraviolet energy. Their effects are that they can interfere with radio communication, certainly satellites, and high frequency signals. We have these coronal mass ejections, CMEs. These are enormous clouds of charged plasma that are launched from the sun. They contain magnetic fields and energy particles. The effects that they have on Earth when directed toward Earth CMEs can cause geomagnetic storms. The effects may include satellite problems, power grid disturbances, and increased aurora activity. We have solar radiation storms. These occur when energetic particles from the sun accelerate toward Earth. They can expose astronauts and spacecraft to increased radiation. And their importance is that this is becoming more important for future missions outside, perhaps, if it's possible, the Van Allen radiation belts that generally protect Earth from much of this radiation. Now, we do have some protection against space weather. There's the magnetic field. Earth produces a magnetic field around the planet. The magnetic field creates the magnetosphere. The magnetosphere blocks many harmful solar particles. There's Earth's atmosphere. And I should say the Van Allen radiation belt is generally connected to the magnetosphere in general. There's an inner Van Allen radiation belt and an outer Van Allen radiation belt, and this is really the blanket that protects the Earth from much of these solar particles. There's the Earth's atmosphere. The atmosphere absorbs much of the sun's harmful radiation. It provides additional protection for life. When the protection is overwhelmed, we have strong solar storms that disturb the magnetosphere. This creates geomagnetic storms, and the charged particles interact with Earth's atmosphere and produce auroras. So, the auroras that we see, the northern lights, aurora borealis, and the southern lights, aurora australis. These are created when solar particles excite gases in the atmosphere, and they usually occur near polar regions, but they can spread farther during strong storms. So, the further south that you see them in the northern hemisphere, generally you are where Earth is experiencing a stronger storm, and the further north that you see them in the southern hemisphere gives credence to the Earth experiencing a stronger storm. The effects of space weather on modern technology. We have satellites, of course, that support communication, weather forecasting, scientific research, and navigation. And there are problems that are caused by space weather. Radiation can damage the electronics, solar storms can shorten satellite lifespans, and increased atmospheric drag can affect satellite orbits. GPS and navigation systems. GPS depends on signals from satellites. These signals travel through Earth's ionosphere, and solar storms disturb the ionosphere, which means GPS accuracy can decrease, and this affects many different industries, including aviation, agriculture, shipping, surveying, and others. It certainly affects radio communication. Solar flares can interrupt high frequency radio signals. Communication problems may affect aircraft, ships, emergency services, certainly can affect electrical power systems. Geomagnetic currents, strong solar storms can create electrical currents in power lines. These currents may damage transformers. An example, in 1989, there was a Quebec power outage, and it showed that solar storms can affect large electrical systems. Historical space weather events. There was the Carrington event of 1859, one of the strongest recorded solar storms in history. This was observed by astronomer Richard Carrington. The effects were bright auroras appeared worldwide, telegraph systems experienced failures, and some equipment produced electrical shocks. Modern concerns, a similar event today could affect satellites, internet systems, electrical networks, and global communication. In 2003, there was the October 31st solar storm. This was a series of powerful solar events. Satellite disruptions occurred, communication systems were affected, and this demonstrated modern technology's vulnerability. Space weather and human space exploration. Space weather causes major risks to astronauts. Space lacks Earth's atmospheric protection. Solar radiation can damage human cells. Strong solar storms increase radiation exposure. Certainly for people in the International Space System, the International Space Station, uh, astronauts monitor solar activity there, and protective shielding reduces radiation risks. And of course, we have future missions. If we're ever to go to the moon, perhaps longer stays would require better radiation protection, or go to Mars, perhaps. Mars missions, the travel time creates greater risks, and space weather forecasting will be essential. So we need technological development. Scientists they're currently researching and creating better spacecraft shielding, improved warning systems, and safer mission planning methods. Uh, we need The name certainly sounds familiar, but please enlighten us. Well, that now that you say that, yeah, and I think I remember on Coast to Coast that book being discussed and certainly advertised as one of George Norrie's, the books that he really enjoys. And you're abs- well, you're raising an interesting point. We need to be able to predict and monitor space weather. And currently, space weather is observed with satellites, solar telescopes, and space observatories. We certainly have organizations that study space weather, the National Weather and Space Agencies, research institutions, and international solar monitoring programs. But the challenge is that the sun is complex and unpredictable. So scientists Well, certainly that's one of the national weather agencies that does study this. Many of the challenges that we have are that the sun is complex and unpredictable, and scientists can detect warning signs, but cannot always predict exact storm strength. And the importance of forecasting arises to have accurate predictions that allow satellite operators to prepare, power companies to protect equipment, and astronauts to avoid dangerous exposure. So the idea of the future of space weather research comes to mind that we have an increased dependence on technology. Society relies more on satellites, digital communication, electrical systems, and there's growing space activity. More spacecraft are being launched. Commercial space travel is expanding. Space weather planning will become more important, which gives scientific importance. Studying space weather helps scientists understand the sun, learn about other stars, and understand planetary environments. So, as technology and space continue to expand, understanding space weather will become increasingly important. The sun is not only the source of Earth's light and energy, but it's also a powerful force capable of shaping the future of human civilization. Preparing for space weather allows humanity to protect technology, explore space safely, and better understand our connection to the universe. And before we get into CRISPR, do you have anything that you'd like to add to space weather? I'm familiar with the movie. I'm familiar with the video game. I believe in the movie is Dwayne the Rock Johnson in it. Yeah, I haven't had an opportunity to see it, but it's certainly something that is interesting. Uh, for those who are unaware, what we're talking about with CRISPR is gene editing. So CRISPR stands for clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats. I'm going to say that again. Clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats. What is this? We're talking about gene editing. It is a naturally occurring immune system found in bacteria and archaea. It allows organisms to remember viruses and defend against them in future attacks. CRISPR as a gene editing technology, it's been adapted into a powerful genetic engineering tool. It works like molecular scissors to cut DNA at precise locations. The most widely used system is the CRISPR Cas9 system, CRISPR Cas9 system. Why CRISPR matters? It's a faster, cheaper, and more accurate than previous gene editing tools. These include zinc finger nucleases and talons. It has the potential to transform medicine, agriculture, and biology. Its key historical breakthrough, it was developed as a gene editing tool through work by scientists including Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier, and they were awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for this type of technology in 2020. The natural origins of CRISPR, bacterial immune system. Bacteria are constantly attacked by viruses, and CRISPR acts as a genetic memory system. How it works in nature: when a virus infects a bacterium captures small pieces of viral DNA. It stores them in CRISPR sequences. If the virus returns, bacteria produce RNA guides. Cas proteins cut viral DNA and destroy it. These Cas proteins, they're CRISPR-associated proteins, they're enzymes. Cas9 is the most famous. It cuts DNA like scissors. The evolutionary advantage is it provides adaptive immunity without a nervous system or antibodies. This is found in many microbial species. How CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing works, the core components, you have guide RNA, also known as gRNA, the Cas9 enzyme, and the target DNA sequence. The step-by-step process: scientists design a guide RNA matching a target gene. The guide RNA binds to the Cas9 protein. Complex enters the cell. The complex enters the cell. The guide RNA locates matching DNA sequence. Cas9 cuts both the DNA strands at their location. Cell repairs the DNA. There's non there's NHEJ, non-homologous and joining. This is a gene disruption. And then there's homology directed repair, HDR, which is gene correction or insertion. There is precision and limitations. It's highly targeted but not perfect. And there is a risk of off target edits in unintended DNA cuts. Why it's revolutionary? It can directly modify genes inside living organisms. This enables editing of embryos, plants, animals, and humans. There are applications in medicine, genetic disease treatment, potential cures for sickle cell anemia, cystic fibrosis, Huntington's disease, editing defective genes in blood cells or stem cells. Perhaps cancer therapy to be able to modify immune cells, T cells, to attack tumors, improve CAR-T cell therapies, CAR T cell therapies. There's infectious diseases, research into HIV gene editing strategies, and targeting viral DNA inside infected cells. There's regenerative medicine, tissue repair and organ regeneration research, editing stem cells for transplantation, and certainly limitations in medicine. Delivery into correct cells remains difficult, and ethical concerns about germline editing or heritable changes occurs as well. The application in agriculture, certainly for crop improvement, to be able to create disease-resistant crops, drought and heat tolerance, and higher yield varieties. Nutritional enhancement, biofortified crops, for instance, vitamin-enriched rice. Pest resistance, reduced pesticide use through genetic resistance. Livestock engineering, disease-resistant animals, improved growth efficiency, and advantages over GMOs. CRISPR can make small, precise edits without inserting foreign DNA. It's often faster than traditional breeding. Certainly, there are ethical concerns and controversies, which the movie that you referenced earlier perhaps brought these up. Human embryo editing, the potential to eliminate inherited diseases. There's the risk of designer babies, which some people even say currently exist. There's germline versus somatic editing. Somatic changes only the treated individual. Germline changes past to future generations, which is highly controversial. The safety concerns are off-target mutations, unknown long-term effects, global regulation differences. Some countries allow limited research, others ban human embryo editing entirely. There's a famous controversy in 2018. Edited human embryos were reported in China. sparking global debate. Certainly, social inequality risks, the potential for genetic enhancement to widen inequality gaps. Uh, ac- Access may be limited to wealthy populations. The future of CRISPR technology, the next generation CRISPR tools, base editing, single letter DNA changes without cutting both strands, prime editing, more precise search and replace system, expanding beyond DNA, RNA editing technologies, epigenetic modifications, turning genes on or off without changing the DNA, medical future, potential cure for most single gene disorders, and personalized gene therapies. Synthetic biology, designing entirely new biological systems, engineering microbes to produce medicines or fuels. The long term vision of this is programmable biology, treating diseases at the generic root level, treating diseases at the genetic root level rather than symptoms. So, to summarize all of this, CRISPR represents one of the most significant breakthroughs in modern biology. It transforms genetic science from observation to direct modification. The technology holds enormous promise for medicine, agriculture, and biotechnology. However, it raises some serious ethical, safety, and societal questions. The balance between innovation and regulation will determine its future. And CRISPR is not just a scientific tool, but a potential turning point in human control over biology. And with that being said, Missy, what do you think? Okay, I understand. All right. Ab- Absolutely. So we are celebrating the 250th anniversary birthday of the United States and the 79th anniversary of Roswell, all within the same week or so. So this is going to be a deep dive, much deeper than really any topic we've gone into, perhaps. So if you have the opportunity to really want to learn about Roswell, now's your chance. So we're going to go through the world before Roswell from 1945 to 1947. We're going to discuss the nuclear age, early UFO reports, certainly Cold War secrecy, and why New Mexico became strategically important. Then, of course, we're going to go into the July 1947 incident. We are going to go through a timeline day by day. We're going to introduce you all, if you're not familiar with Mac Brazel and Jesse Marcel, the famous press release that was publicized, the weather balloon announcement, and the physical debris. We're going to get into the crash retrieval claims, the multiple alleged crash sites, the debris field reconstruction, engineering analysis, alleged military recovery operations, the logistics, transportation, security, the chain of custody. the bodies, which I think we all find to be really interesting. We're going to go through every major witness claim: the Barney Barnett story, Glenn Dennis, the mortician claims, the child-sized bodies, the biological descriptions, any kind of contradictions that exist, and government responses, as well as alternative explanations. We're going to get into Project Mogul, declassified documents, balloon technology, radar reflectors, why secrecy mattered, arguments supporting Mogul, criticisms of the explanation. We're going to get into the witnesses, the military officers, the civilians, the deathbed confessions, the memory decades later, reliability analysis, and psychological considerations. We're going to get into the reverse engineering, which is really fascinating to me. The claims made by Philip J. Corso, the alleged technology transfers, fiber optics, integrated circuits, lasers, night vision, scientific evaluation of these claims. Government investigations, we're going to talk about United States Air Force reports, Government Accountability Office inquiries, missing records, FOIA releases, modern congressional interest, recent UAP investigations. We're going to review competing theories, the extraterrestrial craft, secret military aircraft, Soviet experiments, psychological operations, misidentification, the development of the folklore, perhaps hoaxes, and the historical assessment: what is well established, what remains disputed, standards of evidence, lessons about secrecy, intelligence operations, and why Roswell remains culturally influential. So, as we said, we're going to start with the world before Roswell. This is an investigation examining the historical context surrounding the most famous alleged UFO crash in history. Nearly 80 years ago, after the summer of 1947, as we discussed, we're at the 79th anniversary of this, the word Roswell has become synonymous with mystery. For some, it represents humanity's first confirmed encounter with extraterrestrial intelligence. For others, it is an example of how rumors, secrecy, and imperfect memories can evolve into enduring mythology. Between these positions lies a complicated historical record involving military secrecy, witness testimony, classified technology, evolving government explanations, and decades of investigation. An investigative approach requires separating established historical facts, contemporaneous documentary evidence, and later witness recollections, government explanations, speculative claims, and unsupported conclusions. The first part that we're going to discuss focuses on the world into which the Roswell incident emerged. Understanding that world is essential because Roswell did not occur in isolation. It happened during one of the most secret periods in American history. So we have the end of World War II. In August of 1945, World War II ended after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The United States suddenly possessed nuclear weapons, the world's largest military, enormous intelligence organizations, secret research laboratories, advanced aviation programs, and more. Millions of Americans returned home expecting peace. Instead, another conflict was already beginning, and this is the Cold War. Relations between the United States and Soviet Union deteriorated almost immediately. Military planners feared surprise attacks, long-range bombers, espionage, stolen nuclear secrets. The entire military programs became classified. The American Southwest became one of the most secretive regions on Earth. A question arises: why New Mexico? New Mexico possessed several advantages: large deserts, sparse population, excellent flying weather, restricted military areas. Nearby were facilities including Roswell Army Airfield, White Sands Proving Ground, Los Alamos Laboratory, and Alamogordo Army Airfield. These installations supported nuclear weapons development, missile testing, radar research, high altitude experiments. No civilian knew exactly what occurred there. So we have Roswell Army Airfield. Among these installations, Roswell Army Airfield was unusually important. It housed the 509th Bomb Group. This was not an ordinary bomber unit. It had flown the missions that dropped the first atomic bombs. Because of this mission, personnel received high security clearances, intelligence officers handled classified material, and unusual recoveries were routine. If unknown military hardware landed nearby, investigators expected the 509th to respond. America began looking toward the sky. During 1946, newspapers increasingly covered strange aerial phenomena. Many reports involved meteors, experimental aircraft, weather balloons, astronomical objects. Both, most were eventually explained, but some were not. We have Operation Paperclip. This is one of the often overlooked elements of Roswell's historical background. After Germany surrendered, the United States recruited hundreds of German scientists and engineers. These specialists had worked on rockets, guided missiles, aerodynamics, advanced propulsion. Some arrived with highly classified knowledge. Their projects expanded rapidly in New Mexico and elsewhere. To the average citizen, unusual aircraft sightings increased as testing accelerated. And one of the names that is routinely brought up with this program is Werner von Braun, uh, one of the forefathers of certainly the German rocket program, but also the United States rocket program. As we continue, rockets enter the space age. The captured German V-2 rockets were launched from White Sands. These launches reached unprecedented altitudes. The equipment included cameras, telemetry, biological experiments, atmospheric sensors. Many launches occurred under secrecy. Residents occasionally witnessed unfamiliar lights or debris falling from the sky. Then we have the radar revolution. Radar technology advanced dramatically during the war. New radar systems required unusual targets for calibration. Researchers experimented with metallic reflectors, balloons, suspended arrays, unusual materials, and many looked unfamiliar to civilians. We have balloon research that's occurring at this time. Before satellites, balloons represented the only practical method of studying the upper atmosphere. Projects investigated were cosmic rays, weather, nuclear detection, atmospheric pressure. Some balloons reached extraordinary altitudes. Recovery teams frequently searched remote deserts. We have the secret nuclear detection. One of America's greatest fears was a secret Soviet atomic explosion. Scientists sought methods to detect nuclear tests anywhere on Earth. This effort eventually produced highly classified balloon projects carrying sensitive acoustic instruments. The best known of these was later identified as Project Mogul, a top secret program intended to detect low frequency sound waves from distant nuclear de- detonations. Because the project was classified, its equipment and purpose were concealed even from many military personnel. On June 24th, 1947, the flying saucer era begins. This date includes Private Pilot Kenneth Arnold, who was born in Minnesota but was reported seeing 9 unusual objects near Mount Rainier in Washington state. He described their motion as resembling a saucer skipping across the water. Although he did not say they were saucer-shaped, newspapers popularized the phrase "flying saucers". The story spread nationwide. Within days, reports multiplied. Then we had a flying saucer wave. During the following weeks, newspapers published hundreds of reports. Witnesses included airline pilots, military personnel, police officers, civilians. Most of the sightings were brief. Descriptions varied considerably as to whether they were discs or crescents, spheres, cigars, lights. There was no single consistent object, but it certainly raised public excitement. The American public became fascinated. Questions included: could another nation possess revolutionary aircraft? Were these secret American weapons? Were people misidentifying ordinary objects? Or was something entirely unknown occurring? The military collected reports but had no definitive public explanation. There were intelligence concerns. Military intelligence officers worried about several possibilities: Soviet psychological warfare, secret aircraft testing, public panic, misidentification, overwhelming reporting channels, and genuine unidentified aerial objects requiring investigation. Not every report was dismissed, many were carefully cataloged. And we get to July 1947, 79 years ago in New Mexico. Against the backdrop, rancher William Mac Brazel discovered scattered debris on a remote sheep ranch northwest of Roswell after a storm. Contemporary accounts indicate the debris field consisted of lightweight materials spread over a broad area. What those materials actually were, And whether they came from an ordinary military device, a classified balloon train, or something else became the central question that would define the Roswell story for decades. And I was watching a documentary on this last night, and I had heard an interview with a witness who said that during that storm, there was one thunderclap that was louder than all of the others that still stuck out in the witness's mind. And I always thought that was interesting that because a question that I'm sure we all have is if these craft can travel light years and be able to avoid all of the dangers and challenges that exist, how is it that they get within a mile or so of Earth and then they crash? Are these donations? Were these shot down? Did we have some type of radar that affected them, or was it a natural occurrence that occurred? We don't have the answer to that, but we're certainly getting. Go ahead. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, from a scientific perspective, the a light year is just the distance that light travels over the course of a year. And that's another way that they could be doing it. So there are definitely portals that may be involved, wormholes that may be involved, bending space time. So what you're saying is consistent with much of what has been disclosed by whistleblowers as well. That they aren't sitting there and waiting 5 years to get to Earth, that they're able to manipulate physics to be able to, within an instantaneous amount of time, travel from one place to another. And I don't deny that. That's definitely a possibility. I understand what you're saying. Well, we've got to do a little bit of a dive on that. So, did it feel metallic? Okay. Could you bend? Okay. So it looked smooth, but it felt rough. Okay. Okay. Yes. Very interesting. How big was the piece that you felt? Okay. Okay. Small. Um, and was it heavy? Could you bend it? Oh, okay. Okay. And now, did it feel like okay? And was it like from a weight perspective, was it like aluminum? Was it like lead? Was it like aluminum? Is that what you, okay, excellent. Wow, that's fascinating. Amazing. Wow. So you may have had your own connection to some type of advanced craft, and that's fascinating. Did you? You said that. maybe there's a placebo effect in that, and I absolutely understand that feeling. Did you feel that? Yes, excellent. And was it sharp, the piece that you had? Absolutely. And very interesting. Would you have any idea of where Joshua P. Warren, was it from a crash retrieval or did somebody give it to him? Do you know the origin? Okay. Oh, interesting. It, sure, absolutely. I'm familiar with that. Yeah. Oh, okay. So very close to Area 51 then. Was this metal unlike any other metal you've ever experienced? Okay. Okay. Very interesting. Um, um, unless we had, okay, so we can try. Um, all right, so this is around 2009, Joshua P. Warren, and uh, there was another person who had uh, crashed UFO debris allegedly. Okay, and if you heard the name, would you know it? Okay, we'll see what we can maybe find there. Most certainly. Um, yeah, uh, we may have to do some more research on this one. Right. Um, familiar with much of what you're saying. Okay, so um, maybe if the chat can find out who that person is, that'd be great if we had a little more information on them. But back to our story, if you don't mind, is that okay? Excellent. So what we know is that in early July, but speculation is always important, especially in science. So we definitely appreciate it. So by early July 1947, America was entering the Cold War. Nuclear secrecy was at an unprecedented level. Classified aerospace research was expanding rapidly. Public interest in flying saucers had surged only weeks earlier. New Mexico was home to some of the nation's most secret military installations. A rancher had found unusual debris in a remote pasture, setting in motion events that would become one of the most debated mysteries of the 20th century. So now we have the ranch discovery, which happens in early July 1947. Our story continues with this remote sheep ranch northwest of Roswell in New Mexico. Many people say that it's near Corona, New Mexico. For anyone who wants an exact location or closer to it, Roswell is further away. It's not did not happen in Roswell. This property, this remote sheep ranch, was owned by a family operating under arid, sparsely populated conditions typical of southeastern New Mexico ranch land. The foreman, his name is William Mack Brazel. He was originally from Texas, but moved to New Mexico, and he reportedly discovered unusual debris scattered across his property after a storm. The key reported characteristics of the debris and later interviews and military summaries. It was a lightweight metallic foil-like material, very similar to what you just mentioned, Missy. There were also wooden or fibrous rods, rubber-like fragments, reflective tape-like strips scattered across a wide area. There was no crater or visible impact site. Importantly, no contemporaneous evidence confirms exotic material properties, only descriptions from witnesses and military summaries. Braz's initial reaction, he reportedly gathered some of the debris, stored it in a shed or barn area. He delayed reporting it for days or weeks, and later brought it to local authorities. The delay is often interpreted in two competing ways. Interpretation A, which is a mundane explanation, he did not initially recognize it as important. Or interpretation B, which involves more mystery, he may have been cautious due to the unusual appearance or possible secrecy concerns. The historical record supports only that he delayed reporting; his motive remains uncertain. He contacted local authorities. Eventually, Brazel contacted local law enforcement and then military personnel at Roswell Army Airfield. The base was home to the elite 509th Bomb Group, the same unit responsible for nuclear operations during World War II. Because of this, the personnel treated this unusual recovered material seriously. The military response, Major Jesse Marcel became central to the incident. Jesse Marcel served as an intelligence officer at Roswell Army Airfield. He was assigned to examine the debris. His reported impressions were that it was unfamiliar construction materials. It was extremely lightweight. It had unusual strength and resilience, which he claimed later, and he had an inability to identify the origin. He collected the materials and transported them to the base. The press release, the flying disc recovered. On July 8, 1947, the Roswell Army Airfield Public Information Office issued a statement. A flying disc had been recovered. The statement was released to the press. The immediate consequences were national media attention erupted. Headlines across the United States spread rapidly. Roswell became the center of global curiosity. For a brief period, official military language appeared to confirm the recovery of a non terrestrial object. Then there's this rapid reversal that occurs, the weather balloon explanation. Within roughly 24 hours, the narrative changed. Military officials stated the recovered object was a weather balloon. Debris had been misidentified. The earlier press release was an error. Photographs were taken at Roger Ramey's office in Fort Worth, Texas. These images show debris being displayed alongside a weather balloon explanation. The Ramsey office photographs, or pardon me, the Ramey office photographs. The Ramey photographs became one of the most analyzed pieces of evidence. They show a balloon-like material, radar reflectors, crumpled debris, military personnel presenting materials. The competing interpretations, the official interpretation, the debris is consistent with a weather balloon system. Alternative interpretation, the photographs may show substituted or staged debris different from the original Roswell field materials. No definitive forensic resolution exists from the photographs alone. What was actually recovered? We have competing evidence sets. At this stage, three categories of evidence emerge: the contemporary 1947 documentation, a press release, the flying disc statement, retraction, the weather balloon explanation, newspaper reports, military internal memos, limited surviving material. The witness testimony, later decades, Jesse Marcel Jr. claims of unusual metallic properties, ranch witnesses recalled scattered debris, military personnel described secrecy and unusual handling. The government retrospective explanations, the U.S. Air Force reports from 1994 and 1997 concluded a balloon was classified experiment origin. We have Project Mogul, which emerges to give some background context. Later investigations tied the incident to a classified program, Project Mogul. Purpose was to detect Soviet nuclear tests, use high-altitude balloon trains, carry sensitive acoustic sensors, and to continue to remain highly classified. Because personnel in 1947 were aware of Mogul, misidentification is considered a key explanatory factor by official investigations. Why was confusion potentially plausible in 1947? Several factors made misinterpretation likely. Secrecy, many balloon experiments were classified. Material unfamiliarity, late 1940s material science was limited compared to modern standards. Multi-component debris, balloon trains could scatter over large areas. Communication breakdown. Base public relations officers may not have had full technical briefings. The speed of the narrative shift, the rapid change from flying disc recovered to weather balloon, is one of the most central mysteries in the incident, not necessarily because it proves an extraordinary object, but because it suggests internal confusion, inconsistent communication, or premature public statements. Historically, military organizations often corrected press errors quickly, especially during sensitive periods. The first layer of myth formation. Within days, Roswell began transforming an initial report of a disk to the correction of a balloon to public skepticism and then rumor amplification. The cycle is crucial. Even if the underlying object was mundane, the communication pattern itself created long term ambiguity. So, what is confirmed at this stage? The strict historical analysis. Debris was recovered from a ranch, military personnel examined it. A press release initially described as a flying disc. The statement was quickly retracted. A balloon explanation was issued. Photographs were taken in military custody. What isn't confirmed by contemporary evidence is extraterrestrial craft, non human bodies at the crash site, and advanced propulsion technology. Claims about bodies and retrieval operations appear later in the historical timeline and will be addressed. I'll talk about them in a little bit. Why Roswell did not end in 1947. Most military incidents disappear from public memory after clarification. Roswell did not because the initial press release was dramatic, contradiction occurred quickly, Cold War secrecy created suspicion, UFO folklore was already emerging, and later witnesses expanded the story decades afterward. The next part that we'll talk about is the crash retrieval claims and expanding narratives. So we went from debris field to crash sites. The earliest 1947 record describes a single debris field on ranch land northwest of Roswell, New Mexico. There is no contemporaneous documentation of multiple crash locations, no military record from 1947 confirming additional retrieval zones, no engineering report indicating separate impact sites. However, beginning in the late 1970s to the 1990s, accounts begin to shift. Multiple crash site narratives appear. The expansion of the story over time. The Roswell narrative did not remain static, it evolved through stages. Stage 1 in 1947, the debris was recovered, weather balloon explanation issued. Stage 2, 1950s to 1960s, minimal public attention, UFO lore expands independently. Stage 3, 1970s to 1980s, first inside military claims appear. Stage 4, 1990s to present. Full crash plus bodies plus retrieval operation narratives emerge. The key investigative question is, are the expanded crash claims independent evidence or reinterpretations of earlier ambiguous memories? The multiple site hypothesis. Some later accounts describe a primary crash site, a debris field, a second impact site with larger wreckage, a third location involving biological entities. These claims typically include rapid military cordon operations, aerial reconnaissance, nighttime recovery missions, specialized containment procedures. The critical issue, none of these elements appear in 1947 documentation. They emerge Decades later, in retrospective testimony, the logistics of a hypothetical retrieval operation to evaluate crash retrieval claims, investigators modeled operational feasibility. If a non-terrestrial craft had crashed, a retrieval would require rapid secure perimeter establishment, military cordons, communication blackout, restricted airspace enforcement, transport infrastructure, heavy lift vehicles, aircraft capable of hauling debris or bodies, secure staging areas, chain of custody protocols, documentation, classified handling, compartmentalization teams, medical and biological containment. If bodies exist, biohazard procedures, autopsy facilities, quarantine protocols. If in 1947, the United States military did have some of these capabilities, but not in a standardized extraterrestrial recovery doctrine. The claims of special retrieval teams. Later narratives describe unnamed elite units assigned to crash recovery. These claims often include unmarked personnel, sealed convoy transport, airlift extraction, immediate classification at the highest levels. However, no 1947 personnel rosters confirm such teams. No procurement records indicate specialized recovery units for unknown craft. No logistical orders have been declassified supporting such deployments. Thus, these accounts rest entirely on later testimony. The problem of memory drift, which does occur, a key investigative issue is time gap distortion. Most crash retrieval stories originate 30 to 50 years after the event. During that period, memory reconstruction occurs, cultural UFO narratives expand, interviews reinforce each other, media exposure shapes recollection. This does not mean witnesses are intentionally misleading, but it introduces reliability challenges. The chain of custody analysis. In forensic investigation, chain of custody refers to who collected evidence, how it was transported, where it was stored, who had access. For Roswell, the confirmed chain is that there was a ranch discovery, local law enforcement, then Roswell Army Airfield, then the Fort Worth Air Command review. The proposed expanded chain later claims state that there was secret air transport to multiple bases, scientific reverse engineering facilities, and long-term classified storage programs. A critical issue arises. The expanded chain is not supported by contemporaneous documentation. The transportation claims. Some narratives describe debris was flown under guard to distant facilities. Covert airlift operations occurred and nighttime relocation of materials. To assess the plausibility, the known 1947 capability, the C-54 Skymaster transport aircraft uh, had some capabilities, secure military airfields were available, and classified cargo handling was possible. The missing evidence is flight logs indicating unusual classified cargo labeled unidentified craft, documentation of crash-derived material shipments. No such records have been released. The role of the strategic command culture. The 1940s and the late 1940s U.S. military structure emphasized secrecy, compartmentalization, rapid technological development, and nuclear deterrence. This environment makes it plausible that unusual materials could be rapidly classified. Information could be restricted from lower personnel. However, it does not automatically imply exotic origin, only restricted access. We have emergence of recovery narratives. The idea of a structured crash retrieval program largely emerges from oral histories, UFO conferences, and books and interviews decades later. The key pattern is that UFO belief system expanded. As UFO belief systems expanded, Roswell was retrofitted into an origin event. This is a common phenomenon in historical myth formation. A later framework recognizes earlier ambiguous events. We have competing explanatory models. Model A is the balloon debris is misinterpreted. It aligns with the 1994 U.S. Air Force report, consistent with known classified balloon projects, and explains light materials and scattering. There's Model B. The experimental aircraft recovery suggests secret U.S. technology testing, partially plausible given Cold War secrecy, and lacks supporting documentation for 1947 Roswell specificity. 1947 Roswell specifically. Model C is the extraterrestrial crash retrieval. It explains later witness claims of secrecy and bodies. lacks contemporaneous evidence, and depends heavily on retrospective testimony. Why the bodies enter the narrative later. Although full analysis we'll go into in a little bit, the 1947 reports focus on the debris. No press or military statement mentions biological entities, and body stories emerge decades later. The temporal gap is one of the strongest analytical dividing lines in the Roswell dataset. We have a psychological layer. Human cognition plays a role in narrative formation. Memory reconstruction fills gaps. Ambiguous events become structured stories. Cultural expectations shape recall. Repeated storytelling increases confidence without increasing accuracy. This is especially relevant in high interest cases like Roswell. What can be stated with high confidence? From a strict evidentiary standpoint, what's well supported is that a debris field existed, military recovery occurred, materials were transported to Roswell Army Airfield, explanation shifted rapidly to a balloon system. No confirmed multi site crash documentation exists from 1947. What isn't supported by early records, at least, was a structured crash retrieval team, multiple crash sites uh, multiple crash sites, biological recovery operations, or advanced propulsion recovery programs. As we get even deeper, we're going to get into the bodies, witness claims, the origins, and contradictions. So, the key turning point in the Roswell lore uh, from July 1947, the earliest Roswell records from July of 1947, they describe only debris recovery, military examination of materials, press announcements, and retraction. There is no mention of biological entities in press releases, military memos, newspaper accounts, official statements from that time. The idea of bodies appears later and becomes central only decades afterward. This creates a major investigative divide. The 1947 evidence is debris incident, later narratives are crash with occupants. We have the Barnett claim, which is a retrospective story. One of the earliest body related narratives comes from claims attributed to Grady Barnett. Their claim was, and this was reported decades later, they alleged that allegedly they encountered a second crash site. They described a circular craft. They reportedly saw small humanoid bodies nearby. Military personnel allegedly arrived and secured the area. The critical issues: there's no contemporaneous 1947 documentation that supports this. The story surfaces later in UFO literature, and details vary between retellings. The investigative conclusion: Barnett's account is influential in UFO culture, but perhaps lacks early evidentiary support. Then there's the mortician account. Another major narrative involves funeral home director Glenn Dennis. His claims include he received unusual calls from Roswell Army Airfield, inquiries about child-sized coffins or preservation methods, alleged transfer of unidentified bodies to base medical facilities, and encountering distressed military personnel. The supporting details often cited, he mentions the mention of military presence at his workplace and the recollection of a nurse warning him to stay silent. Critical analysis: no military records confirm medical transfer requests, no 1947 documentation references bodies at Roswell hospitals, and accounts were first publicized decades later in UFO conferences. The key issue is the narrative relies heavily on memory reconstruction after long time gaps. I watched a documentary, as I said last night on this, though, and they had an interview with him, and it was fascinating for him to recount how the government was asking him about preservation methods, but didn't want to go into anything very specific. And then also the recollection of a nurse warning him to stay silent. Allegedly, this nurse was moved from New Mexico to or Texas, the Southwest, to London and England, and then her plane allegedly went down. That's the rumor that he was told, along with some other people. The only way that he found this out was he was sending her letters, and one of the letters was returned to sender that um, the addressee had was deceased. And so I've always found that to be quite interesting as well. We have the Marcel family interpretations. Jesse Marcel was central to the debris recovery. Later, his son Jesse Marcel Jr. contributed to the evolving narrative. His claims were Marcel Jr.'s claims were he saw debris described as unusual and highly engineered, later interpreted materials as possibly non-terrestrial, suggested memory of exotic characteristics in recovered debris. Important distinction, Marcel Sr. was the debris handling officer. Marcel Jr., he's the one whose testimony that we have. And there was retrospective interpretation, not direct 1947 crash site witness. Other things that were interesting in some of these interviews of people who were either witnesses, firsthand witnesses, or perhaps witnesses around that time is like some things that were interesting. Randomly, someone would show up with a brand new truck, so they might have been paid off. There was an account of someone who had a bank account from. They were originally from England, but they had a bank account in Roswell that supposedly had a lot of money in it. At the time, the figure that was going around of how much some witnesses were paid off was $10,000, which in 1947 was a very large amount of money. Whether any of this is true, these were just this is I'm just the reporter. I'm just telling you I've been able to witness from. Do you mean what was interpreted on the the crashed um, debris? Yeah. So as it's been described, I believe Mac Brazel said it resembled Egyptian hieroglyphs. To the best of his knowledge, I've also heard other people who have had some type of uh, petroglyphs, most certainly. Whether that is true or just look like that, that's to be determined. I've heard that it is looked like Korean to some extent from other eyewitness testimonies of people who have had these types of encounters. I don't know. I would love to obviously see it for myself, and I'm sure everybody else would as well. Okay. Oh, I'd love that. That'd be wonderful. Okay. Um, this happened recently. Okay. All right. Well, um, yeah. So, yeah, it seems like it can be somewhat dangerous. Um, as I'm, I'm, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's perhaps something we can just do some quick research on. Empire State Building climbers and get some more information on this. As you all know, I've been in here with you all, so I haven't had a chance to necessarily get too much on this. But it does seem like uh, this two people were seen atop this Empire State Building with a banner, and this is from the BBC an hour ago. And they two people climbed atop New York's Empire State Building on Wednesday and unfurled a large banner appearing to say, "When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace. When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace." After standing at the top of the very famous building, of the famous building spire together, they climbed down to a small platform where one appeared to get down on one knee and propose marriage to the other. They then kissed before continuing to descend. They were atop the 1,454-foot, 443-meter building for at least 10 minutes. The New York Police Department told the BBC that two individuals have been taken into custody. Well, that is quite an interesting proposal, and generally I'm for anything peace related. I don't want people to get hurt. I don't want people to be put in danger, but quite interesting. I appreciate that information. All right. And do you have anything more to that, Missy? Can you hear me, Missy? Are you muted, Missy? Or, Missy, looks like you're muted. I could be wrong on my end, but geez, there you go. You're okay. You're okay. That's a tough one. No, one World Trade is the tallest building, but it's certainly that's right. But it is certainly perhaps the most iconic. It's absolutely iconic, most certainly. All right. Well, thank you to the yeah, most certainly. Well, thank you to the um, audience for that information. So we had some breaking news that we were able to disclose here. If you don't mind, Missy, do you mind if I continue? Excellent. So we do have absence of bodies in the early military records. A critical investigative point in 1947, the communications include a press release describing disk retraction, describing a weather balloon, internal logistics of debris transport. What's missing entirely are casualty reports, medical emergency responses, morgue or autopsy documentation, quarantine procedures, chain of custody, biological handling. If biological entities were recovered in a military context, even under secrecy, some indirect administrative traces would normally be expected. None have been verified. Why bodies entered the story later. The emergence of body narratives correlates with the growth of UFO culture in the 1970s through the 1990s, the publication of popular UFO books, television documentaries, and conferences and interviews. A key pattern is as Roswell became central to UFO mythology, the narrative complexity increased. This includes crash sites expanding, craft descriptions becoming more detailed, and the introduction of occupants. Now, I do know as well the witnesses who I saw uh, uh, giving their documentation yesterday in the documentary that I watched, they were threatened. So there's a good reason that they might not have wanted to disclose this. In fact, one of them uh, uh, stated to their spouse, um, basically, the story was that they had lived in the Southwest, then eventually moved to San Diego, and this was decades after 1947, and they saw on one of the tabloid magazines that said crash saucer disclosed in 1947 crash or whatever, and they felt comfortable at that point stating that, hey, if this is in the newspaper, even if it's in the uh, the tabloid magazines, then maybe there might be something to this, and they were able to disclose that to their spouse. Uh, they had kept that a secret from their spouse for many years. Other people had deathbed confessions that we'll get into a little bit, but generally these people were threatened that bad things would happen to them and their family if they disclosed any of this information. Now, the descriptions of the alleged biological entities across accounts, common descriptions include small stature, humanoid forms, large heads relative to body size, thin limbs, grayish or pale skin tones, and lack of visible clothing. However, these descriptions do vary significantly between witnesses. We have no photographs or physical evidence that exists in the public record, and accounts are not consistent across independent sources. There are some psychological and sociological factors. Several mechanisms can explain the development of body narratives. There's memory reconstruction, narrative convergence, cultural reinforcement, and certainly interview effect, where reported questioning can reshape recollections. We have the institutional secrecy versus the myth expansion. A key analytical tension exists. The known fact of the U.S. military in 1947 operating under extreme secrecy in nuclear and aerospace programs. And then there's an interpretive leap. Some later narratives assume secrecy, suppression of extraterrestrial evidence. However, secrecy alone does not indicate extraordinary material origin, it only indicates restricted information flow. There are alternative explanations for body reports. Some people have confused this, or alleged that this is confused with anthropomorphic test dummies or misinterpretation of wreckage. Perhaps it's fictionalization or media amplification effect. Um, I can say that from the witnesses that I've seen, they describe these beings as being small, child-sized, that they had 4 fingers, that the fingers on the tips had like suction cups. They were the standard gray aliens that you're thinking. Large bulbous head, thin body, um, with the 4 fingers on the hands. Some with, yeah, similar, yeah. That's absolutely right. So if you want to think of something, yeah, like the hands of a gecko, but with 4 fingers, long fingers, large eyes, small mouth, perhaps either no nose or small nose. No traditional ears that we would think of, something extruding from the body. If anything, there were just maybe a hole or on each side of the head. That is generally what has been recounted from this. And really, again, this story of the beings doesn't come out for some amount of time afterward. That this was not referenced in the original crash. The next section that we'll review is Project Mogul, the official explanation under a microscope. By the end of the 1990s, nearly 50 years after the Roswell incident, public interest had grown to the point that the United States Air Force undertook a formal historical review. Its 1994 report concluded that the debris recovered near Roswell was likely originated from Project Mogul, a then classified research program designed to detect distant Soviet nuclear explosions. For many researchers, the explanation resolved the mystery. For others, it raised additional questions. So we're going to go through just briefly what Project Mogul, why it was created. After World War II, the United States had a pressing strategic concern. How could it detect the Soviet Union secretly? Uh, how could the United States detect if the Soviet Union secretly tested an atomic bomb? In 1947, there were no reconnaissance satellites, no global seismic monitoring network, and no worldwide electronic surveillance. Scientists therefore explored an unconventional approach. Instead of looking down from space, they would listen through the atmosphere. So we have the science of infrasound. Large explosions generate infrasound, low frequency sound waves below the range of normal human hearing. These waves can travel enormous distances through the upper atmosphere. Researchers believe that an atomic Researchers believe that an atomic explosion in Asia might produce detectable atmospheric waves that could reach North America. This concept became the foundation of Project Mogul. The team behind the project, it was developed by scientists and military personnel working on advanced atmospheric acoustics and balloon engineering. The program combined expertise in meteorology, acoustics, balloon construction, electronics, radar tracking. Although the project's purpose remained secret, many of its scientific principles were sound and later contributed to global nuclear monitoring technologies. What a Mogul balloon train looked like. A Project Mogul launch was not a single weather balloon. Instead, it consisted of a long balloon train including multiple neoprene balloons, radar reflectors, suspension cables, instrument packages, acoustic sensors, batteries, radio transmitters. When fully assembled, the train could stretch hundreds of feet in length. If it broke apart, debris could scatter across a large area, consistent with reports of a wide debris field. The radar reflectors, one of the most recognizable components, was a Rawan radar reflector. These devices consisted of lightweight wooden sticks, metallic foil or foil-backed paper, adhesive tape, geometric reflective panels. Witnesses later described thin wooden strips, shiny foil, unusual tape. These descriptions broadly resembled the construction of radar reflectors used at the time. However, some witnesses later insisted the recovered material behaved differently than ordinary foil. The memory metal claims. Some later witnesses described debris that allegedly returned to its original shape after being bent, resisted cutting, could not be burned, was extremely light. If accurate, these properties would not match known Mogul materials. However, several considerations are important. These descriptions were recorded decades after the event. No authenticated sample has ever been produced. No laboratory analysis has verified such material. Thus, the claims remain unverified. There is decorative tape controversy. A recurring point in the Roswell discussions involves the tape used on some radar reflectors. According to some accounts, the tape bore colorful symbols resembling flowers, geometric designs, or hieroglyphics. Later retellings transformed these into claims of alien writing. Historical records indicate that a toy manufacturer supplied decorative tape with printed patterns for some reflector assemblies. Witnesses unfamiliar with the material may have remembered the designs as unusual. The mundane explanation is plausible, though not universally accepted. We have flight number 4. One of the most debated issues is whether a specific Mogul launch, often referred to as Flight number 4, actually took place and could have produced the debris found by Brazel. Researchers disagree on whether the flight was launched, how far it traveled, whether records are complete, whether it reached the Roswell area. The incomplete documentation has fueled continued debate. Why the military did not reveal Mogul? Critics often ask, if it was just a balloon, why not simply say so? The answer lies in classification. Revealing the true purpose of Project Mogul would have informed the Soviet Union that the United States was developing long-range nuclear detection technology. Therefore, even a seemingly simple balloon could not have been explained in 1947. This helps explain why military officials might have preferred the generic weather balloon description. Some of the strengths of the Mogul explanation. Uh, it explains several key features such as lightweight debris, metallic foil, wooden rods, rubber balloon fragments, scattered debris field, rapid military interest, and subsequent secrecy. It also aligns with the historical context of Cold War intelligence operations. However, there are weaknesses and certain criticisms. The witness descriptions are a major objection that's raised. Some insist that debris had extraordinary physical properties inconsistent with balloon materials. The military behavior, the initial flying disc press release seems unusual if personnel immediately recognized balloon debris. The missing records, not all Mogul documentation has survived, leaving uncertainties about specific launches. Changing testimony, some participants later claimed the displayed balloon debris in Fort Worth differed from what they recovered. These points do not prove an extraterrestrial explanation, but they are part of a historical debate. The 1994 Air Force report concluded that no aircraft or there was no evidence supported of recovery of alien spacecraft. Debris most likely originated from Project Mogul. Secrecy surrounding Mogul contributed to confusion, and later stories expanded beyond the documented facts. In 1997, there was a follow up report. In response to continuing claims about the bodies, the Air Force issued another report in 1997. It proposed that some accounts may have conflated the Roswell incident with later military activities, including anthropomorphic crash test dummies, aircraft accident recoveries, and other classified operations in the Southwest. One criticism of the explanation is chronological. The famous dummy tests occurred in the 1950s, not 1947. The Air Force argued that memories from different periods may have merged over time. From an investigative standpoint, Project Mogul is the strongest documented conventional explanation currently available. It accounts for many features of debris and secrecy surrounding the recovery. However, some aspects of the Roswell story remain disputed because the documentation is incomplete, witness testimony is inconsistent, and not every detail can be reconstructed with certainty. The uncertainty has allowed alternative theories to persist. The next part we're going to discuss is directly with the witnesses, their testimony, their memory, and their credibility. The Roswell incident is unusual because its importance today rests far more on witness testimony than on surviving physical evidence. The debris was taken into military custody in 1947 and is no longer available for independent examination. As a result, historians must weigh contemporary documents, later interviews, consistency across accounts, and the well-established strengths and limitations of human memory. The goal is not to decide whether every witness was right or wrong, but to understand what each person claimed when they made those claims and how those claims fit into the broader historical record. So the first person we're going to go into is Mac Brazel, William Mac Brazel. He's the first civilian witness. A little bit of his background. He was born in 1899 in Texas and he died in June of 1963 in New Mexico. He was the ranch foreman who discovered the debris. What he said in 1947, according to newspaper interviews, Brazel described finding rubber fragments, foil-like material, sticks, paper-like material, scattered debris over a wide area. He stated he had found weather balloon debris before, but thought this material looked unusual enough to report. Later controversy, some researchers argue Brazel appeared reluctant in subsequent interviews and may have been pressured by military authorities. Others note there is no documentary evidence proving he was threatened. An assessment is that his testimony is important because it is among the closest in time to the event. However, his public statements are limited, and later interpretations often go beyond what he actually said in 1947. The next person we'll go into is Jesse Marcel. He's the central military figure. He was born in 1913 in Helena, Montana, and he died in 1986 in Louisiana. He was an intelligence officer assigned to recover and evaluate the debris. In 1947, his role was to visit the ranch, collect the debris, transport it to the Roswell Army Airfield, and he accompanied the material to higher headquarters. In later interviews, beginning in the late 1970s, he stated that he believed the debris was not from a weather balloon. It had unusual properties. The material displayed in Fort Worth was not what he originally recovered. These statements became foundational to the extraterrestrial interpretation. The strengths of his argument are that he was a direct participant. He was a professional military intelligence officer, and he was clearly involved in recovery operations. Some limitations he detailed uh, his detailed public recollections were made roughly 30 years after the event, introducing the possibility of memory changes over time. Then we have Jesse Marcel Jr., the child of Jesse Marcel Sr. He was born in 1943 and he died in 2013, both in Louisiana. So he was about 4 years old when this occurred. As a child, Marcel Jr. recalled his father bringing debris home for the family to see. His description included thin metallic sheets, lightweight structural pieces, unusual markings on some fragments. He later maintained that the material did not resemble anything he encountered during his military and medical careers. His evaluation and within his recollections, they seem sincere, but derived from childhood memories, and they were recalled decades later. They are valuable, but must be interpreted with appropriate caution. Then we have Glenn Dennis. Dennis's account became one of the most widely discussed because it introduced the possibility of recovered bodies. His principal claims were that military personnel asked him about small caskets. He received questions about preservation methods. He encountered a nurse who allegedly described unusual bodies. He was warned not to discuss what he had learned. The issues that occur, researchers have noted that this documentary corroboration is lacking. Some details changed over successive interviews, and the alleged nurse has not been independently verified. His account remains controversial. The military personnel, numerous former service members, later claimed their involvement in security, transportation, communications, perimeter control. The common themes include unusual secrecy, restricted access, armed guards, instructions not to discuss the event. These themes are plausible within the culture of Cold War military operations, but they do not by themselves establish the nature of the recovered material. There is a problem with secondhand testimony. Of course, many Roswell accounts are not firsthand. Instead, they involve statements such as someone told me, a friend who served on the base said, or my father later admitted. Historians classify such evidence as generally as hearsay. It can suggest avenues for investigation, but generally carries less evidentiary weight than direct contemporaneous records. Then we have deathbed confessions, which are quite interesting. Some books and documentaries describe individuals who allegedly confessed near the end of their lives. Deathbed statements can be emotionally compelling, but they are not automatically more reliable. They still require independent corroboration, consistency with known facts, and supporting evidence. Without such support, they remain anecdotal. One that I recently saw was there was a nurse in Florida who was working with a patient, and the patient one day was very uh, active and aware when normally they were not. I believe the patient was suffering from cancer, and the patient asked the nurse if anybody was in the room with them, basically on the other side of the curtain. The nurse replied no, that they were the only two there. The patient asked the nurse to draw the curtains because there was something really important that they wanted to tell the nurse, and the nurse did so. And the person stated that a um, they were on an archaeological team, some type of geology student of some sort, and they were brought to the location, and they were one of the first groups of people that was there early. And when they saw bodies, these small little childlike sized bodies, they were instructed to turn away and to never tell anybody what they saw. And if they did, they would be harmed. They were threatened. And the person said they never, the person who was recounting this said that the patient had never, uh, the patient stated that they had never told anybody about this, but it was really important, and said to the nurse, don't ever, please don't ever tell anybody this because you could be in danger. And this uh, witness, their testimony was from maybe the early 1990s or late 1980s or so, and there are other people who have similar discussions. Perhaps there were more than just teams of Mac Brazel as a civilian and military. Maybe there was some type of scientific group that was brought there. Um, Other people do corroborate this, but whether that's true, yeah. Yeah, if they're lucid and they seem to be serious, it's definitely something to um, take seriously. Whether you can believe all of them, absolutely not. But like you're saying, what does the person have to lose? Uh, and yeah, so definitely important that we investigate these, and even some of the witnesses who witnessed the person who was allegedly a witness, the secondhand people, to get as much information from them as possible. Again, we're scientists. Science is important. It's what we do, and at the heart of being a scientist and science in general are asking questions: the who, what, where, when, why, how of everything. And so there's nothing wrong with trying to dig deeper, especially when this event happened nearly 80 years ago, and we really have had limited amount of information from the verified channels. So um, with this discussion, there are some areas of broad agreement. Despite differences, many witnesses broadly agree on several points. Something was recovered from the ranch, the military responded quickly, secrecy surrounded the recovery, and the official explanation changed rapidly. Participants were instructed to limit this discussion. These points are generally consistent with the historical record. The areas of significant disagreement, witnesses diverge on critical questions, the nature of the debris, was it ordinary balloon materials or advanced military equipment, some type of unknown technology? The presence of the bodies. Some later witnesses claimed they existed. Others involved in the recovery never mentioned them. The number of crash sites. Accounts range from one debris field to multiple recovery locations. And handling of the evidence. In terms of the crash sites, at least some of the documentaries that I've seen and the witness testimonies, that the crash site may, or the craft may have hit the basic understanding that I have is that it was a very stormy night that either due to radar or some type of weapon or just make perhaps a donation, but the craft was brought to Earth. It initially made an impact on the ground, and then perhaps tried to get back into the air and then eventually would make another impact on the ground, perhaps multiple, and then would crash. And over the course of a size of one or two football fields, we would find much of the debris. Additionally, I've heard an argument that the ground of the perhaps the second field, the final crash, or the final crash, I should just say, because I don't know exactly how many crash debris fields there are, that the ground turned to like a glass like surface, like the sand in the desert had melted. And it was very large, which I always found to be quite interesting. Some people describe routine transport, others allege elaborate compartmentalized operations. These inconsistencies make it difficult to construct a single coherent narrative, certainly. Um, but we definitely have debate on this topic. Our next section, and I love this section, is Philip J. Corso, the reverse engineering and the technology claims. Because if what Philip J. Corso is saying is correct, then actually the technology that you, Missy, and I are utilizing, and our audience is either utilizing now or perhaps into the future, is reverse engineered alien technology, which is just absolutely fascinating to me. So, if Roswell is the foundation of modern UFO lore, then Philip J. Corso is one of its most influential figures. Before the publication of his 1997 book, most Roswell discussions centered on a debris recovery and later stories about bodies. Corso expanded the narrative dramatically. He claimed that recovered materials from a crashed non human craft were quietly distributed to American industry, where they inspired technological breakthroughs and transformed the modern world. These assertions have been enormously influential, but they're also among the most disputed. So, first and foremost, who was he? He was born May 22nd, 1915, in Philadelphia, and he died July 16th, 1998, in New Jersey. He served in the U.S. Army during and after World War II. His career included assignments involving military intelligence, weapons development, and work connected with research and development offices. His military service is well documented. What is disputed are the extraordinary claims he made after his retirement. The book that changed the Roswell narrative. In 1997, he published The Day After Roswell. The book claimed that Roswell involved a genuine extraterrestrial spacecraft, alien bodies were recovered, the U.S. military established a long term reverse engineering effort, technology from the wreckage was quietly shared with private companies, the public was never informed because of national security. These claims research a broad audience. These claims reached a broad audience and remain central to many Roswell discussions. What is reverse engineering? Reverse engineering is a real engineering practice. It involves acquiring an unfamiliar device, studying its construction, understanding how it functions, reproducing or adapting useful ideas. During World War II, both the Allies and Axis powers reverse engineered each other's weapons. Examples included are radar systems, rockets, aircraft, encryption equipment. Thus, the concept itself is entirely plausible. The question is whether Roswell provided an object to reverse engineer. Corso's central claims, uh, and I should say in his book, it was published with the help of William J. Burns. For people who are into ufology, knows that he was the publisher of UFO magazine and had some UFO television shows, and really helped this story to gain traction. Corso alleged that Roswell-derived materials contributed to advances in integrated circuits, fiber optics, lasers, night vision, particle beam research, advanced materials. I've heard things from Scotchgard to Velcro as practical things that have been developed from this, in addition to microelectronics, you name it, a lot perhaps came from this crash. According to his account, military officials intentionally seeded these technologies into American industry without revealing their alleged extraterrestrial origin. The integrated circuit. The integrated circuit revolution is well documented. We have key figures in it. Their work is supported by laboratory notebooks, patent filings, engineering publications, and corporate records. These records show a clear progression from earlier transistor research. No documentary evidence links the inventions to Roswell materials. Fiber optics evolved through decades of research in glass purity, light transmission, telecommunications. We have important contributors to this. Same with lasers. And I'm giving both sides of the story. Philip Corso says that these were reverse engineered. And the mainstream, you're going to hear people talk about uh, inventions like lasers with their documented development following decades of theoretical work in quantum mechanics, stimulated emission, microwave amplification. The scientific lineage is continuous and extensively documented. Things like night vision. Corso stated that night vision was reverse engineered, perhaps utilizing the eye of one of the beings, the extraterrestrial bodies. Night vision devices were already under development during World War II. Ger- German and Allied forces experimented with infrared illumination, image converters, optical ap- amplification. Some of the advanced materials, one area where debate sometimes persists is in advanced materials. Witnesses describe exceptionally light substances, strong metallic fragments, and unusual resilience. Many modern materials include titanium alloys, nickel-based superalloys, shape memory alloys such as nickel titanium, also known as nitinol, and carbon composites. Some of these can appear extraordinary to someone unfamiliar with them. However, shape memory alloys like nitinol were developed through documented metal- metallurgical research beginning in the 1950s and early 1960s, and there's no verified evidence that necessarily connects them to Roswell. We do have a patent problem. If revolutionary extraterrestrial technology had been distributed to private industry, investigators would expect to find anomalies such as unexplained design leaps, missing development histories, abrupt technological discontinuities. Instead, historians generally find incremental improvements, documented prototypes, laboratory testing, engineering notebooks, and peer-reviewed publications. The continuity weighs against Corso's broad technological claims. Could the government hide such a program? The question has generated intense debate. Arguments that it could. Cold War compartmentalization was extensive. The Manhattan Project demonstrated the very large classified programs demonstrated that very large classified programs could remain secret during wartime, and access to information was tightly controlled. The arguments against are reverse engineering across multiple industries would likely involve thousands of scientists and engineers. Maintaining perfect secrecy over decades would be increasingly difficult, and independent invention by researchers around the world would still occur. For those who support Corso, they argue that Corso held positions that gave him access to sensitive information. His military record lends credibility to his familiarity with classified programs, and some technologies advanced rapidly in the decades after Roswell. However, rapid technological progress alone does not establish the source of those advances. His critics, many say that he had limited documentary corroboration. There's a lack of physical evidence, discrepancies between the editions of his book, disagreements among collaborators, and conflict with well-established histories of technological development. The broader question of reverse engineering, it's important to distinguish between two separate questions. Does the US government reverse engineer foreign technology? Yes. This is well documented and has occurred throughout modern military history. Has it reverse engineered recovered extraterrestrial technology from Roswell? At least not publicly available, has been able to conclusively demonstrate this. But that doesn't mean that there's not a clandestine world where this does occur. So the next section that we'll review some is the government investigations, declassified records, and the modern UAP era. For nearly 50 years after the events of July 1947, the U.S. government conducted no public comprehensive investigation of Roswell. That changed in the 1990s after persistent public interest, congressional inquiries, and requests under the Freedom of Information Act. This part examines what will review what official investigations found, where records are incomplete, and how Roswell fits into the broader modern discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomena. So, why Roswell was investigated decades later. During the 1970s and 1980s, books about Roswell became popular, television documentaries reached large audiences, Former military personnel gave interviews, and members of Congress received requests from constituents for answers. These developments prompted renewed attention to the historical record. We have congressional interest. In the 1990s, questions raised by members of Congress led to requests for reviews of governmental records related to Roswell. The purpose was not to determine whether extraterrestrials had visited Earth, but rather to determine what happened in July of 1947, whether records existed, and whether previous explanations were accurate. The 1994 U.S. Air Force report that was published, the Roswell Report Fact versus Fiction in the New Mexico Desert, its principal conclusions were the recovered debris was most likely from Project Mogul. Mogul was classified in 1947. Personnel unfamiliar with the program could have misunderstood the debris. The weather balloon explanation protected national security. Of course, there's a 1997 follow-up report. A second report addressed continuing claims about alien bodies. It concluded that some witnesses may have unintentionally combined memories from different periods, including anthropomorphic test dummies used in the 1950s, aircraft accident investigations, routine military recovery operations, and medical training exercises. Critics noted an important issue. The dummy tests occurred several years after Roswell. The Air Force acknowledged this chronology but suggested that long-term memory can merge separate events. The declassified documents. Over time, numerous Cold War records have been declassified. These include documents including balloon research, atmospheric experiments, nuclear detection programs, intelligence operations. These records confirm that highly classified balloon projects, including Project Mogul, were real. However, no declassified document has been authenticated as describing the recovery of an extraterrestrial spacecraft or non-human biological remains at Roswell. We have missing records. One aspect that continues to attract attention is the absence of some historical records. Researchers have identified gaps involving routine administrative files, certain outgoing messages, destruction of some personnel records under standard records retention practices. Missing records are not unusual for mid 20th century government archives, particularly for documents considered temporary. However, their absence makes it more difficult to reconstruct events in detail and leaves room for speculation. We have the FBI in Roswell. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has released historical files mentioning flying discs. These files show that reports of unusual aerial objects were forwarded between agencies. The Bureau monitored public reports when relevant to national security. Many cases remained unexplained because of limited evidence. Importantly, the released files do not establish that the FBI confirmed an extraterrestrial crash at Roswell. Intelligence agencies and secrecy. Many discussions of Roswell include agencies such as the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency. It's worth noting that the CIA was created in September 1947. After the Roswell incident, the NSA was established in 1952. Therefore, neither agency directed the initial July 1947 response. Later involvement in classified aerospace or intelligence matters is a separate question, but many people have brought up the idea that, hey, if we had a crash in 1947, in July of 1947, and the government didn't know how to manage it, then it would be a great idea for the CIA to be created in September of 1947 to be able to perhaps lend a disinformation campaign and also to be able to address these topics in the future. The modern UAP era, beginning in the late 2010s, official interest shifted from UFOs to unidentified anomalous phenomena. Several developments contributed: the release of military cockpit videos, increased congressional oversight, establishment of formal reporting processes, creation of dedicated analytical offices within the U.S. Department of Defense. This renewed attention does not validate Roswell necessarily, but it demonstrates that governments continue to investigate unexplained aerial reports. We've had congressional hearings on UAP. Recent congressional hearings have explored topics such as military pilot observations, sensor data, reporting procedures, classification practices, of allegations from current and former officials. Some witnesses have claimed knowledge of alleged crash retrieval programs. Others have stated that they have not personally seen evidence confirming extraterrestrial technology. To date, no publicly released evidence from these hearings has conclusively established that Roswell that Roswell involved a recovered non-human craft. The standard of evidence: historians and investigators generally distinguish among official reports, contemporaneous memoranda, photographs, technical records, physical evidence, meaning recovered materials, analyses, and laboratory analyses and authenticated artifacts, testimonial evidence, witness recollections, interviews, oral histories. Roswell relies heavily on testimonial evidence because no authenticated physical artifact has been made publicly available for independent science testing. What official investigations agree on, almost across official reviews, several points are consistent. Something was recovered from a ranch near Roswell. The military responded quickly. The initial public statement was inaccurate. Classified programs operating in New Mexico contributed to secrecy, and no official investigation has been concluded that the recovered object was extraterrestrial. What remains unresolved, despite decades of study, several questions remain open from a historical perspective. Why was the initial flying disc press release issued? Exactly which materials were recovered from the ranch? Are all relevant records still extant? Why do some witnesses maintain that the displayed debris differed from what they recovered? The next section that we'll get into are the competing theories of the extraterrestrial craft, the secret technology, and other types of formation. So this case has survived for nearly 80 years because it sits at the intersection of several powerful themes: military secrecy, technological anxiety, Cold War intelligence, human memory, and public fascination with life beyond Earth. Different researchers interpret the same evidence differently. This, so many of these theories that are going to be evaluated or are evaluated face different problems and how they compare with the available historical record. So we have theory one, which is an extraterrestrial spacecraft crashed. The most famous explanation is a non-human spacecraft crashed near Roswell in 1947, and the U.S. military recovered the craft and occupants. This theory became dominant after the 1970s to 1990s expansion of Roswell literature. We have evidence that supporters cite. Advocates of this extraterrestrial hypothesis point to the original flying disc announcement. The July 1947 press release stated that a flying disc had been recovered. Supporters argue the military briefly revealed the truth, then reversed the story. We have witness accounts. Supporters emphasize later testimony describing unusual debris, secrecy, alleged bodies, restricted areas. They argue multiple witnesses independently reported extraordinary events. We have an alleged technology transfer. Some researchers connect Roswell to integrated circuits, fiber optics, lasers, advanced materials. They interpret rapid technological progress after 1947 as potentially connected. Now, there are problems with the extraterrestrial theory from a historical evidence standpoint. There's a lack of physical evidence. We have some timeline issues. Many body claims appear decades after 1947. We have technological development records. Major technologies attributed to alien origins have documented human development histories. We have a second theory, which is presented, the Project Mogul balloon explanation. This is the official explanation. According to this theory, a classified high-altitude balloon system was designed to monitor Soviet nuclear tests that crashed near Roswell. Uh, we also have the idea of a secret U.S. experimental aircraft. Another possibility is that the object was a classified American project. The late 1940s saw rapid development of jet aircraft, rockets, advanced propulsion concepts, and high altitude systems. People who uh, lend credence to this argument state that the military had many programs unknown to civilians, things with experimental aircraft, reconnaissance systems, and missile research. A crash involving classified equipment would explain rapid recovery, secrecy, and misleading public statements. There are problems with this theory, though. No confirmed aircraft project matches the Roswell descriptions. A major technological breakthrough would likely leave traces: engineering records, procurement documents, test reports. Unlike many real classified programs, no such documentation has surfaced. There's another theory, Soviet technology or foreign experiment. Some researchers have proposed that the object could have been connected to Soviet espionage, captured German technology, foreign experimentation. This reflects genuine Cold War fears. Really, these different discussions historically happen for multiple reasons. We have incomplete information, rumors, later reinterpretation. There's a major role of the media. Media does not merely report mysteries. It shapes how they are remembered. Roswell gained importance through books, television, documentaries, interviews. Each retelling added details. We have the cultural Roswell versus the historical Roswell. There really are two Roswells. The historical Roswell, a 1947 military recovery involving unusual debris, and then the cultural Roswell, a story involving alien spacecraft bodies, government secrecy, hidden technology, and then there are hybrid theories of this. Some researchers combine explanations. For instance, it was ordinary debris, but exaggerated later, secret military technology plus confusion, genuine unknown object but no confirmed aliens. These approaches acknowledge uncertainty. Um, Whatever people may think that it is, we go into it with open minds and open hearts, and we're just trying to get to the truth. The central, go ahead. The movies, the television shows, absolutely. The entire city itself is a tourist destination now, and with the festivals and such, absolutely. There's a central historical question. The deepest question is not simply was it aliens? The deeper question is how do humans construct explanations when governments, witnesses, and evidence do not align? Roswell became famous because it represents a conflict between official secrecy, public curiosity, and uncertainty. And the final assessment that we'll do is what Roswell reveals about secrecy, evidence, and the human search for answers. Roswell, this incident endures because it is not merely a question about a strange object in the desert, it is a case study in military secrecy, intelligence culture, technological change, witness memory, government communication, and the human desire to understand the unknown. Whether viewed as a crashed spacecraft, a classified balloon accident, or a legend built around an ambiguous event, Roswell remains one of the most influential mysteries of the modern era. The timeline that we reviewed, 1947, the rancher discovers, Mac Brazel discovers debris near Roswell. Military personnel recover the materials. The Roswell Army Airfield announces a flying disc recovery. The statement is quickly replaced with a weather balloon explanation. In the 1950s and 1960s, Roswell largely disappears from public attention. The Cold War continues. U.S. military aerospace programs expand. In the late 1970s, researchers begin interviewing former participants. The Roswell story returns to public attention. In the 80s and 90s, books and documentaries expand the narrative. New claims appear involving crash sites, bodies, secret programs. From 1994 to 1997, the Air Force publishes investigations explaining the event through classified balloon programs and addressing body claims. Of course, in 1997, we also have Philip J. Corso and published by William J. Burns in his book The Day After Roswell, which lends a lot of credence or information that got people more interested in this topic. And in the 2000s to the present time, Roswell becomes part of a broader UFO and UAP discussion. It was definitely a historically strong event. It was a real recovery that occurred. There was genuine debris discovery, and the military became involved. The event is involved in secrecy. This is not controversial. The late 1940s were filled with classified programs. The first explanation changed. This is not denied either. The public statement changed quickly. The contribution This contributed greatly to the suspicion. What remains uncertain, some questions cannot be fully resolved from available records. For instance, the exact composition of every recovered fragment, the precise communication chain inside the military, whether every relevant document survived, why some later witnesses described events differently. We have missing artifacts. The strongest possible evidence would be physical debris, laboratory testing, independent verification. A verified artifact could answer many questions, but publicly available Roswell material has never reached that standard. This remains the central limitation. I will say this: there are theories that the crashed debris was taken to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base near Dayton, Ohio, and was observed there, and then eventually made its home at Area S4, and that's more into the Bob Lazar story in the Nevada desert near the Nevada test site near Area 51, about 15 miles south of Area 51. There are witnesses, whistleblowers who have discussed that that's perhaps the more permanent home of the craft, if it does have one. Now, the question that exists: what happened to the bodies? The alleged bodies are the most extraordinary part of the Roswell narrative. They appear primarily in later testimony. They lack contemporary documentation. They lack publicly available physical evidence. The difference between someone later said bodies existed and bodies were documented and examined is enormous. We have the importance of the Cold War throughout all of this. Roswell occurred during one of the most secret periods in American history. The United States was developing nuclear weapon systems, missile technology, reconnaissance methods, and atmospheric monitoring. A strange object falling near military facilities would naturally receive intense attention. We have the question why the military explanation changed. A major question remains: why announce a flying disc? Possible explanations include misunderstanding, incomplete information, rushed public relations, between confusion between personnel. Large organizations often produce inconsistent messages during rapidly developing events, but for all of the large organizations that I know, I've never heard one of them initially say that it's a flying disc and then eventually say that it is a weather balloon. That is quite a distant connection to be able to be made. But to lend credence to the mainstream, that's what people want you to believe. White people continue to believe. Absolutely. White people continue to believe Roswell. Appeals because it combines several powerful ideas: mystery, something unusual happened; authority, the military was involved; technology, the event occurred during a technological revolution; existential questions: are we alone? Roswell and the question of extraterrestrial life. The existence of extraterrestrial life is a separate question. The universe contains billions of galaxies, enormous numbers of planets, environments where life might theoretically develop. Many scientists consider life elsewhere possible, but life may exist elsewhere is different from Roswell proves extraterrestrial visitation. The evidence standards are different. The broader UFO or UAP question: modern UAP investigations have shown some sightings remain unexplained. Military sensors can record unusual events, and data quality matters. However, unidentified does not necessarily mean extraterrestrial. A phenomenon can be explained because information is incomplete, sensors malfunction, objects are misidentified, and analysis is limited. Some lessons that we have from our intelligence history: Roswell teaches several broader lessons. Secrecy creates suspicion. When governments hide information for legitimate reasons, people naturally wonder what else may be hidden. Also, confusion grows over time. Some uncertainties can become large narratives. Witnesses matter, but evidence matters more. Human testimony is valuable, but extraordinary claims require multiple independent forms of evidence. We have the investigator's framework. A careful researcher separates confirmed the debris recovery, the military involvement, and the changing statements, the probable connection to classified activity, and the possible but unproven secret technology recovery, and then really unsupported by currently public evidence of the alien bodies, the extraterrestrial spacecraft, and the reverse engineered alien technology. However, that is supported by many witnesses who are just not necessarily, we can't necessarily verify their takes. So the final evaluation of these major claims: a craft from another world was crashed. That's unconfirmed. The military recovered something unusual. That is confirmed. The event involved classified technology. That's highly plausible. Bodies were recovered. That's based on later testimony and can't be necessarily verified. Alien technology created modern electronics. That one doesn't have much evidence. I shouldn't say that. That one does not have any verified evidence, but does have witness and hearsay, and quite major amounts of that. And if you just look to the development over the course of the 20th century, when we went from the Wright Flyer, early fixed wing aircraft, to within 70 years, at least being able to travel faster than the speed of sound with the SR 71, and within now the last 126 years or so, having smartphones and the internet and satellites, and at least being able to go into low Earth orbit. There are many questions that exist as to the advancement of technology that we've seen. Most certainly. Most certainly. So, our final conclusion: the Roswell incident is best understood as a collision of general military secrecy, a real but perhaps poorly explained recovery, Cold War anxiety, evolving witness testimony, and decades of speculation. But at the same time, the case remains historically fascinating because it demonstrates how secrecy and uncertainty can transform a local event into a global mystery. Roswell endures not because of what may have fallen from the sky, but because of what humans do when they look upward and ask, "Are we alone?" And with that, that's certainly a deep dive on the Roswell incident of July of 1947, and um, absolutely, absolutely. Do you mind if I just say it's 79th anniversary, and we're absolutely. And where people can connect with me is first and foremost in my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for any kind of pastoral support, any type of issues you're going through. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. If you want to view all of my social media, it's available at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And of course, you can view my life live 24/7 on YouTube, as you've been able to do for more than 4 years as we approach our fifth year, and by typing Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filtering by live. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you, Missy, for the opportunity to go into this deep dive and answer some of the amazing questions of the audience. I want to thank the audience for bringing such important topics to light to the surface. And I look forward to doing this again sometime. Thank you. No, you're good. That's okay. I understand. Yeah, you can tell I'm passionate about this stuff, getting down to the bottom of what's going on in our world. Oh, 100%. So, excellent. Wonderful. I'll look it over. And if there's anything to change, I'm sure there won't be, but I'll let you know. And that's right. That's right. Excellent. And we won't put anything on paper now, but we'll be in touch via email and such. And when you'd like to have another guest, feel free to send me an email, or if I have something that occurs and I think it's prudent for the audience, I'll send you an email. And if you need anything from me in the meantime, I'm always here for you. Oh, most certainly. That I don't know, but I was researching this. I know you got another. Yeah, but there was one. No, but I found one that's free for you. So it is known as Restream, and you can live stream on two different uh, platforms. So you could restream on YouTube, and you could restream on Rumble. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And then you should know that you can have, just like you've got now, where it's a studio and you can have someone join but not have everybody join. And I think it may be something that may be of interest to you. And you should know, and as many hours are in a month, it's free. So if you want that, yeah, absolutely. That's why I thought of you. And I use it every day. I use it on multiple of my accounts. And I just didn't think of, hey, that's what she should be using because I don't normally do interviews on it. I do interviews, but I do them in different ways. I usually do them on Discord. But absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Okie doke. Thank you so much, Missy. You take care. Bye bye. I did it, though. I did it, folks. Folks, if you're watching this and you're like, is he going to be able to go 3 hours with 2 cups of coffee in that bladder? Oh, yeah. Are you happy? Yeah, dog did it really well. Did it? Yeah. Would you have changed anything? Did it really well. I'm really proud of it. Shout out to Roswell. He's dizzy, though. Big time. So the ribbons are going to be freaking. Really? Come on. What's that?
you happy? Is you happy? Would you do her show then? Yeah. Just stick it some bomb. Are you happy with how it went? Yeah. Would you change anything? No, I'm bothered. I'm happy with that. Yo, what up, Tony? Tony. Tony. What up, Pimp? Big dog. How am I? I'm amazing, my friend. I just did a 3 hour podcast and I got a response from the guy who has 250,000 people on it. And I didn't do that one just now, though. I just did a different podcast. But it's good to get a response to that one because I didn't know if he was going to respond to me. And
That's one.
yeah, but I've got to redraft my proposal to him because he wants to talk more about UFOs. And so mine was more about history, but that's okay. Um, I just did a 3 hour podcast. Do you know what Roswell is?
No.
Okay, so in 1947, allegedly, there was a UFO that crashed and in New Mexico, and that's allegedly we've gotten a lot of technology from that. Things like the transistor, microelectronics, integrated circuits, everything with computers basically came from this crash. Also, lasers and night vision, different types of radar, perhaps things like Velcro, Scotch Guard, uh, and it's celebrating its 79th anniversary uh, right now. So I was on for that, and it went well, thankfully.
That's nice. That's very, very nice. So right, are you telling me you are so close to it, like big podcast?
Um, we're gonna try. I'm gonna redraft my proposal to this guy and say, hey, it's the perfect time to have me on for this, and I hope so. I had somebody else who wants to schedule me on, I think Tuesday,
So that's good too. In the United States, this week usually people take off from work, so maybe they don't check their emails as much because it's the what's known as the sesquicentennial, basically the 250th anniversary of the country.
Yeah,
So people are really excited about that.
I am really happy for you, like, how you making moves. That's best.
I'm doing my best to, my man. Um, I ran into an issue though that um, I was sending out too many emails to people, and I lost some of my Gmail accounts. Nothing too major though, but I just can't respond to these people yet. I think I have to wait 24 hours or something. So,
Yeah,
but that's okay. I created. Do you know what Proton Mail is?
no,
Okay,
no, absolutely not. No.
it's just another um, it's another platform that allows you to send emails. So I created eight of those.
Mm-hmm.
I created eight of those accounts within the last day, and do my best to um, I'm gonna do my best to review that information with.
But right, but I am. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I am sorry,
That's okay.
but right, you are very hot right now.
I mean,
That's good.
yeah. Hopefully it continues, and you never know what happens. Um, I really need to land this big one. That's the one I really need to land. So, God
Yeah.
willing, he will reconsider my proposal, and then he'll be like, okay, well, yeah, I'll have you on, and we'll do a podcast. Um, and if he doesn't want to do it, then that's not the end of the world. It's okay. I've got other podcasts on which I can schedule, or in which I can schedule.
But right, like I said, I'm too happy for you, and you you are, I think, so close to do something very big. Like I am really happy for you.
Thanks, Big Dog. Yeah, I mean, so far so good. Um, the podcast thing has been good. It is I think, a good way to let people know about what I do, who I am, and what I do, and um, the most important thing for me is that the discussion is archived for the future, so that people can watch it a long time from now. And if one of my accounts gets banned, it's no big deal because it's on their account.
Yeah, true. But
And it helps me because it's not like my content is always coming from my account, it's coming from other people's accounts. So that helps too because that introduces me to new audiences and stuff. So, how was your birthday, Big Dog?
good, I did episode with the UFC.
Oh, you did? How did that go?
I think good. I have some technical issues, but I did.
Okay, what technical issues did you have?
Like the video, like we was talking, and the moment video was ended. So I just need to start new one.
Okay, so are you going to be able to get the video for it?
Yeah.
All right, and um, What'd you do for your birthday?
I just like to have dinner with my family in the restaurant.
Oh, cool. You went out to dinner?
Yeah.
What'd you eat?
Oh my God, I don't know how to say in English. You got me.
Okay, was it meat?
Yeah. Yes. Meat. Yeah.
Was it steak?
No. No. It was like I need to
What kind of
chicken.
what kind of animal did it come
Mm,
from?
I have no fucking idea. I couldn't be competitive. And and I put new episode of my YouTube channel.
Oh, that's great. So you had a very productive day.
I I hope so.
You you had another revolution around the sun. That's important.
Now I am at 22 and I think my terrain is wrong gone and yeah
You think your train is long gone?
yeah
What does that mean?
like I'm too late for everything.
Dude, you're in a perfect position. You're young. You're one of the youngest Czech podcasters in the world.
That's true.
Have you had the opportunity to apply for any jobs recently?
I will going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow I have interviews for the jobs.
No way. What kind of
Tomorrow
job? No way. What kind of job?
I have I have like in the shop with animals and this stuff.
A pet shop?
So this can be nice.
A
And
pet
I
shop
think tomorrow I have
where they sell animals?
yeah yes
Oh,
pet
cool.
shop
You're
and
a pet
like
shop boy.
everything for the animal. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Do they sell
Pet shop.
animals there too?
What?
Do they sell animals there too?
Oh yes. Like hamster and this.
Oh, like hamsters. Okay, cool. Excellent.
I have
Are you good with
I have
are you good with animals?
sorry yeah I have animals.
Okay, excellent.
I have two hamsters.
You have two hamsters?
Yes.
Oh, amazing. So you're really good with animals. What are your
Oh yeah.
what are your hamsters' names?
A Peppa and the Zdenda.
Okay, what does that mean?
The name Peppa
Peppa?
and and Zdenda.
Okay, what does that mean though? Like what do those names mean?
So Peppa is like the mini hamsters we have,
Peppa's like the
and Zdenda.
Peppa's like the weenie hamsters you have?
No, no. We have already have two hamsters named Peppa, so we name it three. Um, third hamster Peppa.
And they're all named Peppa?
No, and no, other one is Zdenda,
Okay,
and
what does that mean in Czech?
it's nothing. It's just a name.
Okay, how did you get on Zindenza?
Zdenda, Zdenda, Zdinda.
Oh, just like it's spelled. Okay, just like it sounds. All right, so it's Denda. How did you decide on that
Yeah,
name?
because this was after somebody died in my mom's family, so we decided to name it.
Oh, okay, so it's named after somebody.
Yeah,
Okay, And what about Peppa?
Peppa is like they want to continue the name Peppa because last two hamsters was Peppa.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, well, that's great that you are a pet owner. You take good care of them?
They are not dead yet, so I think so.
That's true. Do you give them bedding and water and stuff to chew on?
No, no. Our hamsters and I think hamsters it's not good to batting, not good into the water. So no, but yeah, I will give you food.
You don't give your hamsters water?
Yeah, okay. Oh, so yes, water. I was thinking you are talking about like bathing, like in the like the cleaning stuff. But yes, I will give water. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Excellent. So, are you excited for the job interview?
Yeah, yeah. I am.
Do you think?
And I got new haircut
Oh, fancy,
yesterday.
fancy. Are you gonna go in dressed up?
Yes,
Good for you, man. I'm really happy for you.
I'm not winning that much. It's not like the big winning and this stuff.
What'd you say, big man?
I'm not winning that much. It's not like big wins.
Dude, that's a big win. If you get this job, it's a giant win.
You understand? And another thing, I finally get like something installed with my knee. Finally, I get new information.
Okay, what's that?
I will gonna surgery.
Oh, you're gonna have knee surgery? Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
All right. Are you excited?
Yes.
Well, that's great. When's the surgery?
In 3 months
Okay.
because in summer like they are not going to like do mo- like the most operation.
In summer, they're not gonna do the operation.
Like in the summertime, they are not doing that much operations.
Oh, I got you. Okay. All right. Well, that's great, man. And do you think you'll be able to walk better then?
I hope so.
That's the thought. Okay. And you uploaded one of your podcasts, and you did a podcast, and you
Yeah,
got it. You did a whole lot, dude. You're winning.
I don't know about that, but I hope so.
I do. I know for a fact you're winning, my man.
Why? Why do you think I'm winning?
You spent another year above ground. That's always a win. You uploaded a podcast. That's a win. You recorded a podcast that you've been wanting to record for a long time. That's a win. Win, 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 win. And you've got a job interview tomorrow. Another win.
And Saturday I am going to see that girl.
And I was just going to ask that. And Saturday, you're going to see that girl. Look at you. Remember you before? You're like, oh, it's too far. I can't do it. Blah, 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 blah. Now you got your shit together.
Yep.
Excellent. All right. What are you going to do with her?
And I don't know, maybe some cinema or some food because
Go
I get what?
go with food. Don't go with cinema on the first date.
Okay,
Cinema is second date.
okay. So Yeah, and I get gifts from my people to my birthday. I get some money. I'm not that broke. I'm still broke, but I'm not that broke.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, excellent, my man. So you got a little cash. You're gonna go take a girl out this weekend. You got a job interview tomorrow. You uploaded a podcast today. You recorded a podcast today. That sounds like a win, man. All wins. Win, 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 win. Good on you, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome, big man. That's phenomenal. Good job, Tony. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome, big man. So you are you thrilled?
A little bit.
Just a little bit. Okay, well, that's something.
Because I will tell you that. Okay?
Tell me about it.
I will tell you that. Because like yes, you have right, this is good. But like in last this year, like everything was like one day is good and 3 days is bad. So I wanted to prepare to bad things
Okay.
in my mind.
Well, you met me. Now it's 2 days good, no days bad.
Yeah, understood.
There you go, big man. That's phenomenal. I'm proud of you. You should be proud of yourself.
How many people you say you are proud of them?
In the last week, zero aside from you.
Oh, yeah, okay. I will gonna believe you.
I'm recorded. I wouldn't say if there was somebody else, I would give them a shout out, and I would say I also said that I'm really proud of that person, but not in the last week.
So,
I don't tell that many people that I'm proud of them because I'm not that proud of most people. Uh, but I'm proud of you. You're doing really well, big dog.
mm,
So good on you, my man.
do you think Argentina and Capo Verde will win?
Argentina, not Capo
Yeah,
Verde. Yeah, dog.
we will see what happens because Capo Verde in group stage have like 0-0 with Spain.
They're like 0-0 with Spain
Yeah,
right now.
with European champion.
Oh, is the European champion?
Yeah, Spain.
Okay.
Can I tell you something?
Tell me anything you want, big dog.
Okay. I'm really happy and I'm really like I'm really happy you 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 join me in my sorry you you join me in for my journey and that is best.
Absolutely. Proud to be on your journey, my man.
And yeah, and that's just like good, totally good.
I agree with you. It is good.
And maybe one day we are gonna see each other in like real time,
God,
real life.
God willing, my man.
So yeah, I do not say thank you because I think you helped me so much in my podcasting and this shit. Yeah, thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome, my man. It's my pleasure. I want to see you do well. A rising tide lifts all ships, right?
Yeah, that's good.
All right. So what are you doing now?
Right now I am sitting and talking with you. In 5 minutes I have call with someone. After that call, I will going to upload that episode on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Yeah, I will do some work
All right, big man.
because right, you are not going to believe me, but when I finally like had like the day to my surgery and this shit, I was crying for tears happiness.
That's wonderful. I'm really
I
happy
know
for you.
that's not tears, but
That doesn't sound weird.
I will never have another two in my life. This is the one time only.
You never know. There could be time travel. There could be reverse
True.
aging. You never know.
So I said this on at Twitter at Twitter tweet. I said like it's not what I wear. It's people who I met. It's people who are standing with me. That's the beautiful thing.
Word, dog.
It's not like what I'm wearing. It's that people I met. I make new friends and this shit. That is the beautiful thing about my journey.
Absolutely. We're on this journey with you for your desired destination. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and like I am very happy because I think the worst is to be alone. The worst course can people have to be alone.
Yeah, being alone's not cool. Having
Yeah,
people around
it's
you,
also them.
community is important.
Yeah, and especially in this world, in this area we live in, because everything is so fast. You have a mental problem and this shit. So to have somebody who is love you, who is like you, even if they are in America or other countries, is give you so much energy to keep going.
Good, my man. Well, you are loved, and just recognize that it's just a matter of time, my man. You got to keep grinding.
And that's the beautiful thing about it because like we need to have people. Okay, I will go and I will talk to you later.
Excellent. I'm proud of you. Good job, big man.
Thank you, and thank you for being here for me.
That's why I'm
I
here,
really
my man.
appreciate it.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Back.
Yes, sir.
Like,
What's
a
good?
good person is not online yet. So,
Okay.
so, like, I think, I think, film about me will be very interesting
Okay. Why do you think the film about you will be very interesting?
because my film was like lot of lot of downside, lost money, lost so much money. I was one point because I worry from people, heartbreaking. But it's good thing, like my winning a podcast in my first ever trophy in football. It was the best day of my life and this shit. So I think this is going to be like really interesting story.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, and you will be director.
Sounds like a plan, my friend.
Yeah,
All right. So, are you? Who are you talking to, if I may ask?
I I, I was talking to someone from Canada.
Are they
I
cool?
will talk.
Are they cool?
Very cool
Are they a boy or a girl?
girl.
Look at you.
But like she's more my sister. She's not like romantic. She's my sister.
Are you sure?
I am 100% sure.
Is she hot?
No,
Okay. That's that's as honest as you can get, folks. In the future, when I ask someone, are they hot? I want everybody to take notes on my man Tony, because he will just straight up tell you, no, this person is not hot, but they are like his sister. That's amazing. All right, so this person's not hot, but that's cool. Are they interesting?
very interesting.
All right, well
Very.
that's even better. All right, so they're very interesting. What do you talk about?
I think we will talk about a lot of stuff. I cannot discuss this here.
Like what?
like like I don't know, like the 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 person is not here to, like, I don't know if I can, like we was talking about my life. She was helping me with my mind, mental health. Yeah, she is really good.
All right, that's tight.
Uh,
Is she your age?
no, no, she is 35.
Oh, okay. Is she single?
Yes, yeah, she is.
All right. Do you think she likes you?
What?
Do you think she likes you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think she likes me. Yeah, of course.
Why, of course. Like you're some kind of Mac Daddy pimp.
No, I'm not mad at it, but she likes me. I know it.
Okay,
I'm little brother.
okay. And do you like her?
Like my sister. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, when's she supposed to come online?
I don't know. No, I don't know. She is very, very, very hard to deal with sometimes.
Why is she hard
I'm
to
not
Why is she hard to
going
deal
to
with?
lie,
Why is she hard to deal with?
because because she is very, she is not open. She doesn't trust people. So I need to dig in. So
Okay.
sometimes yeah.
All right.
I think we should do. Okay, okay, nothing.
What are you saying?
Nothing. I mean, it's my birthday. I can have mental breakdown sometimes.
You're good, dude. Don't worry about it. It's not a mental breakdown. You're fine.
listen, you wouldn't have 12 people in a room and it's like 100. Who would be comfortable in that room?
That's right.
What sort of comedian do we need that would be comfortable in a nearly empty room?
That's right. No, it's true.
I'm just the guy.
You were my first call for that mission. I'm so glad that you're here. Tell us about the shows that you do and fun things like that. I know you have.
You mentioned opening for gun stand up. I did that for a long time. I'm now hosting a podcast called Issues with Andy. That I do with my friend Andy Andrus, who is a force of nature. He's in the stand-up world. He's our Joey Diaz. So, he needed a podcast, but he didn't have one. And I thought, let's do a podcast. So I do a podcast with him. And it's me and him and a couple of the guys from Doug's podcast, Greg Shaley and Shannon Shank. And the four of us just talk shit.
Nothing better than doing podcasts.
Nothing better than four straight old white guys having a podcast.
That's what it's all about. And you know what's great about podcasts? Our sponsors. And here is a little bit more about our amazing sponsors that sponsor. Another beautiful day here with the great Brett Erickson. Brett, I know it's been a while.
Great job on that line read, by the way.
Thank you so much. Exactly what
I can't wait to use ZipRecruiter.
Oh, shit, yeah, you're exactly right. You mean mobile.
Oh, I use it every day.
Anyway, we do love ZipRecruiter. And you know what else we love is the band that is on this show every single episode. They speak different characters. We never know what they're going to be or how they're going to behave. And this week is no different. We're all going to find out what they are tonight together as I present to you the best stand band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band, Jeremiah Watkins, Stolbert Jimenez, Jetski Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Whoa! Oh, shit! Whoa! Oh, my goodness. What is this?
Holy shit, it's Green Days.
This Reagan and Watkins, what's going on here? I really thought it was Pat Reagan with lockdown. Who are you? Whoa! Wow, Chester. Okay. I don't really know that much about Lincoln Park, so it's going to be a pleasure to meet you guys today. Alright. Yeah, no, I know. Welcome to the comedy.
I'm actually interested in hearing about the documentary you've been working on about child sex abuse with Anthony Bourdain. I heard all about it on Central.
I heard they all got murdered too.
Otis Cornell.
Wow. Chester, you are the seventh most famous person to hang themselves that's been in the comedy store, so congratulations. Hey, there you go, yeah, you're everything. And then clearly back here we have what appears to be a Pokemon busboy in an Italian restaurant. What's your name?
Hey, what's up? I'm Mike Shimoda from Lincoln Park.
Okay, Mike, write that down.
Mike Shimoda.
I'm gonna call you Mike. And over here, clearly, we have what appears to be a young Chewbacca. Chroma, who are you, sir? What's up? You guys are really like all Lincoln Park tonight.
Yeah, it's Brad Delta from Lincoln Park, the guitarist.
All right. Learning a lot tonight already about Lincoln Park. How about you back there, the drummer?
Oh, that's cool, man. My name's Rob. In case you don't have to turn around and see me because I'm in that little screen over there, so.
Yeah, I see you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the drummer for Lincoln Park, Rob.
Okay, Rob.
Yeah,
It's great.
shut up when I'm talking.
So Lincoln Park, everybody, will be the band tonight.
By the way, Lincoln Park with this much effort into doing the show.
It's very exciting. Out of all the bands in the world, Lincoln Park's one of the ones. I'm like, any day now, any day, we're going to get one with Lincoln Park.
All of you were. So they did Sum 41 last week.
Yeah, the lack of coordinated are convinced that there's just too much pressure to take.
I don't know how some strangers, maybe someone that we've met before. So let's get to it. You guys ready to start tonight's episode of Tell Tony? Here we go. We're going to ignore the bucket. Let's start things. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, an absolute destroyer, an improvisational guru out of the great state of Illinois, Chicago, originally from New York, now lives in Los Angeles, originally from Queens. For everybody, it's the great Michael Lair.
Stop calling your employees cast members, alright? Call them for what they are. They are the on a vacation of the built-in dream gone wrong. Underneath that making mess head is the tears of my man who owes $50,000 to Juilliard. Every acting exposure because from Shakespeare to Shake Shack. But now, all you're doing is playing violin blindfolded for Zoom monkeys. What about the pederasties? What about the music going to affect our children? No one talks about that. What do you think about Corona? No more Hamilton.
Wow, powerful.
One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I was trying to start to explain in due time. Oh, no.
I was wondering when that was going to happen right from the top.
I think you've already been to a tough moments in court.
Really?
I think it's because you're from Chicago and there's a Lincoln Park in Chicago.
Actual
There's
news?
a Lincoln Park.
Yeah, that's true. That Abraham Lincoln was quite a guy.
Yeah.
He also died in a chair.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh man, what a crazy fucking day, huh?
yeah, tell us about it, Mike.
No man, just reacting all day. I'm not even an actor anymore. Reactor, just reacting this shit all day.
Wow, I remember. I mean, you were one of my favorite actors ever. I've seen you in the Easter Seals film. I've seen you pull off an amazing
Now let's talk about
Rocky Balboa.
I got shut out of the UCC. You know, directing competition. Shut out. 12 nominees. I thought I won it all.
Would you get 13?
There were 80 submissions. I think they got wind of all the horrible things we were saying.
I think maybe they did.
Did you look at the other people that made it? Like, were they legit, or were you like, what the fuck?
I didn't look because it's often you to look
You know what? Maybe the judges were also handicapped as well. That's why they didn't pick you. Maybe it was just like they're watching videos like,
like, man, this guy is still punched.
yeah, those are some
No
actual
nominees who still fun. That was in the rules. I didn't read close enough.
Yeah, Easter seals. Easter is like not that great of a holiday. Seals aren't that great of animals.
Not as good as they want.
No, it should be the Easter jungle birds, if you ask me. Yeah, there. I think it should be.
Yeah, I compared you around one of
Michael, all you gotta do with this whole thing is just say, you know, banned from the Easter Seals Film Festival.
Right.
I think
Too fucking much.
yeah, I think they made like
Would they ban you from it?
You think they would give everybody a prize at that fucking
Yeah, you spend time doing it. Somebody's been dying.
yeah,
And in 1998, it was called the National Society for Crippled Children. That's not a joke, everybody. That is what the first line of Wikipedia says. Imagine that. They're like, oh, you think our name's bad now? You should have seen up in 1919, the National Society for Crippled Children. Is there an age limit on that thing? Maybe that's what it was. They're like, look at this fucking guy.
I told them I was 13 then. That's why I've been attending so much. I do know I'm a Puerto Rican baseball player.
He's a 13-year-old Puerto Rican baseball player. Oh, you got a little kendama there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, if you can't win a film festival, do what you know. That's what they say. Come on, get it, Michael.
I was there. You know the name of this?
Yes, it's a kendama. Right? Am I saying that correctly?
You're the only one who knows the name of it.
Out of 22 gave me one. Yeah,
Right. And a fan gave it to me. And
As a punishment.
yeah.
It's one of the fans of your Easter Seals video, not of your comment.
It was this type of fan where they give me this after I attach chocolate kibbles to my testicle.
Jesus. You know what? If you can make that kendama in the hole in 5 tries, I will call Joe Rogan on speakerphone and I will make him give you $1 million right now. He's so rich, he's just giving it away. So, you get 5. How many of you think he can make this in 5 tries, huh?
One that kendama has an infinite amount of mix.
Oh, I know. If you think you can make it on anything, we will make sure Joe Rogan gets you $1 million. Thanks to our friends over at Spotify. All right.
You receive a hitch from
There it is. This is the $1 million kendama, everybody. For the first time on Kill Tony, $1 million. That was close. Just on outside. Wasn't even. Come on, Michael. Try it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. That first one was shockingly close.
Joe Rogan hung out.
Oh, that would have been so good. That would have been the moment where we found out you've been playing possum this whole time. You gets it on the first try. Oh my goodness gracious. The first ever segment, the $1 million the first and the last in Kill Tony history right there.
Yeah, well, I will also, most contestants won't have more to go on.
Right, and I would offer $1 million if they didn't have better drugs. Yeah, it's only funny if they have a debilitating.
Or one just be like Chris McCann and like an Apple Beats gift card or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You get $35 Applebee's gift card. Welcome to $1 Million Kendama. What else has been going on, Michael?
Well, I just came and do physical therapy on IG Live. And I'm just in the fact that it gives me more motivation.
That baby's shit.
Yeah, man, she's got bars. Like,
I actually watched you do physical therapy on IG Live today. I don't know if you know that I was there.
yeah,
I was making jokes. You were pretty far away from the screen, so I don't know if you saw any of that.
no, when you share
No, I mean, it's one of those you sort of had to be there as
oh,
well.
maybe collaborating one of you shove up your ass right now.
Oh, shit.
What is this?
I did ask if it was the Easter Seals dance competition. I'll do anything for laughs, even in a IG Live with 17 people.
It's alright. It was a great competition. And you told me you like it. And I shit, maybe give it to another half person.
Wow. What else, Michael? What else has been happening?
Just been chilling, figuring out what kind of weed I like, man. I switch beats, it's helping my voice big time. But when I start my set, there's always the beginning, like breath, and I'm like trying to catch up, and I gotta find a way for it to be like this right
I
now.
think a lot of people have that though when they like a lot of comics when they first get on stage. You know, the voice is not the timing and everything. They're still kind of adjusting, and the nerves of just being on stage.
For sure, even when I was not cursed by God, I was a very fast comedian, like beats by the pound. So, and I got a disease that they call velocity dependent, where the faster I try to move, the more I stumped into my tracks. So, yeah, it's real time. How you like me now?
So it turns out that's like the ultimate review, right? Like you were a fast talking comedian, and God was like, going too fast, Michael.
Michael, we need a little rap between these words. You're talking too much. Hey, did you see my new reunion?
Oh wait, no, let me see it.
Yes, yes.
Can we zoom in on that thing?
Most fucking shit.
Wait, the handicap here. Keep going in. Oh, is that a W?
Yeah,
Is it an upside down F? Or is it a W?
this stands for Wendy.
For Wendy's?
Yeah,
Fuck yeah.
I love square
My goodness. Redman, what do you think about Michael Air repping your favorite healthy food?
Oh, it's great, man. I like the honey and nuts so much. Yeah, man, I love my non-dairy dessert.
Yeah, non-dairy dessert? The Frosty.
Not
Have you had their breakfast yet? Breakfast baconator, their new potatoes, big ones. You should meet me, Brian Redman, podcast. Oh, I know. It happens quickly.
You remember when Wendy's used to give you
Were your chili they still get your chili?
no, but when
Century Readings,
they used to buy the napkins that money.
oh, yeah, they used to have to give you a pile like shut up. They used to have a pile of crackers right next to the napkins, so like if you're bored, you just like start stuffing your pockets while getting bored. It feels like Lincoln Park is more of a Burger King sort of thing. Yeah, what's your guys' fast food choice? My guess is In-N-Out. Like if it was higher, In and Out. Sometimes you question what life is all about. How about you, Mike?
I mean, as far as I did want to touch on as far as you and you're talking and how you can't get your breath, I'll say one thing, and I don't know why, but it really doesn't even matter how hard you try.
Keep that in mind. That's the time you're on. Lost by the due time. That's all we know. Time is an idle thing. Watch my rise. I know swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. It's all
Down below.
it's time to go there and stand it up. Try to hold on. Even though I'm up there. It's
pop music?
Yeah, like ambient or fucking Hey, one more joke before we go. Let's make this one of these. I used to have an old joke. Let me see if it works. It's about Taco Bell.
It's about what?
Taco Bell.
Oh, okay.
You can.
Okay, here we go. The Taco Bell joke.
You can always tell how good of a neighborhood you're in by the access that Taco Bell gives you to their hot sauce. Oh, really? Five? What do you have?
Okay, man, go.
No, Brad. Never in a million fucking years.
Do you want to join her? I was behind her right now. Just
So what was the joke? 5 hot sauces?
No, you can tell how good of a neighborhood by how much access that Taco Bell gives you to their hot sauce.
Right.
It's an extremely specific
Yeah.
premise.
That is a suburban Taco Bell joke.
I didn't say any guys that Taco Bell joke ever.
It's definitely not a hack.
Yeah, thanks.
That's true. It is an original take on the Taco Bell.
Thank you.
It didn't south of the border or anything.
Yeah.
The punchline was a little mild.
Hey, look at that.
Fuck yeah.
Alright. This was fun. Do you have any more Taco Bell jokes?
Yeah. Give me a menu item.
Gordita.
Man, Gordita, what is it? Pancake?
Alright, how about chalupa? Do you have a chalupa joke?
Chalupa. Man, I did that bitch in high school.
I actually knew her, Chalupa Jenkins. I mean,
Yeah, man. Half Mexican, half black. She was dope.
hell yeah. Absolutely. Alright, Michael, well, fun times as always. MichaelLairComedy.com. A bunch of fun stuff going on over there. Videos, merch, everything. MichaelLairComedy.com. There goes Michael Lair, everybody. Alright, pull the name out of the bucket. We know this guy. He's in the room. He's an absolute killer. He was on a recent episode. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Get people in the room for Dan Nolan. Here he is. Phil Tony Legend.
Thank you. Thank you. Lost 35 pounds so far in quarantine. It's good. I do exercise that I do every day. I run for 3 miles straight.
Folks, look at this. Lettuce is in.
And then I run for 3 miles gay. I got like an iPhone app that it tracks your body fat percentage and stuff, so you can see what the progress is. When I started out in the category I was in was called obese, and then I was super pumped to get into the next category, which was just called concerned. I was like, yeah, y'all better be concerned. I'm about to fuck your bitch. You got that iPhone app that shows you all the pedophiles in your neighborhood, man? Doesn't let you swipe right or send them messages or anything. I want to do like one of those pedophile ambush shows, like Chris Hansen or whatever, but the twist that I have is it's going to be like a game show. So you just pop out and ask a bunch of trivia questions. It's going to be called The Cash Predator. Or if I just have them go up against the kid, we call it Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? And then if they win, I don't know, they just get the fucking game.
You Nolan, everybody. Where it ended, right there. 35 pounds, is that true?
Yeah, I got a trainer and I'm paying for like some injections and shit, doing hormones. So like HGH, not HGH, Morlin, which is like encourages your body to release more of its own HGH, like testosterone.
Wow. What happened?
What do you mean?
Like, how does that, like, what made you get that?
I don't know, it's just like fat idiot. Did you really lose that much? Like, really what happened was, like, I was thinking about like comedy and stuff, and I was like, I have no confidence on stage or whatever, and then I realized, like, I have no confidence in real life either. So in like a couple months, I should go like a 6-pack.
That's awesome. So you're working out, you're really running 3 miles a day?
I have a trainer, so how many injections? No, I do like 2 or 3 training sessions a week, sometimes more.
You're really depending on the chemical.
Yeah, I mean that's what doing most of the physical changes. I mean it's like I'm also dieting, I do intermittent fasting,
Dan, I think I really respect you. Actually, do have really fat guy energy. Your second joke about being a fat guy was because I'm not obese, I'm gonna fuck your bitch, which isn't gonna happen. But I do respect that.
And the injections have any side effects? Seems like it's going to be true. You got Red Man's wheels turning over here like you're on one of his e-bikes. Red Man wants to know if it comes in an IV drip. Just hook it up to yourself before you go to sleep at night.
No, it's just expensive. Like it's more or less $400 a month, and then the testosterone is $200 a month.
Damn, $600 a month.
But it's like paying rent to live inside of a nicer body.
Yeah, Red Man spent $600 a month on cheese felt jalapeno peppers. It's been a while since I've been to the grocery store.
That's $500 jalapenos.
What have you been eating? So now you're eating healthy to offset?
Not healthy, just like
What?
Every morning, every afternoon, today I got in and out.
Oh, wait, I love that your exercise regimen is made an omelet every morning. I mean, at noon. Like, if you're sleeping till noon, you're taking injections. You're a real hero.
You're a real comedian.
Oh, it's the best. I work from home now, so it's, I mean, everybody works from home now. Except for the people who use the grocery stores.
You mean the sandwich?
Yeah, it's sandwich.
What else have you been doing for fun as of late?
I lost $700 day trading cryptocurrency.
Wow.
I was doing really good though because I got ballsy because I bought this thing called chain leg when it was like fucking 30 cents. And now I have like $11,000. And I put $200 on it. Yeah.
$200 and then it went all the way
Now
down.
it's $11,000.
Wow.
It's fucking crazy. And then fucking sell it right now. I cashed out last time, 2017. Literally the top, the absolute top. It's just
Great. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of weight you can lose. More money, less weight. That's fun. How about your love life? You're in a relationship, we found out recently, right?
yeah, it's good. She's cool.
Yeah.
She's,
What does she do?
she's one of the heroes of the grocery stores.
Oh.
For the all the works at Trader Joe's. That's difficult.
Well, Southwest here.
Yeah, well, it's just if you're trying to lose weight, and you've got a partner that works at Trader Joe's, you get 20% off. They got shrimp burgers. Burgers made of fucking shrimp. Wow. You can't think about that. It's got to be fucking brilliant.
I would just use it for the way that it would make my house smell, the potpourri smell in the air of shrimp burgers. Sweet, sweet scent of shrimp burgers. They call it the filet mignon of the sea. You ever have a shrimp burger, Mike? Lincoln Park? Mike?
I thought they were just tiny burgers.
Oh, Mike. What's your last name again, Mike? Shinoda. You know what? I'm gonna write that down. You goddamn learned it after that one, Mike Shinoda. Shrimp burgers, just a tiny burger. You ever have shrimp burgers from Trader Joe's, Dan?
We had salmon burgers.
Oh, yes. Yes, I actually do remember. That is something that I have had from Trader Joe's specifically. There's only a few things that I really actually remember, and that is one of the things that I regretfully remember. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. I think I got it a few times, and then, all it takes is like one that's a little bit off, and you're like, never again on that. But they just got rid of all the racial brands.
They got back. They went back and they were like, no, you know what? Fuck that. It's so weird.
Like, fucking make up your mind already.
Yeah.
Afraid or you have any balls whatsoever. I mean, they even changed, even the Italians, who are, almost impervious to racism according to everybody. But they did it. They took down Trader Joe's.
Yeah, but it's like Trader Chinchons or whatever.
Yeah.
Trader Chinchons. And then you are, yeah, they're like, we're stupid.
It's not going to get any better than covering the Trader Joe's facial profile. Is your girlfriend of the least favorite race?
She works at Westwood Subversions.
Oh, yes, of course. Everybody's go-to. Even the Persians are like, this fucking Persians. Good cats, though. Good cats.
Terrible rugs.
Great, they're very good at, being like genies.
That's true.
I've never seen an Italian
Almost all the genies are Persians. I've never seen a version of a check at all. Because Sam, he's a genius. I'm a drummer for Lincoln Park, but I don't know comedy.
A lot of editing in this episode. I know it looks choppy to you people at home. Dan,
Choppy is actually the new Chinese
wow, George over too. Dan, so much fucking fun. Always a pleasure. I made some unbelievable fucking jokes, dude. You're so fucking funny. I love that entire stretch of fucking Predator, the iPhone, not being able to swipe on the pedophile is such a funny, original, cool take on that. So, you have a great brain. It's amazing to watch you over all these years go from being a fledgling Nancy heroin addict to a healthy, fucking, even better joke writer.
Thanks so much, man.
Great handle, everybody.
Like the same song every time.
Really, really like the longest possible.
an Uber outside. I had to walk back to Taco Bell up the street. 3 minutes. Uber literally makes you feel like a prostitute outside. Waiting for a car. Alright, guys.
It already came out. It came out. It's already on VHS. Wait, what the fuck is that supposed to be? Because I have 11 inches in my butt? Oh, come on.
I thought your rest was that Tony had a big dick.
I know. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, we got you now.
Tony is so so
Oh, yeah. That's true. He thought a giant dildo fell out of my ass. It was just my dick.
Forrest Home.
Oh, come on. Come on.
I'm Forrest Home.
Life is like a consummation.
Life's just like a bus. Never know what kind of dick you're gonna get.
Jen A. I've never heard a band named Jen A.
I was always
Forrest Gump suit.
sponsors of this whole tonight. This will be the first unreleased episode.
It's so weird that you guys have a bunch of Tom Hanks references with Chester Bennington has been working on a video exposing the child sex abuse in Hollywood. It's gonna be pretty fucking.
Like I said, unreleased. Your best really good things, folks, is getting the Ryan J. email drawing. I wish I would be like, oh, this is the one. It's the Ten Commandments. Maybe we'll release Michael Ayers for an 11-minute episode.
I told you what you're with him.
What? No, you're not making fun of Rick. No. He opens the video.
Go ahead. No,
I know.
I'm tired of losing money.
You know, he's the reigning defending Archangel Rose Battle Champion.
Say whatever's right. Say whatever you would.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Hit me first. I like to get counted. Hit you first. You're a very nice person. Why would I hit you first?
Yeah, compliment them.
But yeah, you want to roast me. Go ahead. You look like Adam Sanders.
Oh my God.
That was brutal. Oh my God. Alright, that's my song. I'm out of the pocket of roasting. Yeah. To the fucking crowd.
We get an audience.
Can we let 20 people in?
We gotta figure out something.
Dress nice today. What you do, Tony?
Dress nights?
You got a polo shirt on.
This is.
Oh, I thought you were still talking about me. I mean, come on. It matches my eyes. You look like a stay-at-home dad. Yeah. And I'm raising alcohol. You got a downtime in the backyard.
I love that you're wearing a hunting tent.
Why are you wearing a forest? They trying to get your hands out of there,
A lot of camo on you.
You said gay pocket watches.
I actually do have some for sale if anybody's interested. I have gay pocket watches. They only have sex with other pocket watches of the same sex. So when I dangle them like that, they just end up like a magnet. Clink! They hook up with other pocket watches.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know what time it is? Time for an angle.
Dick cock.
Big dog.
Oh my goodness. You have a lot of gay jokes.
I'm trying to tell you what's up.
I love it. Do you have a pocket watch?
No.
Do you have a watch?
I got a rolling my dedicated.
Do you have a calorie watch? What's your diet been like lately? Any shrimp burgers for you?
I don't fuck with shrimp burgers. I do pretty well, man. You know, I'm still in the positive 1,000 pounds of quarantine. Just trying to be under 300 by the end of the day.
What do you got now?
The other day when I weighed, I was 335, 48, 376.
Damn. I love it. 335 doesn't not that bad when you say 376. Wow, 376. What was going on then?
That happens being on the road every weekend, working at the college where he lives bullshit every night. So it's like he don't go back if I don't train my mind, do more meal prepping, actually bring shit to work. So I'm not eating have like fried cauliflower and french fries. For drinking alcohol and drinking comedy comedians we have horrible diets.
I just lost 10 pounds the other day when a dildo fell out of my ass. It was a very heavy dildo.
You lose 130 every time they get off.
That's a very tiny man.
Look at those.
I'm extremely tired.
Big finger breaking my hand.
I mean, yeah, we're talking about 375 over here.
That was too big for you on top of us.
I don't know. Let's see.
How many do you think you are?
I think I used to say that like somebody else would be on top of Tony. Like Tony is the bug. So I wouldn't see Tony as being the bug. I would see like Tony like slowly riding. Like something like that.
He's absolutely right.
I was here before the show started. He's definitely a top.
I mean, yeah, the people that don't know me, I think they assume that I'm a bottom, and I think before you know me, before you realize I would fuck the hell out of your ass.
It's only a top if you know him.
Yeah, the top young rising comedian.
That's right. Not a bottom young rising comedian.
Top Young is also a Chinese food product.
Q-Tony is no longer for the audience, it's just for us.
Really is. What else is going on in your world, David Lucas? Anything else?
Shit, started working out with Rachel and some other comedy sort of guys.
I saw that.
That shit,
I saw you punching some fucking men, dude.
I'm not gonna figure out.
Wow. Hey, you're like Mike Tyson chicken.
He hit the oven mitts.
That's funny, though.
What the fuck?
Commander Booty.
There you go. Commander Booty Hole. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for that alley-oop.
George Foreman.
George Chip for me.
Mayweather?
Mayweather.
Good one.
Tyson in my theory.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Ron Rousey.
Not a knockout, but not a TKO, but a total.
with the Mancini. Right?
Yeah, there we go. Not a TKO, but a take my knockout.
I gotta know what Michael Owens. It must be so good if Michael Owens is back. Roy Jones.
Mudstick Douglas.
Oh yeah, Nut Buster Douglas. Oscar De La Hoya. Oh my God! Come on, why would I do that? That's my first move. Is going below the belt.
Yeah, I know.
Give him a
Oh my God. Oh, that's not so easy with me, bro. That shit.
really candy bars and donuts. Are you actually smoking candy bars?
Nah, bro, I'm on that CBD with my pen and
Candy. Where my pee?
CBD hot, bro. I'm like, let's go weed and stuff. Point it out.
Really? CBD?
I still wonder if you can smoke CBD.
Oh yeah, I do all the time. It's absolutely incredible. It's very relaxing. InfiniteCBD.com is the place to go. Use the promo code KillTony. It works. It relaxes me, and then I get a good night's sleep. And sleep got rough during the pandemic for me. Usually being out until fucking 2:30, 3 a.m. at the time of my life, drinking. You go home, you sleep like a fucking baby to the next day. When this thing kicked in, I mean, my entire just schedule changed completely. So, I would go to bed exhausted at the end of a late night back in the day. So now, I'll be go to sleep, InfiniteCBD.com.
science to like if you can smoke CBD or you can smoke certain things. Like,
You're saying you prefer to eat CBD or use it in the green form.
exactly, yeah.
Right.
Or cream cheese.
So you agree that it works there, but you just don't trust it.
No, I just don't know like science. Like as an example, somebody said, they used to always say, "Oh, I smoke acid, little acid on my weed before I smoke," and I'm like, "Yeah, that doesn't work. The fire would just burn the acid." You know what I mean? Shit like this. If it's as effective as it says,
I've been doing like CBD drinks and shit, like CBD bits, and like edible CBD and the smoking gets me faster. Like, that's the
You have a sleep apnea machine yet?
I don't got that shit. I still got to look at my neck right.
What's different about it?
Like, he got the turkey shit.
I don't know.
My nigga, you ain't the turkey. My nigga, that big though, bro. That's what I said. I really get the circumference of
Whoa, somebody learned the word circumference. This will give you a basic population. Well, this is fun. Alright, David, thank you so
I
much.
appreciate y'all, man. Yeah.
David Luke is funny on all social media.
yes, that's my favorite Linkin Park jam right there.
Good thing. Alright, this is a new name. Urube Augmento. Define Urube.
Everything you say to me, I need a little room to breathe.
Here he is, Urube Augmentor. Doesn't matter, ladies and gentlemen, Urube Augmentor.
How's it going, everybody? My name's Ruben. I've been getting to know with that for years. Went from Ruben to Ruben, all the way to Ruben. How the hell did I become a nat? I should not even hear requesting on Ruben. Come to your front door looking like a life-size Buddha. I know I can put another way up. Don't worry about it, because I'm 300 pounds of muscle, 2% fat. I'm telling you, man, I used to work at Planet Fitness. And it's supposed to be a judgment-free zone, and I see we judge all the time. To the point, some guy came up to me, "How the hell you fat and you work at a gym? How the hell are you fat and you work out at a gym?" I'm glad for you. Oh, shit, okay. I got more jokes. I know you're up there in my head. I'm a intelligent guy. I'm not the only guy on drugs. I'm good.
Urube Augmenta.
Your zipper is way down.
Whoa, look at that. Oh my goodness.
I thought you were going to say I used to work at Planet Fitness. I was the player. I was actually the mascot.
Were you? What does that mean?
Pizza Monday.
What?
Pizza Monday. They used to serve pizza Monday. So I was their mascot.
Really? So what does that mean? What do they have you do? Just stand there and be like, hey, this is why you want to keep coming here, people. You don't want to look like me.
They would give you a pizza at the gym on Mondays.
Uh-oh, first time regular. I work out once a week.
What is the exact address of this gym?
I only work out on Mondays now.
Why would they do that? I think it's like an awful idea, especially people that have like really like horrible diets where they're trying like keto or something, and you just come to your gym, there's pizza.
Let's check in with Mike Shinoda real quick.
If Rabbi I'm signing up for Planet Fitness, it's gotta make sure they got money for
He's riding his e-biking place. Just lifting the pedals forward. This show is starting to become the same jokes every single week. Here we have more e-bike jokes, booty hole jokes, dildo jokes, fat jokes. I mean, it's the same shit every week. It's like just turned down his wife.
Oh my god.
It's basically, I don't know if you guys wake up with it's such a bad idea. It really is a bad idea.
Well, that'd be like not selling cigarettes because people are addicted to them. It should be up to the person whether or not they want to eat it or not.
You know, but also when you walk in the gym and you smell pizza, you're like, oh my god, what the fuck?
Maybe should have smelled it. Right as you are about all of this, you just can't say anything. You're sitting there.
You talking about pizza in gym? I mean, come on, if you're in a strict
Totally right. It's a terrible idea.
in a strict diet, you walk into your gym to one place that you're like, you know, I have to make myself do this. They smell pizza. You know, it's like,
Your redneck brother's brother.
Pizza jokes.
It's changed the last word of a name. I know, I used to have that as my avatar on Twitter for like 2 years. It's like that happy.
Oh yeah, super happy to be the You didn't look at his Twitter avatar for 2 years? Eddie's crazy. Pizza at a gym. It's like having, an open bar outside of an AA meeting where a lot of people that were trying to be strong, when they look at you and be like, man, thanks for the pizza. All the time, right? Actually, if you think about it, it's actually pretty smart, right? You tempt them with pizza, they eat the pizza, then they have to keep it feel bad, right? You only eat pizza once a week. You can't really hard to lose money.
And they go out of business.
Did they pay you to get the mascot there? Or was that like a free just for the pizza? Oh my goodness.
Did you just show up with pizza while you worked at Planet Fitness? Nah, I didn't.
You did. What did you do there?
So basically, tour guide. So just
Tour guide? Tim Allen over here?
Tour.
Oh, tour guide. Oh, that's a tour guide.
It's just a pizza oven. No.
Tour guide. They had you show people around. Why do you think they picked you for that?
These are the rowing machines.
What does that name mean? Who do they are meant to?
To guys, I don't even know. I just got a
Are you Samoan?
Nah, basically. Do you think Samoans find that offensive? I get Samoan all the time.
Yeah, you look like a Samoan. You're shaped like a Samoan.
The Samoans just looking at you. That's madness. Next thing you're like, you're Filipino, dude. Jesus.
You still work at Planet Fitness?
Nah, I was working at Universal.
Universal Studios? You want to get
We're
there?
with it below. I actually work for a sanitation and I work with
What do you do exactly? What do you clean?
I usually close down the floors after customers are
I got my fucking my shower snake today. I had a little clog in my shower, and
David Lucas joke?
yeah, and a bunch of dildos came out. And they found deep down there. I'm like, what was it? And the guy's like, you got roots. I'm like, what? You know about this?
Yeah, the same thing happened to Rogan. Rogan had a branch that was like,
Yeah. This guy showed me. He's like, yeah, you gotta see it. I'm like, what? He's like, big ass fucking, deal with this pork tray. And I look, and it's fucking unbelievable. I'm like, how did that? I was asking him, like, I'm also trying to retrace every crazy night I've had. Did I eat a tree? Right? Did I come with? Did I get wrapped up in something while golfing and just not notice it was all over me? But I guess it's deep in plumbing. You ever right. That's what the 155 is. 155 reference. You guys want to do it? The gay smelling the dildo. D-I-L-D-O.
Dildo, what's his name?
Tell us something we'd be surprised to know about you. Any special skills or talents? You seem like a somersault universal champion or something like that. Really? Can we get that? Whoa. That's exactly what the shit looked like. That's fucking crazy.
DVD of the movie release.
That's wild. Okay. We need some kickboxing music, Brian, because we are about to see this man move the mic stand out of the way. Just move it. We want you to sort of be in that position. Feel free to zoom in a little bit, get his feet and his head in there, David. Here we go, yeah! Keep going. Don't stop. Wow, short finger. Fine.
Listen, we got a lot of music if you want us to play some. We got like 8 songs.
That's good. That's really good. That was awesome, man. Did you ever kickbox? Anyone else?
He said kicks boxes, the cereal. I got disqualified on my first match.
Why? What?
Everything Mexican does is an illegal one.
What? Your name?
Yeah, put my name. That's the only way you can find it.
Oh, you're gonna look it up? No, just show us. Just show us. Yeah. Whoa! Oh, I see why that's the link here. It's like a big knee in there. Jesus Christ, dude.
What's the highest security?
Let me just give a little example of how high you can get. Yeah, go right ahead. Oh, man, look at that. Oh, my goodness gracious. Wow. I don't know. I think Red Man could probably top that. No, you don't. I think Red Claire can top that. All right. Ludwig, say your last name again.
Sexy.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Very good. You steer with the spin out like this?
It's just gonna be like if you want home paper, that's just.
I don't think
I don't want to bring anything, but we actually have Danny Brown here right now.
There used to be a guy on my local news. Maybe he was Rachel. Maybe you have him too. You remember a guy named the newscaster named Bodie Aduma? I think it was maybe just a local news Youngstown thing. But we both had Mr. Food, right? We talked about this. Food cook something. You had him too, Colette? You had him in Georgia? Really?
Yeah, I think it was just syndication of the.
He had the chef's hat.
Yeah, and the clown. There was also a clown.
We had a local guy in Youngstown named Bodie Aduma. And at the end of all of his things, he would go, and I am Bodie Aduma. Impressions of all those little things.
That sounded just like
And I am Bodie Aduma. Alright. Hold on, the name on the front of the page. What a pretty odd. Ladies and gentlemen, if the band wants to play, you can play until this person gets to the mic. It is Reagan Warner. Reagan Warner.
One time for Reagan Warner. Hello. So I just moved out here to LA from Minneapolis. Had to get a new car because it's a big driving city around here. I think the dealership had a fire sale. But I think it kind of burns. What I've noticed is the women out here in LA are gorgeous. Either they're Instagram models or Victoria's Secret models. Not literally the same thing. It's either like no pain or no gain, or like kind of cute. But you got to respect these. That's a commitment. But what I've noticed is Victoria's Secret is a lot like the Catholic Church. They put up these unrealistic expectations, and they also like to traffic kids. So I just found out from my dad that he was diagnosed with cancer.
I was peeing during a lot of that. Your dad has cancer?
Strong clothes. Yeah, strong clothes.
Right. What kind of cancer does he have?
It's some type of lung cancer.
Oh, that's one of the worst kinds you can have. I know this is a former, long-time cigarette smoker. I've done a lot of Googling about the old LC, as we call it. Was your father a cigarette smoker?
He's big cigars.
Wow. Does he inhale? Very interesting.
He's had cancer he was diagnosed 5 years ago. He's had cancer over the Trump's winner.
Wow.
He told me last week.
Man, maybe he'll have 4 years of cancer.
Wait, he didn't tell you until last week?
He didn't tell me.
Wow. Why do you think he didn't tell you? He give you a reason.
That's just, I don't know. That's how to explain that. He just doesn't, he just surprised you with stuff.
I love that you measure 5 years. Is it longer than Trump's been on this? Okay, Mr. President, I'm sorry. So, what's his current condition? He's had it for 5 years. How's he doing? What's happening over there?
Well, he also has some immune deficiencies, so he has to get like.
Oh. I wasn't talking about you, Mr. President. But I mean, you can answer any of these questions that you actually want. Oh, come on. Come on, Mr. President. I mean, no. Okay, why are you arguing with me? We have to get along. We have to get along.
I'm sorry.
We
really do have to get going.
Literally pointing to the responses you
I didn't even say what it was supposed to say. Even this fucking soundboard tonight, it says we have to get along.
We really do have to get going. It doesn't exist.
Trump is plainly right.
Wait, so let me get this right. Even the people on the patio right now, they're not actually watching this.
They're enjoying their chicken tenders.
I was so confused because no one eats in the bucket.
Nobody here is filming this other than
Actually, I've been on live this whole time, Instagram live.
well, as long as you're alive.
I'm the drummer for Linkin Park, dude. Like 80 million followers.
Now here I thought we had a good bit going. I was conversing with Trump. We were going to get out on a big laugh. And on an episode like this, it makes sense. But I guess it's not going to happen, right, Mr. President?
I don't think it's going to happen.
That's how good I thought the bit was going to be. But instead, this thing's running like the goddamn Mexican government.
We can't do anything right. The Mexican government.
Oh, we just can't win today, Mr. President.
We don't win anymore.
This is so stupid, but it's my favorite part of the show tonight. We used to have victories.
We don't have victories anymore.
It was so good. say Reagan. I say, what is it? Ortner?
With a T and a
Cambridge.
It's like they're like three letters away from being Reagan and Washington. Have you ever heard of Reagan and Washington?
No, yes.
So tell us more about you, Reagan. What was that? Drummer?
This job is in China. So, I don't know, I guess I just moved out here.
You seem like you've ridden a unicycle before. Am I right?
From Minneapolis.
You seem like the kind of guy that closes the refrigerator with your head.
I am.
Is that true?
I definitely can ship everything.
Hello?
That's pretty fucking great.
I'm still 5% what I used to be.
Oh, and if I gain weight, all of it goes straight to his ass, so
Oh my goodness.
there's some alligator.
Well, Jesus, there's going to be more legs in my shower.
Yeah, we took care of this. 25 years ago, they were giving us
Well, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. My shower drain. Oh, that's right, man. That's just considered our we guys are weird. Did my water drain?
No, you already have to realize
That's your chest or your heart? They're a sick thing to happen. Like, imagine if you actually being aware that you're dying and you, like, there's people, I feel like your whole family's there, and like, you're like, I'm so happy you're all here by my side. Great.
Yeah, your tombstone would have to say that.
Let's go through this smart board and figure out let's figure out the worst part for when you die. This is my number. This is Red Band's dream episode. You have to have some good. You have to hit it after I say some last words. I'm just so grateful that you're all here with me. Wait.
So it's saying to you, like, Grandpa, we're a couple families here. We're all here. It's funny that we all love you. We want to hear it the last thing.
I just want to let you know that oh, there's something I never told you guys before I died. Tell your mother that I don't really get forward. Oh, wait, before that's sorry.
That was me, Grandpa.
So what's speed after the excited? I get to make my heart. Fun fact about Red Band's smartboard is that he recorded them all himself.
Shout out to Wendy's.
Yeah. Shout out to the chili over at Wendy's. Chili and crackers. Reagan, what's the weirdest thing you've ever had in your mouth?
Tonight,
Or chicken brain. Chicken brain. Wow.
Did you like it? I had pig's brain before. I hated the texture. Or the slime. Look it up. Really,
Where'd you eat chicken brain at?
China.
Really? Is that true?
That is very true.
Oh my goodness.
We're China. Don't eat China in trade.
Well, the president's here again. My goodness, welcome back, Mr. President. Anything else that you'd like to say? Oh, wow, that's an interesting way to put it. Like, where are you right now, Mr. President?
We have people in Washington that don't know what to do.
What's your favorite episode of Kill Tony, Mr. President?
Yeah, I guess you went too far.
Yeah, let's look it up. Episode 240. It's fun.
Russell Peters.
Oh, that's surprising since Russell Peters was do you think his ethnicity is, President Trump?
China.
Wow. Goodness gracious.
Sorry about this. We're having fun today.
Yeah, now we're having fun. We made a conscious decision to have fun. 1 hour and 40 minutes into the episode. What else about you, Reagan? You seem like you definitely have special skills. I mean, you are a man, a jack of many trades. I know it for a fact. Some magic tricks in your past.
I'm a skydiver, though.
Really? Oh my goodness, great.
Professional faller. Basically, yeah. Not a stupid sport.
What else? What else other than skydiving? I'm not a skydiving guy. My older brother. What else? That's right.
I mean,
Jumping out of a plane. It's so weird.
47 jumps.
Wow, that's a lot of jumps.
You know what's called? You ever been a bird or something?
How do you think he ate the chicken brains? Chicken up there. The chicken up there.
And a bell punch and parachute.
Whoa.
Backup one. Well, no, this one is like sometimes actually
Did what?
so like the line thing, it twists it around in a circle, like a sweep. Not a normal bird. Or like, my dad's friend that happened. First one didn't work, so the backup went into backup line, and yeah, she's dead.
Oh, she died?
Wow. They gave it what it is.
Hello, my lines are tied. I'm in big fucking trouble. Somebody help me! Oh my god, a phone call. There would not be any antique phone in this time. Cell phone, okay.
The robot part.
Craziest sexual experience of your life, Reagan Mortimer. Something happened. Maybe with your butt.
So the weirdest experience is there's this chick that I had a thing with, but she had a boyfriend the whole time, but her boyfriend would drive and drop her off at my house. And like he would even come and hang out with us, but then he found out, but instead of like not dropping her off, he just dropped things out with us.
Damn shit.
So that was pretty fun. Wow, so piece of shit.
Now I remember you. It's just you. Son of a bitch, Reagan.
How long were you banging?
4 months.
Would you bang her while you were still in that place?
Not using the place. Usually,
Sometimes you all would all hang out with each other.
yeah, and then we go to the parties, and then, just disappear.
Oh my god. So you would meet up in like a bathroom or something?
I mean, I guess it wasn't like that. You're an awful person.
I agree. No, I mean,
Minneapolis was wild, man.
is that where you were?
Wild town.
You got in Minneapolis?
That was in St. Cloud. Right next to
It's not that great seeing clouds.
Jumping out of a plane with your adrenaline, you had to put some
girlfriend fucking came first.
Wait, your girlfriend what?
Girlfriend fucking came first before the stuff.
That's your game with your
Yeah, that worked out a little bit. And it's mountain dew.
Well, Reagan, thank you so much for coming on the show. This was a lot of fun. Fun interview. Reagan Worker, everybody. Reagan Worker. Let me hear you. And then this happened. It's going to be more. You know what? Let's get we haven't had a lady here tonight. And so we are going to grab this one for us. Oh, China from the back door. Here comes China. All right, here's China, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. So when I was little, I didn't really like to finish my dinner like most kids. And so my dad would clip my nose and force me to eat. So now as an adult, when I'm having sex, I really like it when a guy shoves mashed potatoes down my throat and then I just get it out of his face. I'm from the East Coast, and sorry, I'm from the East Coast, and over there, like, maybe a 7 or an 8, depending on what city I'm in. But in LA, I'm like a 3, and I'm at a bar, and I feel like cute with myself. Like, a 6 foot tall, big blonde Amazonian model comes in, and then I slowly transform into Quasimodo, and I just can't finish. I just grab the closest guy next to me, and I'm like, come with me to my hotel. I just feel like that today. So here, I'm right today.
China. China. That is China. Absolutely. Hi, China. Welcome to the show. How long have you been on stand-up comedy for?
Maybe 2 years.
Okay, where at?
Today I only like some rental cars.
Okay, so you've been in LA the whole time?
Yeah, just LA.
Is this where you're from?
No, I'm from Connecticut.
Oh. How long have you been in LA?
Maybe 9 years. 2017.
What made you move out here 9 years ago?
I went to school out here, and then I just stayed.
UCLA?
No, I went to
Okay. You didn't want to go to the one in New York?
no, they didn't pay for the GI Bill. I had to go to LA.
Oh, you're a troupe.
So my dad being a husband,
That's why you would show up. Cover up those. Yeah, gonna crawl into those greens. Wow. Is he still alive?
actually he passed away 2 years ago.
From what?
That's right when you started doing stand-up comedy.
I did, yeah.
There you go. That's a good way to escape from the sadness of your father passing.
He loves comedy.
But you in China.
I'm gonna hate this bitch just like I hate China. What's the name for China?
Vietnam.
China.
My dad.
She was a boy. She would have been named Charlie.
Trump, what do you think about President Trump? While you're here, what do you think about naming a girl China? Do you think that's a good idea or a not very good idea?
There's something wrong with you. Something like that.
Oh, my Supreme. That's exactly what I thought was your point.
That's exactly what I'm pointing to.
Before we get started with China, why are you naming China?
I was actually in the job years ago, and my dad and mom named China, and I'm like,
Why would you mom? What? I mean, that's just not. It's just a word.
You heard of Elon Musk?
Yeah, it's my favorite name. After Jefferson Airplane, why China? Oh, so you're named after Grace. I think it's a great cool. Grace is the daughter of God. So I'm going to be God. Grace Lake. I know a lot about Jefferson Airplane. That's why when China said this shit, I got a little bit on edge.
Goodness gracious. Wow. Any crazy things ever happened to you because your name's China?
called the China Way.
Oh, because you do drugs.
I usually do drugs over like, China Bar.
You hang out with a lot of people that do serious drugs.
I have in the past.
Yeah.
Like that.
Did you ever do serious drugs?
I have.
How did that happen?
Well, I was at this girl's house, and she just started like bringing up this white stuff, and I was 18, and I had done coke before, and I didn't ask, and I thought it was coke, and so she just handed it to me. I smoked it, and then like a week or 2 goes by, I had this bad time at first with that, and I was like, what was that? I was like, was that crack? Like, did I do crack? She was like, what? I don't do crack. That was bad. And I was like, what? Like, I do that? Like, I was just freaked out.
Most coke is kind of like nowadays.
I don't do stuff like that anymore.
What do you do now? What do you do now?
I just smoke weed. Like, I take mushrooms. And
job?
I work at Firehouse Subs.
Oh, I love Firehouse.
My recruiter was like, "Why quit and wanted a job?" And we were like, "Well, that's so hard to do. We don't do it well."
Have you guys ever thought about giving out your subs at a gym?
Damn good Italian food event. Have you ever had Firehouse?
No, I am very loyal to Vito's. I had their eggplant parmesan this week and a baked pita. I mean, I am so addicted. It's absolutely crazy. Our friend Charlie, who brings Vito's pizza for these episodes, has completely changed my my dietary habits back to like living with my mother again, which is very exciting. A lot of pasta going on. Indeed. Can't be pasta forever.
Pasta. That's also a chef's preference.
President Trump, what's your favorite kind of pasta while we have you here? What's your favorite kind of pasta? What's the most pasta you have ever eaten?
9,240,000,000.
Also, my favorite kind of pasta.
That's just two?
Two,
What's another number that you know?
1978,
Do you know any other numbers?
2,300,
Okay, that must be all the numbers you know, though.
240,
Oh, that's your favorite Philadelphia. What else?
737,540,000.
You're out of control, President.
$1.3 trillion. Don't believe the 5.6.
He's talking about all the percentage that Firehouse Subs donates to the firemen across the United States.
The first responders.
That's very good. How long have you been working?
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry to cut you off. Let's go back to that question. I gotta check in with Mike Shinoda.
Doesn't she kind of look like a female Chester? Like hard on the outside, but it's like regular China.
Are you a Linkin Park fan? If you could say anything to the late great Chester Bennington right now, what would it be? Jesus, what were you, the one that sold him the room?
What a band to sell him the room.
Yeah, I'm sure
I also need $5 for this.
you won't kill yourself in this room. Chester, what do you think about this young lady apologizing for your suicide?
It's cool.
Alright. What's something shocking about you that we would be surprised to know about you, China? Something fun about your life's history, or maybe it's a skill or a talent that you have? A hobby? Like Rain Man here can walk on his hands.
To any Firehouse Subs.
Really? Is that true? Would you be willing to it sort of looks like a hazard over there. Would you be willing to try? Oh my goodness. How many of you think we have China stand on her head? This is what the show's
I thought that Udave's high kicks were going to be the highlight.
Welcome to tonight's episode of Kill Tony. Here we go. This is like
Oh, yeah.
wow. China stood on her head.
That was impressive. What's your favorite food? Oh, I see. Where's the spinner?
You're the You have that one? No. You want to sing a Linkin Park song with them? Sure. It's all going to be edited out anyway. Go ahead. China, thank you so much. So much fun. Thank you. Have a great night. That was China. It was your first time on Kill Tony. episode like this, ladies and gentlemen, all the chaos, all the insanity. There's only one guy who can put the cherry on top of a cupcake like this, ladies and gentlemen. He is the big red machine, the one, the only, the great William Montgomery. Here he is.
Someone like Nike comes out with a mask. Yeah, we ain't getting a vaccine. This is probably one of my best jokes next. I think a fun sketch would be if I moved to Saudi Arabia, being real popular, ran for political office, just was having a good time. There's sort of party where I'm trying to get money from donors. I invite them to my front door and I'm like, hey, go to the backyard and crucify someone. Australian hipsters be like, I miss the old Zealand. Hey, Red Man, if you're going to be the best man in my wedding, you're going to have to start believing in Jesus. Oh, right.
Hey, okay, there you go. You can always just close it if you don't have anything on. That's true. You're going to be the best man.
No, but I do appreciate that this is the first time I think all of us have seen William do a seven-minute silver.
It is.
Yeah, this is the first time. Wow. Never again, huh? Never again.
What's going on, William? This is very exciting.
I don't know.
What's changed in your life this week?
I don't know. I just think it dawned on me that I probably will die soon.
Yeah, what made you think that?
This is something different. You know, just trying all these meetings or premonitions of my death. I started haunting his house. But yeah, seriously, I started thinking
What
about dies.
type of premonitions do you have? Describe them a little bit more for us.
I don't know. I just picture myself.
Because we've been having premonitions about your death for a year.
For like a year. Yeah, no, I just sort of hit me, so we'll see. Hopefully, we can stay strong.
How long has it been? How long have you been sober for? One day?
I got real drunk last night.
How about before that?
Drunk until last night.
How about before that?
Were you on a little streak? I don't know. Every night, maybe the day before. Okay.
So you took a few days off drinking at the end of last week.
Correct. Yeah, normally it's 2 or 3 times a week, but it's I go pretty hard.
That's absolutely
2 or 3 times a week for 2 or 3 days at a time.
Yeah, it can be that for sure. Candy that's hard though. I can't drink like a whole bottle of like this stuff.
You have what we call a problem. Do you feel good? How's this for you tonight? How do you feel?
I love it. You seem way more with it.
Yeah, you're very great.
I'm screaming at us. Right. Starting to happen a lot.
Oh, wow.
It's just angry and screaming and yelling. I know. That was starting to happen.
Yeah, you're also screaming at employees. You called one of the nicest women here a bitch.
I know. Well, it's all you can do.
You called the sound guy a bitch, I believe, last week. You called. Oh, okay.
I don't like that.
David, what about David Geary? You were calling him the F word last week. What do you think about that?
As well, I don't like him.
Oh my goodness.
We know what he really means now.
Oh, look at that. We're zooming in on that crotch. Can you lift up the shirt for us?
I'm worried about little things gonna pop out.
Oh, you are wearing the same shorts.
See, I can feel my feet. You'll have to fix the shorts now.
What?
We have to have one step at a time. We just have to fix my what's that bruise on your stomach?
It's like your alcoholism is like your fourth worst.
It's feedback. So feedback. If they go,
Put your shirt up. Put your shirt up. Don't
This is like when they find cancer on a newscaster.
Zoom in on that, David. No, Elliot, listen to me. bleeding from the inside.
Where is it?
It's that bruise. Circle it. You want a Sharpie? Here's a Sharpie. Circle it.
You can just concentrate with stuff. Nazi symbol you can drew on
China.
swastika.
Alright, Dave, go back up to its face.
You know how you got that bird? I love it. That's
Oh, gee. Are you getting abused by your husband?
Do you call your girlfriend the Tuesday factory? There's nothing to do with table related.
Do you know what really happened?
Yeah, but
What happened, William? Tell us. This is a compelling episode of Film. You can be honest with us here. We're your family. We're your real family now. Your other family doesn't exist. You're taking home.
Chris, help me. Chris, help me.
That's it.
Chris, help me.
And Chris. You Brad, dude.
Brad.
What's up, William? What a bit.
No, I'm kidding you.
Now we're getting a little bit more. You were drunk and you bumped into a table. Yep. Then what happened? Because tables, William, I'm just going to be honest with you.
Honestly, I don't. Wow.
Do you think the bump on your stomach has anything to do with your newfound reasoning to stop drinking?
Could be. I want to see what the fuck happened last night. Yeah, it's kind of weird. You got this little glare in your eyes.
We have that same bug on his forehead from last year.
There's a bug.
Alright, well, yeah.
So, William, what else has been happening this week? Have you been looking for a job again?
I have not, but I need a job particularly.
Well, did you reach out to them, or do you think they're just going to contact you?
I have been calling them.
You've been calling them?
Yep.
Yeah. Is that a joke?
No.
Definitely.
Well, I did it online. I've already applied for it and everything.
When did you apply?
A month ago.
Really?
I got the payment. I got $1,700. That was like it's a month ago, so because I got you have to certify for your weeks online. They send you an email. That was like that.
You're going to have to, believe it or not, William, you're going to have to do something to get them.
Right, I agree.
Figure it out. And then how exactly are you going to figure it out?
You gotta figure it out.
What do you think is going to happen? You think like the unemployment fairy is just going to show up while you're sleeping?
I don't know. Figure it out.
I just want to add that as my show, I know Jesse in the band and William also helped her a bitch many times.
Wow.
It's called my girlfriend. I have a fact. I stand behind it.
This is an intervention, right?
It sounds like
Is there anyone else here?
anybody else.
Say something, Brian J.
It's not the look.
Is there anybody else? Would like to, Keel has his hand up. Keel, go ahead. First time. Wow, you made someone buy you a beer and then you call them a bitch.
Yep.
I can tell you this. I've had probably 10 to 12 conversations with William. I promise you, he does not know my name.
What is his name? That was a work of art. You're clearly correct. It definitely does not know you. Like I'm just going to speak.
Cheers, brother.
It's so familiar. It's like I'm the nicest, greatest streaming and doing things, like, it's hard for me to interview this guy because, like, I'm not used to it. Like, I don't even know what to say. Every alcoholic that knows he's not actually going to be making a change. I hear ya. Go ahead, Mike Shinoda.
So we're going to call William Recovery.
And that's tonight's episode, everybody! William Montgomery, root him on social media. Cheer him on for his recovery. William Recovery. Hopefully, it's a while until we see William Montgomery. We like William Recovery. Let's check out that drawing from the great Ryan J. Ebel while you all sat there doing nothing tonight. Did you see that? Look at that. Look at that. Wow, that is so fucking cool. The Corvette, the middle finger, the cat, the animals.
Williams Bruce.
Williams Bruce being in their little black and blue spot there. That is awesome, Ryan J. All those prints are available at RyanJAbel.com. He auctions things off. Everything's for sale. Every episode has a print. Every road show has a print. The great Brett Erickson was with us tonight.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Tell them where they can find you, Brett.
You can find me at I Brett My Pants on Twitter.
Whoa. In the podcast again?
Issues with Andy.
Issues with Andy. Thank you so much for joining us, Brett. So much fun. The great Jeremiah Watkins was Chester Bennington tonight. Tell us about the projects you're doing, Jeremiah.
Jeremiah Wonders doing some really cool stuff over there. It's youtube.com/Jeremiah Watkins. Please subscribe and Jeremiah-Watkins.
There you go. There it is. The Mike Shinoda, everybody. Believe it or not, I'm just figuring it out right now, but I do believe Mike Shinoda was actually the jet ski Jesse Johnson tonight. Very impressive performance, Mike Shinoda. I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't know who you were until tonight, and my mind was blown at your incredible sense of humor.
Well, I really hope this episode airs because I practiced for hours.
That's permanent marker. It's coming off.
Yeah, I transformed for the throw.
Incredible. How about a hand for the great Roma Chris with Brad, the lead guitarist for Linkin Park. Brad, what do you think about tonight's episode? We're going to hit a home run, Tony. Why haven't you knocked it out of the park? Oh, there you go. You could have just said we really knocked it out of the park. Did you think about that at all for a second? All right, the great Rob on the drums, everybody. It was Gilbert Gilman. He's mostly sorry. Mostly sorry to podcast, mostly sorry on social media. What else, Joel?
I really hope this episode airs. I had a lot of fun, even though it was chaotic. We finally smelled it so far. I've had some good moments.
There you go. There'll be some edits. There's going to be some more edits there. We're going to edit out both of you guys saying, I really hope this episode airs. Not a ton of thought going into this sign-off either. Just stick a lot.
I keep doing stuff back here that'll make it impossible to edit.
Well, I trust me, I'm sure we'll figure out a way.
I just want to be real. I want to feel.
Good luck.
So much fun, everybody. Thank you so much. We'll see you again soon. Bye.
Tony, give it up for Tony.
Yeah, you mean you down there? We are back. Yay! Live from the world famous. How are you, Brian?
Good, how are you?
Good. Good. Exciting stuff. Happy to be here. Life is good. The great Ryan J. Ebelt is here drawing tonight's episode. He draws every episode, every print's available at RyanJebelt.com. Every single episode, every tour poster, he's auctioning off prints almost every week now. It's incredible. Plus some couple cool new t-shirt designs he's got over there, RyanJebelt.com.
I love the books. I'm going to start the books. Yeah, he has the books.
He's got the Kill Tony books, volume 1, 2, and 3 available at RyanJebelt.com. Very exciting stuff. You doing good this week, Ryan?
Absolutely. Enjoying this heat wave that we were having.
I love it. I love it. Staying hydrated, staying outside, soaking in the sun. Life's good. There's nowhere I'd rather be than beautiful Southern California. And speaking of which, the beautiful place that makes this show happen, let's talk about some of the amazing sponsors that are responsible for this evening's show. Hiring can be super challenging for business owners, especially with everything else they have to think about these days. Social distancing, supplying masks for their employees, driving traffic to their business. Monica starts differently. She needed to hire for a pivotal role in her construction company, GS Group, who was having a tough time finding the right person, especially with so many candidates out there. So she switched to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its technology identifies people with the right experience for your job and actively invites them to apply, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
That's how Monica found the Launching News. She said that ZipRecruiter sent Lamont's profile to her around 5 minutes after she posted her job because he was a great match. Through ZipRecruiter, Monica's company has hired everyone from accountants and project managers to field scientists, but Monica's not the only employer who loves ZipRecruiter.
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself how ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. Try it now for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Our newest sponsor, Lucy Nicotine, is a company founded by former smokers who are finally making tobacco alternatives that don't suck. The summer of 2020 is the time to get healthy. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, throw out your tins and dip, and get Lucy Nicotine gum and mossicas that actually taste great, delivered directly to your door. I was a heavy cigarette smoker. This made everything smell, and my car and my clothes and everything, and then I switched to vaping, and now I use Lucy Nicotine gum. I can use it on an airplane or if I'm in a car.
Guys, this is the real deal. The subscription to Lucy comes directly to your door each month. It's simple. In a time when groceries are delivered to your door, Lucy got you scheduled and will be there every month. Use promo code KILLTONY.
That would be so sick.
20% off the entire store. You can even do a trial order of gum for just $4. That's basically just shipping and handling.
Go to Lucy.co, use promo code KillTony at checkout and get rid of your old cigs or vape. That's Lucy.co, promo code KillTony at the checkout. And we are back. I'm excited to start this puppy pie tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a guest. He is a returning guest, a guy who's been on the show quite a few times. Former Comedy Store Door Guy, winner of the Comedy Central Roast Battle Season 2. Huge victory. One of the great roasters, one of the great comedians that pay regular here at the Comedy Store. He's one of my great friends. He's going to be chilling with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the great Frank Castillo, everybody. Here we go. Viva la raza. Hello, Frank. Welcome.
Feels good to be here.
I bet it does. When you hear that music, it reminds you of your father, your grandmother, your mijo, your hija, and your favorite podcast, Kill Tony, was what I was thinking.
By the way, one of the coolest fathers I think I've ever met. Your dad. I've drank with your dad. I've spoken with your dad. He's a legit dad.
Yeah.
He is a party.
I've gone to a doctor's game with your dad. Well, actually, I met him there. I met 20,000 of your dad at a every doctor's game. He is a true dad. And a true Los Angeles, what do they call that? Angelina.
Yes.
That would be one. A cholo, perhaps, could be another one. Would you call him a cholo?
Yeah, he definitely has the Chicano lifestyle for sure.
Chicana, for sure. Well, I'm glad you're here, Frank. We're going to have some fun this evening. I don't know if you remember this, Frank, but on this show, we have a band. Do you remember that? They are the best damn band in the land. Every single episode, they come into being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Sometimes it's a return of famous characters we've seen before. Sometimes it's the debut of brand new characters, like Linkin Park, or, it could be anything. Let's find out what they are tonight when I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Kiltony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Shoulder, Joel Minutes, Jinsky Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Here they come. Whoa! Oh my goodness, we've seen these guys before. Oh, and there's a girl. Oh my goodness. Wow, they're so dirty. Oh, wow. Come on, get behind your microphone. That's the part right there. Hello. Remind me of your name.
Hello, my name is Douglas. It's good to see you again.
Douglas, I'm glad you're back. You are a nerd, right?
I am a live-action role player, Tony. I do not take kindly to slurs.
Okay. Very good. Live action role player. And,
This is also Draconia, if you forgot about the dragon.
Draconia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll have to write that down. I'll remember that. And then what do we got back here? We have a guy who appears to have 2 to-go boxes on his shoulders. And on his
To-go. You want your mouth.
hand on his crotch. Remind us of your name.
My name is Kevin. I am a king of galactic space king.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to write that all down. And then over here we have a random guy in a hoodie and a Corona mask. What's your deal?
Tony, my name is Malachi, and I'm a silent assassin.
Malachi, a silent assassin. You are indeed just that. And then, I just need... Go ahead.
Put spaghetti in the new game.
Okay. There you go. You get that one. You go ahead. The assassin. Okay. And then you're new to this whole crew. I've never seen you with these. I've seen these live action guys before, but you're new. What's your name?
Yes, I just joined this alliance. My name is Erwan.
Erwan?
Erwan?
Like the grocery store.
Like the grocery store, like...
The grocery store? Everyone?
There is a Los Angeles.
You're one of the thickest lists I've ever heard.
Too bad there's nothing spelled to get rid of that.
Wow. My goodness. Well, welcome everyone. I'm glad you're joining the band tonight. We're going to have some fun. So we have some live action role players. We have Roast Battle, Champ, Frank Castillo, Red Band, Ryan J. We had some delicious pizza before the show from the Great Phoenix Pizza, which I truly and honestly become completely addicted to now. It used to be, I eat it every Monday, and I wouldn't eat pizza anywhere else. I would just save it for Monday became pizza day. And now I order from there all the time. Vito's Pizza on Los Angeles. Check them out, especially when things get bumping again. You know, the whole Kiltony routine of going there and then coming here. That's a great move on a Monday. But I order from there all the time. You can get them on Postmates. Check out Vito's Pizza. Yeah. Caveman Coffee is the promo code Kiltony. Get 20% off. And other amazing things. I feel like I'm forgetting one, but let's just start the show. You guys ready to start this thing or what? Come on, there's 8 people in here. 8 people in a room built for 470. And let's get the show started. We're going to start it with a regular. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, I mean, storyline after storyline. I mean, this reminds me a whole
hard to try being a blimp salesman. Was watching a WNBA game earlier, and it said aerial coverage provided by the Goodyear blimp, and I have to admit, the roof game was on point. Apparently, my former youth pastor is missing, and I ain't snitching. Not to beat a dead horse, but I'm all out of glue. Sanford Biden and his VP running mate just died. Kamala, the Ugandan giant. All right, that's all I got.
There you go. 49 seconds of meat and potatoes from William Montgomery. Yeah. William, that was so much fun. Welcome, welcome.
Are you sober again this week? Yeah, pretty much. I have had a little Coca-Cola and blood, but just a tiny bit.
Coca-Cola and vodka?
Which makes that too. I only had Coca-Cola in the fridge. It's not bad.
Wow. Did you have it on ice?
Nope, it's just in a water bottle.
Just hope you put it in a water. You put a lid on it?
Yes. We only have this Coca-Cola. Number 17. Come on.
That is a great point, Douglas. Yes, he is.
It was better this week. I got drunk last night. Other than that,
What happened last night? What do you think made you want to drink last night? What do you think happened?
I don't know. I was grilling out. It's been fun to grill out. I got a grill, did some salmon last night.
How long?
It's really good.
Okay. How long into the William? How long into the grilling did you start drinking?
I was drinking some Stella Artois.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. When did you start grilling? Take
Probably
thing again. 7 p.m.
Yes.
What time did you start drinking yesterday?
Probably at 6.
Okay, so you cracked open a Stella at 6.
Correct.
Probably went through 2 of those before you started grilling at 7, right?
Correct.
And then what happened? What happened at 7 when you started grilling? Just straight Stellas all night? Did you get your groove back?
To the bud, probably 3 in the morning.
That's absolutely disgusting.
I got booked up at maybe 1 p.m.
You drink like a freshman in high school who just found out about alcohol.
That is a drink of desperation.
Yes, like it's like, I just mixed whatever my stepdad had in the cabinet.
Right.
I had a vodka and Coke.
But the Coke was flat. It wasn't actually. Wait till you try it. Peach schnapps and Pepsi.
Do you drink a lot of water when you wake up, or do you drink water?
Yes, I was very thirsty.
How much water do you think you drank?
64 ounces.
Wow, that's a good guess.
Yeah, I was 32 ounce water bottle.
Oh my goodness, you filled it up twice. Yep. That's interesting. Is it true that your youth pastor is missing?
Yes.
Tell us more about it.
You know who it is.
How did you find out he was missing? Who told you that?
It was on the news today.
Really? The news here? The local news here? And you were watching the local news and you found out your youth pastor, even though you're from Tennessee, you found out your youth pastor here on the local news, they covered that a Tennessee youth pastor was missing.
Correct.
Are you lying to me right now?
No, it's national news.
It's national news that your youth pastor is missing.
Yes. Was he like a really good youth pastor? He was.
What was so good about it? What was so good about it? Tell us what made it so special. And what did he do that was nice? Oh, that's a good. Every youth pastor does that.
Just a really nice man.
Did he ever touch you in any inappropriate ways? Yeah, what did he do? Oh my God, why? What did he touch you? Oh my God, how many fingers?
Belgium.
Wow.
Senegal's really dropping the ball.
Jesus Christ, 4 minutes into the episode.
Who do you want to win? Everybody. I think everybody deserves to win the World Cup, especially
So,
myself.
is it true that you're on a boat?
Get it. Get it.
Oh no.
Why are they just showing this asshole?
Have you ever been a blimp salesman?
Dog, I don't want to just see this guy. Show me something else.
Blimp jokes to start
Main
off the
cam,
set
dog.
this week. Why do you think that happened?
I don't know. It's pretty good. We tried to write stuff earlier.
What is this?
It's really amazing to see you take all your jokes and all the topics and each joke and try to combine all the topics. So instead of having 1 minute of random jokes all put together, have 1 minute of the same
No.
topic. You right? Yeah,
No.
it's like shit, but it's so random. That's a thing. You're gonna
Show me
see
the
it
live.
10 minutes in a row on a movie of
Show me
80.
the live.
That's what the people want.
No,
The whole Tonight Show set about Flint.
live.
Absolutely right.
I don't care about this
What
guy.
about your normal life this week? Relationship good? Did you find a new job? Everything? Relationships totally positive.
Well, see if I can scores.
I was able to talk to somebody at the unemployment office, so I'm hopefully getting paid here again soon because we're running out of money. Oh, you are? Yeah, my dad would probably experience it. Well, he lives there just here. I don't know. Yeah, maybe he's hearing us. He listens to every episode of Real Tony, and my guess is that you're going to get a stimuli from your father. We'll see. He's fine.
Constantly should use a healing spell for that bird.
That was the galactic space king in heaven. Did you get like a check for like $7,000 or something like a month ago? Yeah, my balance is 7,800, but I've only got paid 1,700. I just don't know how it works. Yeah, no, that's good. Your girlfriend's been stealing money. Make them believe that you can have that much more job loss. Right. I need to be irresponsible. I feel like this guy bought Coca-Cola and vodka at the liquor store. Can't trust him. Alright, anything else going on today? You've been exercising while you're sweating. I am. This is an air conditioned place inside. It's usually a sign of people that are like.
But what is this bullshit?
William, why do you, is that just your performing shorts or you literally wear those every single day? Shit all over. I don't know what else to do. What's all the nocturnal emission that is very normal for me? Do you have more than one pair of shorts or do you just love that pair of shorts? Tell the truth on this one. I have underwears. I don't know if you can make a new way. When you wash those though, you just never wash them. I have water washing probably 2 or 3 months. Oh, are you serious? I don't think they smell. I just smell them. Stinky people. You're like a live action human adult. So gross. You're like the cat lady. I can't get on the cat lady anymore. I mean, it's kind of interesting because above the waist, you always have good style. That shirt you're wearing right there, unbelievable. Dale Earnhardt fan club. I know. I mean, it's incredible. You always have cool Tennessee volunteer stuff. You always have cool style, but you wear the same dirty shorts. And I mean, they're completely exposed in the front. What waist size do you think you're going to wear to people with all these things? Yeah, what waist do you? 36. Why don't you take a 36? But if I would take his waist size as the top scale. 36 and 38 would be best. 36 for what? For 38? Okay, let's go with 38. Then you can wear a belt.
This shit is awful.
You have a belt, right? Oh yeah, it's the only thing keeping those up. What t-shirt size do you wear? XL. He doesn't need any t-shirts. Send him 38 shorts. Send it to the just mark William Montgomery and send it to the Comedy Store, 8433 West Sunset Boulevard, West Hollywood, California.
Is this some bullshit?
90069. Send William Shorts. It's a new project. It's the Send William Shorts project. Shorter rather than shorter. So you don't like the longer shorts, like above, like an inch above the kneecaps. Why? Why? Were you ever an Eagle Scout, William? Yes, he actually has great legs. He doesn't have like a lot. It's my best feature of my legs. He doesn't have like horrendous. He doesn't have like horrendous e-bike legs, like yeah, he doesn't have e-bike legs exactly. He's got regular former bicyclist legs. But the gut, I mean, it's absolutely vomit
There he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. On to the next one we go.
That's weird.
So it seems healthier. All right, this is exciting.
What is
We
this?
got a few signups today, so let's see what happens.
Bullshit.
Here is a minute uninterrupted from Trey Peacock. Here we go. Here comes Trey Peacock. Come on up.
Absolute garbage. Dude, I'm the biggest World Cup fan in the world. They're just fucking me. I've been watching everything.
Trey Peacock.
I know everything about it.
You can take off your mask if you want. Here he is. Just one time. Trey Peacock.
What's up, guys? So I once went on a date with this one girl who put it lightly was my cousin, but it's okay because our non-religious said, really? It was her high school prom and no one wanted to take her, so I got the other. It just sucks that she never got the chance to have that prom sex that we like, dreamed about in high school. Yeah, we waited until after we both got yeah, I know. I have a coworker who likes to fart on me all the time at work. I don't fucking know why. He's Ukrainian, so that might be the reason. Shout out to him. I got in a car crash on the way over here. Luckily, everyone survived. And I'm on the run. The cops showed up on the hotel I'm staying at. I got out there in the Uber just in time. That's all I got.
Wow. All right. Let's get down to nitty-gritty. I have a lot of questions for you, young man. I'm excited about this interview. First of all, welcome to the show, Trey Peacock. This is your first time on, correct? And how old are you? 21. Why'd you say it like that? They checked your ID at the front, right?
Yeah, they did. I don't know who looked at this.
Maybe not you, 21? Okay, well, there you go. It's fucking Jesus, this guy's suspicious, this motherfucker. You drove down from the net, so I actually had a bucket filled with people, and then someone told me before the show, this guy who drove all the way from the net to California with cruise, and he was leaving about, I don't know, 5 hours north, we'll say. And they go, he drove all the way from the net, so he got into a car accident on his way here, and he wanted to sign up. And I'm like, well, let's get this motherfucker in here. That's what I called the yesterday. So, hey, there's my next question. That's so crazy you asked that. I'm never going to get those.
Yeah, I was on the freeway in the slow lane, fat ass flatbed. I don't know why my dad had me driving, but big old flatbed, and then this lady was merging on, and I got caught between the curb, and the semi was to my left in the middle lane, so I got hit. And that lady was good. The semi driver actually he took off. He didn't want to wait for the cops.
And everybody pulled over for a second?
Yeah.
And then what about the lady?
She was good. She was a little Mexican lady. She was so cool, and she had some Asian kid in her car with her. I don't know why. She wasn't her favorite.
Was the kid tied up?
He was doing schoolwork. I guess he was falling behind in school, so he was reading books. He was saying spiritual thing. He was just doing homework, and that's how you knew he wasn't Mexican. I mean, that sounds
He also, speaking of stereotypes, maybe the Asian kid was giving the Mexican lady instructions on how to drive to not be an accident in the first place.
I think he actually ran into a coyote who was stealing a that's what I was thinking. She was going out there with it.
She stuck around and you left before the police came.
Yeah, well, we were waiting for like an hour and a half, and she was like, I gotta get this kid gone. I don't know where she was thinking, but she
Spoiler alert.
that was an old kid that we had to get.
How old do you think the kid was?
He was probably like 17 years old. So like, yeah, maybe she was teetering.
Maybe the Mexican lady or the Asian boy were just going out to enjoy some rice. Like rice, those kinds of people who rice.
They do training intelligence and
appreciate you talking. A lot went on there. You said something about a hotel. You're staying in a hotel here.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm here for work for my pops, but since I
Did he
got
make
back
it?
today and I didn't get to the place on time, so I had to go to the hotel.
What do you do for your pops?
I'm a welder. He's always had businesses welding by trade.
Oh, yeah. That's really close to your father.
I listen to you guys on the drum all the time.
We are very popular among his welders. Wildly popular. The majority of our base is, we're like the coal miners. They support Trump. Welders support Joe Tony. And there's a lot of connections. We know comedians with fire. So just take it as executed with top metals. That's right. Absolutely. Speaking of forgery, how about Jack? Has he ever been arrested for that?
I'm the fortune.
What have you been arrested for?
No, actually, I've never been arrested. I've just been in trouble. But I got good luck. I get let off a lot.
Why did you get in trouble for?
I'm on the street speeding and both at the same time.
Do you think you had any responsibility at all in that car accident that happened today?
No.
Wow, good job. Very good. Good. So, we got thumbs. So, let's go ahead.
How hard is your life? You can't put me in that statement. I got absolute.
I mean, you didn't say this. Did the uncle or father? Wow. She's a 10 or that was her age? Okay, Trey, so did you really hook up with your cousin?
No, I didn't.
How did I hear this?
I am believing.
Did you want to?
No.
I laughed. Very suspicious.
There was some feelings that arose during the prom, and that's why I had to cut it off. I had to get out. The feeling is on your weaker.
What would you have told her if you guys weren't cousins? What would you have said to her? Give us a line.
I would have said, damn, I'll wait till you know my cousin. I was surprised that he actually went to prom. You know, yeah, it's like, wait, I've noticed something. Why is she going to prom? That is a good question.
Is she a learning disability?
You can say that she has her toes stuck together. I can't read. My toes
Said
are
I need a girlfriend.
I
I did it.
Was she wearing like open shoes on prom? Do you remember? Was she wearing like heels with like open soles?
I should have some shit.
Expensive.
Can't figure out where that's from. My toes are stuck together.
Either both of you or
Beautiful
not.
woman.
Do you think she wanted to hook up with you at all after that? Let's pretend like your uncle isn't listening. She's gonna be way the best for the show. Your uncle's not listening. Do you think your cousin wanted to hook up with you at all?
I think he was a little forced by our grandma.
Oh, your grandma. It was an organized project.
Exactly. So maybe that's why your grandma's always looking up the family members, and that's why she had super white feet. Exactly.
Yeah, I remember the Rachel grandma, like a cool hillbilly grandma named like Bertha or Edna or something like that.
I think she's Mexican, but she's different.
Yeah,
I mean, that's my aunt's different.
oh yeah, Grandma Debbie is a hillbilly name. You just don't know that. You just surrounded by people with that still. Grandma Debbie.
Y'all don't have a Debbie.
Yeah, little Debbie. So let's talk about your coworker Edward that parts on you. This is in the welding industry. You guys ever part and put the welding gun up to it and let the flames explode out?
The shield gas is actually the opposite chemical, so it might be smoother. Smell it. So it's a new.
Your friend Edward, does he park like in your direction or does he put his butt cheeks right up against you?
Go, baby. He's on the line. Senegal.
Everyone knows the Indians in Eastern Europe, right? Between East Ukrainian food, probably should have got it. Special skills or talents that would surprise us about you? You seem like the kind of guy that knows how to fucking, pop in on with a joint or something like that. See that? What else can you do? Well, you know what? It's been a long time since we've done this, but I don't know if you know this, Trey Peacock. And you know what? I'm sort of waiting for you in this one. You're an interesting character. You had a great set. You had a great interview. Have you ever done stand-up before? This is your first time ever, and you've been one of the most entertaining people on the show since this quarantine even started. My friend, we have a competition on this show. Are you aware of what a Mexican drum is? Wow. So, Trey, this is a huge opportunity for you because your first time performing, having a great set by the end of this night, there's a chance you can be a full-time cast member and the brand new drummer of the show, Tony. Come on up here, get behind the drum set. This is very exciting. It's been absolutely 4 or 5, maybe 6 months since our last Mexican drum off, and we're about to have one right here. So Trey, you know how it works. You get to do a little drum solo, make it your own thing. If you want to do anything funny or silly or anything during it or after it or whatever, you can do that. Anything you want to do, ladies and gentlemen, before you start, let me just say, this is a Mexican drum off. This is your chance right now, Trey. You can be the first ever victor of this. I must warn you, Joel's never been beaten. But there is a chance, perhaps it's the longest he's gone without doing one since this whole thing started. So maybe you'll catch him rusty. Ladies and gentlemen, with this opportunity of a lifetime, this is Trey Peacock, the Mexican drummer. Go ahead, Trey. All right. Okay, Trey. Go back to that microphone over there. All right. There you go. Who's a good approach? Good. It's been a while. Sorry. It's been a while. But it's been a while for Joelberg as well. Let's see what happens here. Undefeated all time. I mean, an incredible record. I'd love to know the actual statistic. My guess is somewhere between 20 and 30-0. But with no further ado, I present to you undefeated all time in Mexican drum offs, the one, the only, Joelberg Joel Jimenez. Wow, here he is. Live in the flesh. Let's go back there. Here he is. All right. This is very exciting. He's getting behind the drums, and it begins now. getting this entire bit here just about someone clearing their throat during that. How many of you, by round of applause, have Joelberg retaining his championship throughout the week? There you go. And still undefeated. My goodness, what a landslide on this one.
Peacock versus Big Cock.
That's right. Well, Trey, I mean, an incredible performance, I must say. I mean, he's a very, very interesting person. I feel like there's tons more stuff we can talk about and get out of you. Please come back anytime. Let me know when you're coming. Tell a staff member when you get here and say, tell Tony that Trey Peacock is here from Modesto.
Yes, sir.
There he goes, his Kill Tony debut. A fan of the show coming in and having a blast for 15 minutes. Trey Peacock. There you go. Trey Peacock.
That made me remember how nice it was to have your mom. It's been so long.
It's been a long time. There you go. All right, we have another regular on the show, ladies and gentlemen. A great comedian, a great roaster, so much fun. One of my good pals, real cool guy. Great comedian. Here he is, David Lucas, everybody. Yeah. Here he is, the great David Lucas.
White people check me out. They put their dogs in strollers. They put dishes on their kids. You wonder why this motherfucker act like an animal? Why he only wants to eat his food on all fours? I dated this girl who had an Instagram for her dog. It was weird as shit, and she was black. This bitch used to actually post like she was the dog. The dog had a story. She would update posts with chilling with mommy at the park. Bitch, you should be a white girl. I feel like it's time for me. I think I'm successful enough to date a white girl, but I want to date like a real white girl. Like I don't want to date a white girl with an ankle tattoo that works at TSA. You know what I'm saying? I want like a Taylor Swift white girl. Like I want a girl so white that she gotta hide our relationship until she's 10 months pregnant. That's what I'm
Hell yeah, absolutely. David Lucas, let's jump right into it. You want a white girl. You don't want one that works at TSA with an ankle tattoo. You want a Taylor Swift type. What does that mean exactly?
like one who ain't never been entered by a black man.
Oh, shit. Fucking break that hymen. These white guys can't even reach it. It's like, what do you think this girl would do for a living? You say you don't want a TSA agent. It's like when you say Taylor Swift type, what do you think? Like a lawyer's assistant?
There's a bitch that work at a doggy daycare.
A donkey daycare?
Doggy daycare.
Oh.
College educated?
Like,
College educated?
yeah, probably dropped out in junior year. The one that's disappointing her parents already. When I come around, it's disappointing.
Oh, yeah.
Have you tried D&D?
Dungeons and Dragons. Have you ever played
Like, I shut your ass up. You look like a game member of our planet, right?
Oh, are they married?
I should use a little white girl.
No, I know.
We understood.
Dungeons and Dragons. The last time I played a card game was Magic the Gathering when I was a kid.
Oh, it's nerdy.
Magic the Gathering. I mean, I went to all way school.
They called it Black Magic together. I will
That's fun. I have seen a lot of dogs being pushed in strollers lately. There's no doubt about it.
I screamed at a lady the other day.
Yeah, what'd you say to her?
I was like, bitch, do you really have a dog in the show?
Yeah.
Like, do you have kids? She's like, no, but I get past. Makes sense.
I know something worse. I know a guy that brings with that kind of book bag with the cat window in the back. He just goes around with the cat in his backpack. He hates your comments. Are you still friends with him? Not really. I can't just be. I saw a white lady breastfeeding her dog the other day.
Yeah, man.
No, you don't. Stop. Are you serious?
Yeah, she was just squeezing that pulse on the door.
Are you serious?
That was the dog biting her.
No, it was like.
I'm gonna add that to myself.
This is all protect.
Absolutely.
I wonder if she have a baby. This bitch started lactating from the dog. Fucking hormones kick in.
If you suck on anything long enough,
That's not lying.
Wow.
That's the second plus.
What's the first plus? Oh, that's right. I think I've heard you mention that once.
I don't know, right? It's on Netflix, right? Already go
It's actually pretty cool. If you look at it, it looks legit. Yeah, if you've never seen a human vagina yet.
You know what's missing? What's this thing called again?
I guess so.
Yeah, everybody's going with it.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Everyone's born with a booty hole. That's what I No doubt about it. No doubt about it. No, you're allowed to do booty hole jokes if you want. Oh shit, you just opened up a skull. Those are the only ones that you can do. Right in the cheeks. There you go.
What Tony put the dildo in his ass.
Oh my goodness. If I put a what on my ass? Got an echo?
Betray you!
Because there's so much space in my ass? Oh, Jesus. Christ. I actually would bet. I would bet money, and maybe we should do this test one day where we do a blind taste test and have each cast member put a finger in our butt.
Oh, hell no.
I'll bet you have the loosest butt.
I would bet that.
Yeah, because he has a much bigger ass than me.
Bigger boobs.
I have no ass. Oh, yeah. I got no ass. There's only been one finger in my ass ever. A doctor had to check for perhaps a dropped appendix at one point. They think that sometimes, I thought I may have had appendicitis at one point, real bad lower pains, and so they checked to see if it would drop or something like that, and I did not like it at all. It ended up working out. I don't know. I farted or something. It's the only thing that runs in your family. Go ahead.
None of you guys have ever had a chicken finger wrist?
Yeah.
And it's like because it was like where they had like nurses from college like watching. I'm like, no, you can't have like 3 nurses. No, I meant like in sex.
I mean, they try. They want to. But I stopped them. I got out of it.
I had it once when I was like 20. There was like some like 29-year-old woman that was older than me that blew me and just put a finger in my butt.
While blowing you?
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a slick. It was like doing mushrooms with sex. It was just like, I don't know if I'm here yet. I can't do it.
Douglas, do you ever have a finger in your butt?
No, but I haven't had it.
Let's check in with the Galactic Space King Kevin on this one. What's your sex like Galactic Space King Kevin?
Ravaging.
Yeah?
I thought you were smart, but then I saw her toes were stuck together.
Oh.
You know too much. But she put those stuck together toes in my ass.
Oh my god, alright, there you go.
That's how I became a space lord.
That would be Galactic Space King Kevin.
It's crazy.
They are indeed. I like this look tonight. I love this. You're just like a pumpkin spice latte. It's very exciting. It's like a jack-o'-lantern in December. Great.
You look like a gender warrior. Like you have one of the big training gender.
I mean, it just so happens that I'm actually, I do that part-time now in quarantine as a sidekick in gender.
What about the insurance company?
Booty hole insurance. That's it. B&D. Booty holes and dildos insurance.
Anybody who got, what's the thing called? Hemorrhoids.
That's right. That's
Hemorrhoids?
What are you talking about? You get hemorrhoids and you're 2 years old.
I thought you got them.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's just forcing you to do that.
No, you can get hemorrhoids.
Randy hemorrhoids is a thing. Look at it. Rabbi didn't have an imaginary friend whose name is hemorrhoids. Rabbi had blended up mashed potatoes and pork chop in his blood.
Okay,
I said, pork chop on lamb.
oh my god. This show's out of control. Well, David, fun times. It's incredible that we continue. It's not easy to write or stand up while not doing shows. That is for sure. And you are doing your fucking absolute best. I can tell. It's very impressive and it's very cool that you're doing it. It's very hard to do your style. Michael Lair is a an improv guru trained for decades in Chicago in the hardest levels of having to be in different tough situations, this and that. Williams style, very one-liner, very short, silly, goofy jokes, and your style is more true to, you know, right, exactly. Real stand-up comedy. Not to say that their stand-up isn't real stand-up comedy, but very dependent on an audience, and you're still plowing through it.
That's what we gotta do there.
Goddamn right, and you are going indeed, ladies and gentlemen. There he is, Green David Lucas, everybody.
Folks, look at this. And throwing up gang signs. Bitches are just going crazy.
Alright, that was the comedian. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be Alex B. Here comes Alex B, everybody. 1, 2. Here comes Alex B. Here comes Alex B. Yeah. Here's Alex B, everybody.
So, I went to the game primary first time last year. Not good this for the cause or anything. I just had health insurance and they gave me a BSC test. For you non-woke people out there, they have SCE testing station every 20 or 30 feet at these events. It was a lot more fun than going to like Planned Parenthood or something. I'm pretty sure all the cocaine rolling was on them. And yeah, the nurse got really mad at me when I, like taking bowls. So she could take a good look. She was like, no, it's like a kind of text or that kind of thing. I'm like, I got mad because I spent so much time grooming and cleaning my balls and wouldn't look like a total shit show. The thing about yeah, so yeah, that's it.
That's Lily, Alex B.
Shit.
Alex B. Alex B. His name's Alex B. Yeah, Megan. Welcome. This is the first time we've had a Jokemon on the show before. This is exciting. Instead of a Pokemon, you know what you look like?
I have no idea.
You look like you could dive off a high dive and not make a splash. You're still a perfect point.
It looks like a real Pikachu.
Yeah.
I choose you.
I do this myself.
No, I believe it.
Actually, it reminds me of one of my favorite animals, the cassowary.
There you go. Believe it or not, this guy's not from Modesto. Where are you from, Alex?
Long Beach.
Long Beach.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And is that where you live now?
That is.
That's where you were born and raised?
No, more.
Okay. Absolutely. I always get those things, even though I lived here for closer to basically 2 decades than one. I still get all this shit confused. UFC is what? Slightly east of Long Beach, huh?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And everything south of here doesn't matter to me until we get to San Diego.
That's why.
Yeah? You might. Right. Okay, what do you do for work?
I'm a tech guy. I'm a tech support.
Okay. Is it hard to wear a headset with a haircut like that?
No, I use earbuds.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Jailbird that rocked.
What was that? Okay. And so let's talk about it. Did you really need to get an STD test?
No.
Have you ever had an STD test?
Yeah, get them over here.
Yeah. Have you ever tested positive for anything? Like what? What else?
What's the other one? No. Just that's crazy. What is this? That's a cool video. First starts to burn. And then when you take a piss, you notice this like thing kind of just dripping down from
That's sort of like a shower.
yeah, something like that, like a snot, like really sticky.
I feel like I should have had this.
I'm surprised you haven't. I know.
How about anything else? Any other STDs?
Sports and humans are most against the dark. Such as cockroaches are nearly.
And Douglas, any other STDs that you had?
Since so far, especially one.
Do you have a lot of sex? How do you get chlamydia from masturbating?
So, my money, boss told you, bitch.
But you did.
Not as much as Lacey and the Deftones.
Right.
I'm sure that guy's dick's old enough at this point.
But you do get laid. How does that happen?
It's usually my personality that shines through.
Right. Where do you meet these girls at?
You know.
Give it to me, unique. Give it to me, unique. I need it, baby. I need it. Oh, dude, don't even start me on fucking soccer. It's the worst. I watched this one guy run around for 4 hours. It was the worst. Really, it's really terrible. Worst. I hope Bosnia wins. So nobody cares, but they do care about unique. Hit me with the baby. No,
actually kept those diabetic things. And it's so much nicer than the hospitals anyway. I've never been. There's no loans people pay you. And yeah, like I joke all the time. I went to the psychiatric department in the Bronx, right? I was the only person not getting cuffed to a chair. And like, because I had a panic attack. So, they give you Xanax, but you have to stay over here overnight. I'm seeing bashing the man against the walls. I'm like, I'll take it. I'll take my chances. Yeah, thank you. My buddy doll is sort of buddy doll was like dead, right? And I remember putting it in the trash and making sure that trash went out and making sure that trash got picked up. Like I was freaked out by this fucking thing. And then next Christmas rolls along. What did my mom get me? I unboxed another My Buddy doll. Fucking hilarious.
Got you a kid's sister. You were a kid's sister. My buddy's sister.
No, I wasn't alive. I wasn't alive in the early 60s.
What are you talking about? It came out. I mean, I watched it. It came out after that. So what came first? Chucky or my buddy?
How do you know you went out?
I got my best married. Even for you. I was scared of marbles. That shit was popular. You got me. Why did you go chase me around my room?
What got you? You're making me hungry right now.
Now I love talking about it.
All right, Alex. Well, glad we brought up Chucky. We got to have that fun talking about dolls.
Yeah.
There you go. I get all the credit for that.
So, John, shoot over the shirt. Get the shit out of here. You got a hole in it, put a fucking
Yeah, really know how I got over it. She popped up, though. I will say this. I remember the second My Buddy that she got me that was supposed to be a hilarious prank for Christmas had blonde hair instead of a brunette. And that really didn't make it quite as scary. It didn't make it as scary as the original Chucky dolls. It was like this fucking pussy-ass little blonde doll. Anyway, there you go. Alex Baker.
Chucky was not as scary.
It's not as scary at all. No one's afraid of a fucking blonde. No, it's a My Buddy. Look up. Oh my goodness. My Buddy and kid sister doll. Whoa, there it is. Oh my god, that actually does freak me out. That's so funny.
Watch what color kid sister.
I swear to God, I loved my Buddy doll like the first 2 months that I had it.
Sister's blonde.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a kid sister. They made blonde My Buddies after the original My Buddy. And it's crazy because I loved the My Buddy doll the first month or two. I mean, look, they made it. I'm pretty sure they made Chucky after My Buddy.
I wonder because this was
Right, Ryan?
Yeah, they did.
And because what was the Chucky doll's brand? Good Guy or something?
Something like that.
Good Guy. It's My Buddy. It's all a parody of that. He basically wore the overalls and the fucking little shirt and everything. But I loved My Buddy the first, I remember like a couple months that I had it. But once I saw what I thought was a 360 head spin while I was falling asleep, that was it. You can use promo code KillTone now at 20% off your My Buddy and My Kid Sister.
Actually, I was just thinking like we got to buy Cody a My Buddy doll. Yeah.
I know, trust me. I knew the second I said, here's a little something about me and my childhood, I'm like, oh, they're going to get so many fucking My Buddy pictures.
If you would do it to here, he would have been like, I'm sure you like My Buddy.
Oh, yeah. You're saying booty wrong. My booty. Well, there he is. Alex B, thank you very much. I'm going to get you out of here before you sweat to death. Hey, there goes Alex B. Yeah. There goes Alex B. Alex B. All right. Here we go. Another person coming right at you at 1,000 miles an hour. He goes by the name of Nick Reese. Here he comes. Nick Reese. There he is. Nick Reese, everybody.
So, my Wayfair cabinet stole my wallet for $200 worth of Fortnite skins. I don't know if I'm ever going to financially recover from this one. I recently started kind of just assessing life a little bit more. My lady got face tattoos, and I realized that face tattoos on a person are kind of like expired tags on a car. It's just common. it's always like who's the school shooter, never how's the school shooter, and isn't that kind of the problem in the first place? But I wonder if like the poor pedophiles are like super like angry at the rich ones, like man, they don't have to go to fucking Dave and Buster's or Chuck E. Cheese and just fucking put in work. They can just fucking That's about it.
There you go. 55 seconds. Agree. That was Nick Reeves. Hi, Nick. How are you? That's right. Where'd you come from to be here tonight?
Hammond, California.
Hammond. Remind me of where that is.
That is the ancestral cousin of Temecula. So,
I know exactly where
40 minutes north.
45 minutes like east of Temecula.
there's a Scientology base there.
Big Scientology base.
Wow.
I've lived two places in my entire life, and both of them are like Scientology.
Hammond, where else?
Inglewood.
Oh,
Do you think your parents are Scientologists, like a secret Scientologist, maybe?
My parents definitely not. They wouldn't put in all that work and extra, but I've been there's some weird people in him, and it's like they look like NPCs in a video game.
right. How'd you end up going from Inglewood to Hammond? That's an interesting move.
I have a brother, an older stepbrother, and he is successful. He got like a master's degree in like computer science, and he has his shit together. So he is able to live wherever he wants. And he chose Inglewood because it was just cheap and close enough to like Santa Monica, a place where he was working and stuff. And when I was fresh out of high school, he basically offered me to get my shit together.
There you go, kids. You'll get a master's degree, work hard, and maybe you can one day live in Inglewood.
Yeah.
That's fun. What do you do for work?
Right now, because of the unemployment, I just been writing a bunch and trying to like organize stand-up shows in the IE.
How about before the pandemic?
I sold solar for like 7 years, and then software
Like solar panels?
like door-to-door selling of the panels.
Solar panels? Door to door? Okay, let's do a little act out. I want you to sell me some solar panels. So come, you knock on my door, I answer. I'm like, hey, can I help you?
How's it going? My name's Nick. I'm not going to change your religion or try to sell anything to you today.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the neighborhood just talking to a few people about some recent compatibility testings in the neighborhood. If you are an owner of a home.
Yeah, I am. I own this home.
Okay, perfect. Well, being an owner of the home, we're just here to like notify you that if you see electricity bills above like 75.
Yeah, I do. I pay like $200 a month. I use a lot of electricity.
We are currently eligible to receive a solar system at no cost out of pocket. Today, I'm not here to sign you up or anything like that. I'm rather just save a time slot for the next week. I'm going to be coming back and basically just going to get into a little bit more of the details with you. It's like tomorrow.
Let's do it right now. How much are these solar panels? How much are the solar panels?
The range like 17 to 35 range from average house.
1,000?
Yeah.
And how much is this going to save me?
Well, if you own the panels outright, then
100%? I won't have to pay any electric anymore?
yeah, unless you use more than one panel.
Well, how much will they give me enough if I'm paying $200 a month in regular American power? How much?
You could grab your phone right there. Just call Edison.
Yeah.
Get them on the line.
Yeah, they told me I use 47,000 gigawatts.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to plug that in. So right now, that means your average bill is roughly like,
You want to come in, have some coffee?
I've got a lot of shit out here, man.
Okay.
I coffee.
No, it's hot, boiling hot. Unbearably fucking hot. Okay. Come on in, have a glass of water. So now we're sitting at the kitchen table. I have water, or you're drinking ice water. I'm having what appears to be an unbearably hot cup of coffee. Each time I take a sip, you see blood and blisters boiling off of my lips. It's very awkward. You don't know whether you should say something, but I'm not showing any reaction to the ridiculously hot coffee. I keep taking a sip every 10 seconds or so. But I'm not showing any reaction to it. I just keep sipping on it. So now we're at the table and action. So you're telling me that there's a chance, with the energy that I'm using, that for only $35,000 I might never pay another electric bill again?
Yeah, so we're so basically basically with what you're spending right now, as long as we're breaking even or lower than that, you're saving money. So if my system here says like how much your usage is, what your average bill through being 250, I'm gonna be able to bring that down.
So you mean to tell me that Edison's not going to give me any problems if I tell them that they're no longer interested in their service? Like, this isn't going to cost me something to come up here and shut up all my stuff?
No, all they can do is try to do the final process.
At this point, you just saw one of my current team fall out from the heat of the conflict. What do you say there? What do you say? One of the things told someone. Call Edison, tell him I don't need my power anymore. Who the fuck are you? You unlock my Jack Joris and then another one of your salesmen said, come in. Alright. What's your life like?
I have a fiance which has been going on 6 years.
Wow, fiance, when are you going to get married? You have a date set? Is she engaged? You have a date set? 9/11? What ethnicity is she? Just a normal white girl? No, white is not. Yeah, you can Rosa? Oh, hey. Adorable. Yeah.
It's on fire.
What does she do for work? Oh, shit.
Relatively popular. She got a him and pop in social media. She's got like 11,000 followers.
Damn. That's like in 1988. Go ahead. Tell the truth. Pretend like she's not never gonna watch this.
Financially, I was a little bit like, well, yeah, but I mean, like, it's not on like a commitment level. Like, we've been through a lot.
And do you do anything in the bedroom that is a little routine that you like to have that you wouldn't want to share with anybody, but all of a sudden you're about to?
Play with the butthole, like her butthole.
You play with her butthole? How do you do it? You use your middle finger?
I mean, she's got like a fat ass, so like I just kind of like slap that thing and then just go.
Oh, you love it. Okay. That's a different middle finger ass. Oh, look at that. Great nuts. Great. You play. You have a. So you graze your thumb over her butthole. Do you usually get a good reaction from her when you do that? Oh no. You do that. You ain't fucking no gay place. Yeah. You fucking lying from no goddamn homosexual fucking northern suburb, right? You ever see me going in Calabasas? No.
I was just wondering, like, somebody else outside was like, making jokes on this, like,
You gotta like I shoot nuts and you gotta like on my skin.
that's true. Maybe like a home mission, like a 1984. Maybe that was kind of like, obviously way above it. Right, like 95%.
Anyway, that was so cool. You did good.
Yeah.
Sisters like, well, I guess, maybe we can get a PlayStation first.
What were they playing?
They play on iPads, and they destroy on iPads. So they got this, I got them a PlayStation, and now they're just destroying on PlayStation. Kids,
My goodness. Gracious. You ever ride an e-bike before?
I have actually.
You have?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Don't like an e-bike.
it's fun, right?
It's different. Yeah.
Do you have an e-bike podcast?
I was trying to like original content and BB to it.
What hobbies do you have? You seem like the kind of guy that shoots a BB gun and like empty squirt cans or something like that. What are you into?
Look like you know where all the best hot dog stands are.
You look like you're really good at getting the ketchup out of a bottle at the diner. You look like you'd be really good at that. Like you have a good like fucking ketchup stroke. Am I right about that? You don't ever let that ketchup stay in that fucking bottle.
The 57. You pull like those little dolls that make eyebrows.
Tell the story about this.
Let's go one question at a time here. Let's go back to the ketchup. Show us how you would empty ketchup out of a glass ketchup bottle. Show us right now without any hesitation whatsoever. Use the microphone. There you go. Yeah. Don't hit it against anything. Just show us. No, we don't need the noise. Let me see. Let me just see his approach here. Oh, you hit it from the back? My goodness, do you ever thumb its asshole?
I had a secret ketchup bottle.
I always do the old. I'm from an Italian family, so I always do the old fucking Robert De Niro, the two-handed.
Oh, Jesus. Shit's never coming out of their frame. This guy's jerking off a 9-year-old boy over here. It's the fucking Jerry Sandusky ketchup approach. Go ahead, Jeremiah is very excited.
You and I have perfect technique. You will get ketchup out of any ketchup.
Okay.
You have to have resistance with one hand, and you use your other wrist. This is the bottom. Also, you look like the bottom contribution of the same place.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow, it does. I feel like Lucas David over here. Alright, anything else crazy we should know about you before we let you go, Nick? Any fun facts about Nick Reese? He once saved a person's life. You were the lifeguard at a gravy.
I used to rap battle people in Venice Beach.
You used to rap battle people?
Rap battle people.
Really? If we gave you a little beat, would you be able to rap a little bit for us?
Yeah, I mean, I was busting flows with Michael there.
Come on, just do it. Get right into it. You want a beat? You want some instrumental rap music or something? Or you? Maybe Joel could lay down a little. There you go. Yeah, there you go. A little bit lighter. We can go volume down. There you go. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Make sure you put your mouth right up to that microphone so we can all hear you.
Always freestyle. Always freestyle. Alright. Kill this, that's right, kill Tony. Heard the way that I'ma spit it. See, I kill these jabronis. Heard the way that I've been doing this, the way that they flowings happen about me. That's right, a lyrical oddity. I'ma be on these beats, that's right, beat up and honesty. Speaking honestly, that's right, yeah, I be bombing beats. And anytime I got it, I gotta spit these philosophies so everyone can understand what the fuck that I gotta speak. So I've been speaking here right around, we're rapping it. Up a bit, but I still on happiness. So everyone just sit back and just nod. Everyone would like, oh shit, man, he got dropped.
Damn! Very impressive.
Hell yeah, man.
Very impressive. My God, you have to be the best damn rapper in heaven.
Most definitely.
Very, very awesome. Another great guest on here this evening. Very interesting stuff. Great interview. Fun set. Thank you so fucking much for coming by here.
I appreciate all you guys.
Oh yeah, there he goes. Nick Reese, everybody! Yeah! Yeah. Step back from that, let my brand. Hey y'all, today's episode is brought to you by Sheath Underwear. Sheath uses moisture wicking technology to create underwear that keeps everything breathable and incredibly comfortable for you downstairs. Sheath's smart underwear come in many different styles, including a brief with a dual pouch that make your balls feel like they're floating on clouds while you work out or play golf or just walking around somewhere hot. It's like
I'm telling you, I wear my jeans all the time. See that logo? I'll wear jeans. They gave us a tester pack of these, and I went to their website and I bought a bunch myself. Now I only wear sheep underwear. Sometimes when it's hot, I'll just slide the balls and dig a hole right through there. I'll slide my stuff right into the pouches just to let it cool down, and then I'll pull them back. You don't have to leave it in there. There's no prison sentence for your balls, but you can indeed, like I like to say, kiss your balls goodbye. So go get your favorite pair of underwear by going to sheepunderwear.com. Use the code Tony for 20% off your order. They ship anywhere in the world. Once more, that's sheepunderwear.com. Use the code Tony for 20% off.
Baby, I compare you to a kiss from the rose. Ooh, the more I get of you, stranger it feels. Yeah. Now that the roses are blue, like it's the morning.
I was kind of suspicious, you know. She was really funny. I was in bed with this girl the other night. I started sucking on her toes. I mean, she freaks out. She's like, "What are you doing in my house?" I was dating this other girl I met on Tinder. She had kids because they were on Tinder. She actually wanted to bring one to our first date. I said, "Fine, as long as he looks like that picture." I don't write great jokes. There's nothing funny about a woman wearing a prom dress. First time I fingered a girl, I was under the bleachers in high school football field. I don't remember her name, what she looked like. I mean, it's hard to see what's sitting up there. Wow.
Who is it? Other joke?
Ryan Johnson. Nothing funny about a woman wearing a prom dress. I don't write great jokes. There's nothing funny about a woman wearing a prom dress. First time I fingered a girl, I was under the bleachers in high school football field. I don't remember her name, what she looked like. I mean, it's hard to see what's sitting up there. Wow. Ryan Johnson.
Ryan Joseph doing it again. Fucking incredible. You've been on the show 2 or 3 times. Third time, that's right. Every single time you've been there. Got great sets, great fucking jokes. Very, very funny. Remind us, how long you been with stand-up again?
18 months. I've been doing it during quarantine.
Where you been doing it at, on Zoom or what?
I've been doing it at my friend's mic down there in Royce, and I've been doing it. That's Nick Looks Down. There's a bunch of comics right in South, and
They weren't hitting spots or something.
no, anyone can talk. We were very well. We were getting picked up for it, such like that.
Frank, you've been doing a couple shows recently, right?
Yeah. They got a mic going on over at Fourth Wall, and yeah, just doing it. Sometimes I don't even know why. I'm like, it feels like comedy's just dead, but like, I'm just like addicted to it.
No, it's not happening.
It keeps me like ready to go. When the show's over, your muscles are gonna be fine tuned compared to a lot of people. Yeah. So
Yeah, for sure. Got a great set tonight. What else have you been doing in life? Remind us of what you do and what your short story is.
I am an instructional designer, but I work at a university, and I just got in trouble because someone looked up my jokes on YouTube, and I had to go to the office of diversity and equity.
Ooh, diversity and equity. Yikes.
You ever thought of a stage name, maybe? No, I told them I'm not taking the shit that I'm graduating. So here you go. They couldn't do anything about that. They stood strong. It was one of those like, no, we can't tell you to take it down. Yeah, like, yeah. But it was like, okay, so I go back to work.
It's fun. Do you have any other hobbies or things to do to pass the time, or did outside or anything during this whole?
I was playing. I mean, I play guitar and stuff. I met a girl during quarantine, but I just broke up with her.
Oh wow! Well, how long were you hanging out with her for?
Already bombed out tonight.
Oh damn! Couple months.
Like quarantine started. Quarantine's like amnesia after when.
Yes. Yes, it started in March. So when did you get together with her?
I think April.
Okay. Yeah. And then what made you end it?
Well,
Don't
like
shit.
dating another guy at the same time when it was just kind of like exclusive. But once we were, I wasn't really comfortable with her still being like social media contacts and shit like that.
Oh, and jealous a little bit easily.
Well, it's not. It's more of like I kind of looked at it like just like Vita's the meeting. Well, I mean, fucking have them on your Instagram,
Right.
you know.
You wanted her to delete old posts, or she was posting new stuff?
Just like being, cutting ties. What's the big problem? As she said,
Maybe cutting files.
meaning like she was following him still on Instagram. They were still talking and stuff. Probably, yeah. Well, the other night it was like I didn't even worry about it, think about it, but like she gets insecure and she would be like, "Have you been talking to any of the girls who were dating while you were dating me?" And I was like, "No," but like you're the one that still wants to like follow people and shit like that. And she's like, "Oh, erase his number right now," and she erases it. I'm like, "Well, what about his Instagram?" She's like, "No." And I was like, "That's some shady shit." Am I wrong or am I wrong?
Well, I mean, it's an interesting thing. I mean, I'm not really that kind of guy. I sort of think like, you just fucking own it and roll with it.
You gotta have trust with them. If you're dating somebody you don't trust, then that's the problem. It's not that they're following somebody, because I follow almost every single girl I've ever dated. And sure, my girlfriend doesn't love it, but she trusts me. So it's not like that's important. Right? Like girls that you were dating the same time as her. Yeah, the fact that she was like, "What are you?" And then for me, it's like saying that I'm like,
I mean, truthfully, that's where she lost.
yeah.
Like not. I would never ask a girl to unfollow anybody, right? But the second she says, "Are you tagging any of that?" It's literally like, oh, might as well be. Like Elliot, I don't want to fuck you anymore. But I'm not fucking you. Your life.
I was told you were
So now you're a little bit bummed out tonight. Why? Because you're a little bit lonely. You're wondering if you make the right decision.
I've been more someone who is be alone forever. Just find another girl and like, what was the other girl's name? 100%. So
What was the reason that she gave you for not wanting to unfollow the other guy?
she said at first, she didn't want to be controlled. And I was like, well, I really feel like this is all for like your relationship. You can like speak of something that makes her uncomfortable, right? And he's just a dude that you hardly knew. You're gonna listen to it, right? The fact that she brought it up first off, it kind of gives me like, oh, she's feeling guilty of talking to them. Yes, exactly. Bring up shit like that. Listen to all the so it's hard to like cut it off yourself. I usually just like make it as a book first and then cut it off. It's hard. The right way to do it. But so I was just like, no, it's totally fucked up. Like,
So we did the breakup happen a couple weeks ago. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow, that is tragic. It still might not be over. You guys might have great makeup sets tonight.
what part of it is wants to find not, everything's gonna go otherwise it's all.
Yeah, man, that's a good line. Frank wants to join you.
Not me.
Hey, nothing like a bus driver. You could be doing the bus driver on
Ryan, do you have any special maneuvers in the bedroom that you like to do for a girl? Or you something that you be wow, what did you do that? Were you what did you say? Why did you stop So you stopped watching porn, and were you watching a lot of porn before you stopped watching it? Douglas or Jeremiah?
Definitely terrifying. Characters rolling in and out of this my friend, she used to have them quite a bit. And would have all the
start out as a legend, Chicago, a legend here in Los Angeles. I presented to everybody. It's Michael Lane, everybody. My doctor, you have the body of a 6-year-old grandma. What the fuck is wrong with my doctor? Goddamn Obamacare! My doctor's like, you should do yoga. Yoga is stretching for people and speaking of doctors, hey Fauci, how about you find the gene that controls thousands of these babies on so portable? Women live long until they get too hard for TV. And all these cataracts, you have to kill yourself before walking fucking doctors. He was naked driving the car? God. Jeez Louise.
Mom was hot and I was addiction.
Yeah, way to show your cards. I mean, that's a way to get the party started. That would just be weird. I can't imagine driving naked. That's almost weirder than molesting a kid. Is that true? Douglas or Jeremiah? Wow. I once jerked off driving home from high school. While driving, he just it was funny. When I failed to a massive load on my school. Oh no! Okay. Here we go. I'm going to read my fun facts out of my envelope. It says fun facts on it. And here we go. Did you know Michael was upwards? Michael has upwards of 10 family members in the Los Angeles area, and none of them have contacted him. That's an interesting fun this one. Here we go. Let's sing a little bit. Fun facts.
Did you know Michael's fine physique is not the product of diet and exercise, but the result of his disease ravaging his body, much like someone with AIDS?
Wow, who's number 3? Oh, wow, alright.
Did you know the only surgery Michael has ever had?
Oh, look who it is. Everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop what you're doing. It's Aquarius is here. Da, 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 da. How you living, girl?
Mine's good. Just eating salad. It's ready. How you doing?
I'm well, thankfully. I did a 3-hour podcast today. I was really nervous about it, but they were very nice to me, and it went really well. And then I got this email from a girl who might do a podcast on Tuesday, which is great. And then I got another email, maybe, from somebody who has 250,000 followers. That's this one that I've been flirting with and seeing if I could do their podcast. And at first he was like, this is it's kind of a strange bird. So at first he's like, what do you want to come on and talk about? I'm like, well, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, yada, yada, yada. And he's like, yeah, I just, does it really, do you have any like paranormal stuff or anything? And I'm like, I tell him like the best that I had. And he's like, yeah, I don't know if it's like the right fit. And I'm like saying to myself, like, do not give up on this guy because he's got such a big podcast. So I'm like, I keep following up with him, and he's like, I just don't think it has that much having to do with like aliens or the paranormal. And I was like, all right, so next week is the 79th anniversary of the Roswell crash. Let me come on and let's talk about that. And he's like, all right, send me 10 questions about it that you want me to ask you. So I'm like, boom, right away. And then he comes back to me and he's like, I just don't, like the Roswell thing has been played out so much. Everybody does it. Try again. So I'm like, okay. So then I send him 10 questions on alien abductions and hopefully he gets back to me. But that's okay. Even if he doesn't, no big deal. I had a really good podcast today and I've got hopefully another one on Tuesday. And it was really good. This podcast that I did today, 3 hours is a long time. Just to not even go to the bathroom is a long time. And I had to go to the bathroom about an hour into it. And I said to myself, I am not taking a break. I'm just going to cruise through this thing. I'll forget about it. I'll just let my body do its thing. And towards the end, I had to go, but it was really good. And then uh, I was just really happy to do it. I think I did a good job on it, and I went into a deep dive on Roswell, which I find fascinating. It's like the biggest event in relation to aliens that exists, and
Mm.
um, it was just really good. So thank you for asking. How was your day?
It's good. I had a good day. Had a good day. And
Thanks.
then I went to work and here I'm home and then tomorrow is everybody's Friday because you know my job they're gonna be off on
On
Friday.
Friday, yeah, I was going to ask you that. Okay, so great.
Yeah.
Do you have big plans for the big 250
Well, you know
birthday?
how I'm going. You know what I'm doing. Tomorrow we're supposed to be going. You know we're having that another so July 4th of July celebration at the park. So I might go there. Just depends on how I feel when I come home. You can go with AJ and Cynthia. Maybe I go with them.
Okay.
I forgot to tell you earlier today. I didn't know we were sleeping night, and I wasn't thinking because I had a bathroom break. Stacy was text me and said, I don't know, don't ask me if she got it or not. I don't know. I haven't heard nothing after. She just texted me and said, hey, um, when she say send me prayers, this was at 11 something my time. She just said, hey, good morning, send prayers. I'm in a job interview. That's all.
All right. Well, there you
That's it.
go. That's good.
And I said, hey, good morning. Prayers lifted. You got this, sis. And she said, thank you. And I heard that. So, yeah, heard
Okay.
both of them. So,
I
I don't
understand.
know. Hopefully,
Absolutely.
she
You,
got it. Well, not hopefully, she got the job.
yeah,
So,
you don't know.
I would pray.
But that's good. She's got that dog in her. She's fighting. She's grinding through it. She is gonna find a
Mm-hmm.
job. Hopefully sooner rather than later. And let's say she does get it, she wouldn't have been out of work that long. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
it wouldn't have just
Mm-hmm.
destroyed her finances and stuff. So that's good. I'm glad that she got back to you. She is always on
Yeah.
our mind until she gets that connection. I've got her wedding still in my phone. I don't know when I'm going to take that out, but I can tell you at this very moment that that woman, our friend Stacy, she's not my friend, but she's your friend, and any friend of yours is a friend of mine. She has been
Right.
married exactly up to this moment,
A month. Right. I don't know.
60,
It'll be
66 days. She's
Yeah.
been a married woman for 66 days. So shout out to
Yeah.
Stacy. Hopefully her wedding and everything has been okay from a marriage perspective. You know that she's juggling
Right.
a lot, but no big deal there. She'll
Right.
make it. So that's great.
And she got
And
a good husband. So, she got a good, loving husband. He's a good person. So, he's a good person. So, hey, my mom and aunt is here down here. So, hey, I was just spend time with them. I asked her yesterday. I didn't to talk to her, but I told Aiden I was going to after the holidays next week to, say, hey, whenever you get a chance, give me a call. 'Cause I haven't heard her voice since the wedding or nothing like that. And, since that, drug or somebody, So I haven't called her, I haven't did it. I was asking her, do you think I should call her? It's like, no, I'll just give her some time. I didn't want to ask her what's going on and like that. So I am going to not ask her, but I'm going to tell her, hey, if you check, call me. But I just want to hear her voice. That's all I want to do.
right, I
I want to
understand
hear her
that.
voice. Yeah. Like I texted her yesterday. I just text her. I don't really, like get nerves or nothing like that. But I want to hear her voice. I do. We're gonna do that next. I'm gonna do that next week.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you think that's okay for me to do that? Cause I haven't called her nothing like that. I've been texting her. I just want to get her some space.
Yeah,
So I do
absolutely.
want to text her.
I think it's a
Yeah.
great
Just
idea.
tell her, hey,
Text
when you
her
can call
beforehand. Text her beforehand and say, want you to know that I love you, I care about you, and I haven't heard your voice in a long time. So when you find the moment, call me. I'd love to catch up. Yeah,
me. Yeah.
definitely. And I
Okay.
think it's a good idea doing it after the holiday and everything. Uh, that's
Mm-hmm.
important. And for her to be at a job interview this week, that's really good because a lot of people take this week off, and because it's a short week, it's like the big middle of the summer holiday, and that she's getting bites at least on jobs. That's great. She just got to keep that grind up. She'll get it.
Yeah. I forgot to say at the end and keep me updated, but I know she will, so keep me updated.
100%. She doesn't have any updates right now. They haven't chosen anybody for that job yet, and you know that you'll be in that short list of people probably after her husband and her mom and dad or whatever family,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Yeah.
you're gonna be told, and then I'm gonna find out, and then the world's gonna find out. So Stacy, if you're watching this ever now or in the future, you should know that we are all waiting with bated breath for you to get this position, whatever it may be.
Right.
And
Whatever it be, yeah.
exactly,
Whatever that be, yeah.
and no one says it has
Mm-hmm.
to be your forever job. It's just something to just get off, get off your feet, get on your feet, and then
Best of my feet, that's right.
Exactly. And then
Mm-hmm.
from there, you find something. If you want, if you don't like this job, go find something else. But at least this way, you will stay active and everything. And you never know, you may fall in love with this job, and it's the best job.
Amen.
And she's
Amen. Amen.
and she's saying, you know what happened with the other place is the best thing to ever happen to me. They didn't appreciate me there. They didn't care about me there like they do here, etc., etc.
A lot of people tell me, it happens for a reason, and God has got blessings going on, you know what I'm saying? I said, yeah, hey, I'm just happy for her, I want her to just keep going, don't stop. The
That's
blessing is surely coming, brother. I feel it. It's coming.
absolutely. And if not now, soon. We know it. We got it.
Right. Love her. I just don't want to, And I was asking her for a second. They said, no, don't ask her. Don't, that she's going to have to call. I haven't been calling. We might have been texting her. Just to let her know that I'm here and I care about her. So I'm just saying, hey, good morning, sis. She's like, good morning. I said, how are you? They asking how I'm doing. So I'm good. How are you? Stuff like that. Just want to know how, and we asking about the mall, So how my brother-in-law doing? She said, the mall's fine. I said, okay. Just want to make sure everybody's good and she's good. That's just the main thing. I'm young for good. But it's time for me to do. I'm not gonna ask her nothing. I want her to come and tell me stuff. I'm not gonna ask her, oh, what happened? I just want to call to her, want to call and talk to her, get her voice. Hey, how are you? I ain't talking since since you're at the wedding. Just want to make sure that you're good. I just want to hear your voice. That's all. 'Cause I love and care about you. Mhm. That's all I want to do. If she wants to bring it up, she can bring it up. It's still too is July, so she got to bring it up.
Right. That's absolutely right, Miss Chris.
Because I do want to know. I do want to know, but it's not my doing. I don't know. Because you got a lot of people that's sensitive. They might not want to talk about that right there.
Oh yeah,
They get
definitely,
people say,
definitely,
yeah, they don't, yeah.
definitely, and it gets annoying after a while if you're not chosen, And then it's like, look,
Mm-hmm.
calm down. I'll get it. I'll tell you when I get it. Don't bother me. And okay,
No, I'm talking about instead of what happened with Delta. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to
oh that,
ask for that, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Well, I mean, we kind of know.
No.
Uh, they said that she took too much time off.
I would have would. I don't know. All I know, she just got laid off. She might have, yeah. That's what I think the problem is.
Oh,
That
okay.
girl does not go. You know what I'm saying? She don't miss work. Only unless she has something to do. That girl don't miss work. So I know that's what it is. Like y'all was jealous, or y'all just said, okay, well she too many days, so y'all want to go and just lay her out. Like that's what I think.
Well,
I really do think that.
that definitely could be.
Because she took out what bridal shower. That was when was the bridal shower again? That was in March, right? Was that in March? Yeah, that was in March, right, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that was in March. Yeah, that was in March. And then here comes the month after that. Here comes the wedding. Then after the wedding, then here comes them going home. So it could have been that. I believe would have happened. I don't know. I just not gonna ask. She'll tell me when she feel like she will tell me. I know,
That's right. Are you ready for me?
yeah, I play. I might go to her house when I'm so whenever you want to, I'll come visit y'all again.
Yeah, you just give her some time to.
I'll play sometimes. I'm for whenever you want me to visit, I'll come visit. But I just, I'm not gonna ask that crazy question. I'm
Right.
not gonna ask that crazy question.
I would say let her get the job, let her be in the job for a month, and then post it.
Right. Yeah, right. But I just want to hear her voice. It's not about, I just want to hear her voice. I haven't heard her voice in a minute. But she's up to her. She wants to call me. Help me. I got one. So, yeah. That's all.
She's
I'm
in a
not getting the whatever. I'm not gonna ask her nothing. Well, you know,
she's in a
you want to talk.
difficult and kind of an
Hmm?
embarrassing position too, where she was going on a honeymoon and she was caught totally off guard by this, and
Mm-hmm.
she's a little embarrassed, and as anybody would be who was in a similar
Mm-hmm.
position, because
Yeah, she's been out worse since May 2nd, she said.
it's one thing for them to. I can't believe what they did. It's one thing for them
Mm-hmm.
to do it, but another thing to do it the day before her honeymoon. Come on, people.
Yeah, she said he got to the house in the second. And finally terminated her on the 26th that day. Before going on honeymoon. And I looked at her cousin's page. I don't think she was there at the I don't blame her because she was using she was using the flight benefit. So I doubt if they was there. And then her cousin went. I know that was some hurtful news.
Absolutely.
So
When was her cousin's wedding?
her cousin, her cousins from Louisiana,
Yeah, when was her
they got
wedding?
married. They got married on say was it, May 23rd.
Oh, okay.
After her, May 23rd. After the day after her birthday, the Stacy birthday. Yeah.
And you're saying that Stacy was not there for that wedding?
I don't think she was there. I didn't see her in no pictures. I don't know. No, she could have been. I'm like, hey, how was the wedding?
Right.
That's how the wedding was. I don't know. I didn't see her other mom on there. I don't know. I didn't see her other cousin. I didn't in Stacy. I don't know. It could have been. It might not be no pictures, but people were taking pictures, so they might not. We still waiting on our pictures. These pictures. We still waiting on Stacy pictures.
Oh, how is that garbage, Miss Aquarius?
Still waiting on Stacy
Garbage.
pictures.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it. End this game right here. End this game right here.
Yeah. I hope I can't wait to see the pictures.
Folks, she's got
I will.
7 that she's got to get, and she just got them. What a spare.
Don't say that because
Folks,
you're
she's
close.
putting the
You
game
got me.
out
Don't
of
you say that.
she's putting it out of touch. She just
No, you got it.
she
Let's
no
go.
Miss Aquarius, you got a giant lead
You
on me.
got it. Yeah, you got it. Stop it.
Nope, you won. I can't get you. You got it, Miss Aquarius. What a win, Miss Aquarius.
I win,
She
you
wins,
win, you
I
win, I
win,
win.
I win,
Reload.
she wins. Reload,
Mm.
Miss Aquarius. That was not my
Thank
best work,
you.
and amazing work on your part. You put that game out of reach with getting that spare at the end.
Someone forbid me and a bump on my forehead. Someone do me forbid me. Something down here don't beat me. Let's go, let's go. Hey.
Miss Aquarius, that was one of the great spares in the history of humankind.
Hmm.
Get this. I'm disappointed in that. I'm gonna get these 3 though, no doubt. No doubt. Give it up.
Hey.
No doubt.
You gotta win, you gotta win. That's all you gotta win.
I always win. You always
I
win.
know we always win.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Get it. All right, folks. Miss Aquarius just hit 9. By the way, Miss Aquarius, the United States plays soccer tonight, and I know
You said what?
the United States plays soccer tonight. And if they win,
Yay.
they move on. If they lose, they're done.
Venus and Serena, they both were doing they came back they did the tennis and they both lost.
Wimbledon, yeah, and I think Serena got hurt.
No, I
Uh-huh.
didn't see that when I read it.
Yeah, they it was on ESPN.
Oh, well, I didn't. When I read it, they had And I read it. It didn't say that.
Yeah, something, some kind of bone issue or something. She's 44, and
Right.
uh, so that means Venus has got to be what, 46 or something. What?
She's what's name is 45. The other one's 44. The other one's 45. I gotta look at it again.
All right,
44, 45. Yeah, they're about to right neck to neck.
and
Yay, get in there.
that's right. That's right. Miss
And I'm a
Aquarius matched me. She matched me, folks.
huh?
Give me this. No. Unbelievable miss. Unbelievable miss, folks. Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. We have a rare double loss from everybody's favorite rabbi. A rare double loss. This thing is done. Miss Aquarius had the strike, and now she's going to add to it. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Folks, she's got
No, that I
69.
don't know about.
She has 69. And now she's got to get this one in the corner, and she did like a champ. Like a champ, folks. Folks, this game is out of reach. Even three strikes in a row aren't going to do us much benefit. Folks, it's over. Mr. Aquarius just put this game completely out of reach. I cannot win. Impossible. Even if I got strike after strike after strike, I still would have only had 79. Miss Aquarius, look at
You
you,
still
girl.
win.
Look at you. I win, you win, you win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated and friendship.
All right.
See, you still win.
Oh, of course. Before you go, let's get to the bottom of this Williams sister deal.
JT!
Yeah, she injured her right knee, uh, putting
Oh,
her
Lord.
scheduled doubles match with Venus Williams in doubt. So she
But
tweaked
I
her.
didn't even say that. I might have read it. I might have read all of it. But yeah.
So that was it was yesterday. But she tweaked her right knee at the end of the first set of the first round of singles, and we're now going to look up their ages. Williams sisters, because
One
they've
of them
done
is
it all.
45.
They've
And
done
one
it
of them
all.
older.
So they're
Years older than me.
they've done it all. So it's not like they have anything to prove.
They got kids. They got kids and they're getting older.
One
They
hundred
both
percent.
got kids and they married.
100%. All right. So we've got Venus. She is oh, they keep just going to Venus sisters. I don't want to go to Venus sisters. I want to go to Venus. All right. She is 46,
Mm-hmm.
and Serena is, I read 44.
Yeah,
Serena
I knew one of them for a couple of years older.
and Serena is 44.
Okay. I know just one of them. They go get the next each other. Yeah. So, yeah, so they didn't know that's what my answer. She was telling me too. She said, yeah, they had kids and they married, so they done got older. I said, yeah, you're right. But they still doing good. They still can play. They just ain't moving time. They done got older. But I think it's gonna be their last time anyway. I think it's gonna be Dennis last.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be. What else do you have to prove?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be their last time.
You
You think
two,
it's gonna be their last time playing?
um, they got that
I think that's what it's,
they got the
yeah, I think it's gonna be their last not this one I'm saying. It's gonna be their last year playing, ain't it? I think one of them
that's a
said
question.
it's gonna be their last year.
That's a question for them, but they they've done it all, so I don't know what more they want to do.
No, right. But it should be hey, they done did that. I would make a school or make something Or they should teach other kids how to, somebody how to do it. Y'all got kids of y'all own. Let your kids be, the next Venus, the next Serena.
I
Y'all did a
understand.
good job. Y'all done did it. Out the life through these years. So yeah. What you think? You think they should hang it up?
I would enjoy the game from the front row of the sidelines. I'd be sitting there with a cocktail, watching the next generation of people play,
Right, right,
talking to
right.
people,
Okay.
enjoying it. I would
Yep.
not. I, what more do I need? I'm a
Right,
multimillionaire. It's not like even if I won, it's going to be that much more money for me. I would
right.
just, I would, I would chill, frankly.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Me too. Hey, I'm getting tired. Hey, I got a whole bunch of y'all good.
That's absolutely right.
Mm. Now I was going to do the water. Don't leave it in there. I got my force in there. I just put the water in there. You let it out. Yeah, so. Okay. Yeah, so. I don't know. I don't know. But, they done did this like Tiger, but I don't know what's going on with him. What is going on with Tiger Woods?
Which, of course, that man has some addiction issues. He's got some substance issues. He had it all. He had it all. He had a wife, children, best golfer in the world, and he had to run around on her, and then had all kinds of prescription issues and alcohol issues. And now he,
Mom, do you want this? Hold on, Mom. Do you want this? You want this one game you say you already gave me as far as the water and the river water, right? This one I didn't use it. You want to freeze it? I refreeze it for you.
And now he's kind of a laughing stock, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
He can't stop drinking
He's
and
a what?
driving.
What is it, my life? What
He's
is it?
he's a laughing stock. He can't stop drinking and
Yeah.
driving. He
Hmm.
he has more money that he could always take an Uber. He could have a personal driver, literally from now until the day he dies. Never have to drive anywhere. Never have to drive again anytime. He could get as drunk as he wanted on the golf course. Nobody's going to say anything to him, but he can't stop the use of the alcohol and prescription medication and everything. And he's a joke. Now his people, the kids these days don't know him for being the best golfer of all time. They know him because of his
Mm-hmm.
mugshot and his the police videos and the mugshots, and they know him
Mm-hmm.
to be a bad driver who drinks and drives, who cheated on his wife and lost half of his money or whatever it was, and his kids can't have that much respect for their father. I hate to say it, but how are you going to look up to somebody who has like 3 or 4 DUIs? They cheated on your mother while you were little kids with every single cocktail waitress and Applebee's waitress and TGI Fridays hostess that could be found. And I don't really tolerate that kind of behavior. I think that
Right.
you in my opinion, if you want to go gallivanting, if you want to go running around, then you have to have a conversation with your spouse and you have to say, I don't want to be married with you anymore. It's not fair to you for me to be doing this kind of stuff behind your back, and let's just get a
Mm-hmm.
divorce. It's as simple as that. Uh,
Right.
and all the people who are like, well, they're okay with it or whatever. I mean, that gets murky. Are they really that okay with it? He's Tiger Woods. What are you gonna say? No. It's like tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars are on the line. But if you're doing this kind of stuff without her knowledge, and then on top of that, you're abusing yourself, you're abusing uh, your body, you're putting other people's lives on the
Mm-hmm.
line. I just don't really think that it's a good. It's definitely not a good look. And
he's making his career go down.
exactly, and you know, like fortunately, Michael Jordan didn't do that so much. He's not perfect either. He's got a major gambling problem, but he's been able. He's got enough money that he's able to know when enough is enough. And Tiger Woods could be at that level and was once at that level of like there's Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan, but everybody kind of when I think of Tiger Woods, oh yeah, I think of how good he was as a golfer, but then in the back of my mind I also know this guy's a scumbag. And I loved him. I can absolutely say I loved Tiger Woods. Growing up, I looked up to him. I was a golfer. I appreciated what he did for the game. I appreciated how he was different than everybody else, and he just was. He made the game exciting. He helped youth golf. He made the game more diverse. He brought swagger to the game. He brought just uh, an amazing amount of talent. And it was like up until 2008 when all of the things came out, he was untouchable. He was untouchable as an athlete. He was the biggest athlete in the world, arguably. But since then, I've lost a lot of my respect for him. And I would tell him that to his face. I loved you, and I can't say that anymore.
I'm sorry, Rabbi.
What happens? He didn't do it to me. He did it to his wife and to his kids, and he'll never be able to get all my respect again. I don't care what he does. Uh, Whenever he does
Now,
any,
what you say he did to the wife now? You say he what? He did what to her?
he cheated on her with a lot of different women throughout the United
Wow.
States, and then they got into a
So
fight.
why he's with now? His wife he's with now?
Well, they got divorced.
Okay, because of that. Okay.
Yeah, uh, and she was just like a nanny for another golfer. She was from Sweden. Uh, she didn't ask for this. She just wanted a loyal husband who she with whom she could raise children, and he ended up cheating all over her. And then he got drunk one night, and I think she found out about it and chased him out of their house in Florida with she had like a golf club, and he was drunk, and
Uh-huh.
he got in a car accident. That was the first accident,
Mm.
and he's been in like 3 or 4 different DUIs since then. And at that point, you've got a problem. You literally could have a lifetime pass to Uber. Anywhere you are in the United States or the world, somebody will pick you up. You're Tiger Woods. They will drive you home, but he just can't get over that issue that he has. Pardon me, I disconnected for a second. He just can't get over that issue that he has, and for that reason, if anybody ever wants to say who's the best athlete of all time, uh, I mean, there's an argument to be made for golf, but there's an argument to be made that he's not the best of all time too. But if my children, God willing, were looking, God willing, would want to look up to someone, I would say, do not look up to Tiger Woods. He's not the guy to look up to. And this is from someone who I used to look up to him. But I don't know. I would have felt totally different about this situation if he had just gotten a divorce and then go run around all you want. You enjoy every single cocktail waitress you can find, and every single hostess you can find, and every single waitress you can find. Knock yourself out. But if you are married and your wife is not okay with that, that to me is scummy. And frankly, it's kind of scummy of the women too. It takes two to tango, and they know that he's married.
Preach it, Rabbi. Preach it.
Word.
Everything you're saying, I agree. Preach it.
There you go.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, but I forgot what happened to him the first. I forgot what he did the first time. But then when this mess came again, I'm like, oh my God, what's going on with you, Tiger?
And it's happened like 4 times. And it's
Yeah,
just
because he was back.
and it's
He
just
was
because
doing, he was.
and it's just because he's Tiger Woods that they didn't take away his license. You know, he has the money for really expensive lawyers, and he's able to say his attorney's able to say my client's going to seek rehab and yada yada yada. Another person, if that's you, if that's me, we're in jail for a long period of time, and we're
Mhm.
losing it all. But he's able to get away with this stuff because of who he is and his influence. But it's just, to me, it is a sad state of affairs. This, that's how I feel. And there's this saying, athletes aren't necessarily role models, and that's true. I don't know who the role models are in society, but generally they're not athletes. Even the ones who are squeaky clean. Tiger Woods was squeaky clean before 2008. Absolutely squeaky clean. Or 2009. Absolutely squeaky clean. Couldn't have a better reputation, and it just all went down the hill in one day. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying you're perfect, but all of that could have been avoided.
Yep, absolutely right. I agree. Totally agree. Yeah, because I don't know what happened to him the first time. I know something happened the first time. And then he went back to, I think it was an accident, right? When he had an accident?
He's been in like 4 accidents.
Okay, well, I know you know. But if something happened.
Yeah, it was in November of
And
2000.
then,
It was in November 2009, right around Thanksgiving.
right. And then he came back and then he recovered and then he went back to golfing, right?
Yeah, and he ended up
Or
winning
yeah, golf.
the Masters in the late 2010s. But he ran into issues again with alcohol at least
Oh,
4 times total, and that's what we know of. Who's to say that he didn't have some hush hush, you know, thing where nobody said anything or whatever? But these were ones where he hit something, or I think he put his vehicle in a ditch or something. Like I don't know exactly, but there's just no
I mean,
excuse for that when he has all this money. He's a billion. He literally could pay someone $1 million a year for the rest of his life, never have that really hurt him, and just say all you have to do is drive me around. That's it.
mm-hmm. That's it. That's all you can do. Dude, I don't have all that money. I'll get somebody to drive me around.
I get a bus pass, bus token, whatever it takes. But why
Right.
why would you risk all of that?
Mm. I didn't know all that had happened. And I know a lot of fans are probably like you. You know, y'all big fans. You're a big fan. And I know a lot of people are just like you, are hurt. You know.
Definitely. When I was a kid, he was so big. Uh, I mean, he was like Michael Jordan. That's as big as it gets.
Now I'm telling you, was another person I'm getting tired of. I am getting tired of Ray J. I love Ray J to death. Now, I feel you, but I'm getting tired of this. Now, this Ray J, I don't know what's going on with him.
Did you see?
But he needs to get his act together. I don't know. I'm tired of him. And
Did you
who else is it?
did you see?
Soldier Boy didn't say it, but that he was on that app I told you about, favorite. The other day I was on there and I saw him on there. And somebody named Kelby SODMG, whatever, was in his box. I'm like, so I'm trying to say, hey, so I already know these celebrities are not going to speak. Some of them, they not going to speak to you. And now, let me just go and say, hey, because he owned his act. I'm saying, hey, Soldier Boy. He ain't even look. He on the other, what is it, Twitch? Yeah, he on Twitch and he on this. I'm saying, what is he doing on here? Now, these other celebrities is not going to get on no stage. I know Ray J, he used to be okay, big on all this. But I know they don't will. Ain't nobody going to stoop down on Facebook because it's a TikTok. Okay, it's like TikTok. But ain't nobody thinking on Facebook. I don't know who we know that told him to get on Facebook. I know Brady ain't getting on there. I know that for a fact. I know Monica ain't gonna get on there. I know that. Chris Brown, I know for a fact that he's gonna get on there. If they do get on there, somebody told them. And somebody that's famous and somebody that really knows them told them. It's something like TikTok, but it's not like TikTok. TikTok has video. Here don't have video. It's just you go live on there. That's it. You have to have 100 followers on here to go live. Just like you used to be on, was it, no, it was 1,000, right?
Used to
That
be a
was
thousand.
on TikTok.
TikTok used to be 1,000.
1,000, so 1,000, my bad. So every you have to have 100,000. You know who told that boy get on it? Somebody who knows him told me. I was shocked to see him. That's like the first, he the first celebrity I ever see. I'm like, so boy, do I really want to be like Castanet? Do I really want to try to get a streaming thing? You know, got cussed out with that. Did you hear about that? He was trying to have a streaming universe like Castanet. He was trying to get one of them. Or he trying to get one?
I did not learn of this.
Yeah, Soldier Boy. You know Soldier Boy, the rapper?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Superman, that
yeah.
hoe.
He was trying to get one. Yeah, yeah. He was trying to be like Castanet, trying to get one. He wanted to be, but it was he wanted to be in the streaming. You can look it up. He wanted to be in the streaming university in Castanet. I think Castanet was trying to, have some junk. And I heard that he was trying to get his own little university. I don't know if that's going on. I don't know if he's tried or whatever. I don't know. He's trying to do that. Then he's trying now. Get on favorite. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. I'm like, you got what is going on? You can't make no more work. They're just trying to retire. You got money. What's going on? You got no money. What's going on? What's wrong?
That's the issue.
What's the matter?
They blow through the
Yes,
money.
they falling off the earth.
They,
Huh?
I mean, uh, these guys, when they make it big, they have to pay for their friend's cell phone bill, their mama's car, mama's house. They got a lot of people they got to take care of, which I understand. Those are the people who help them to get there. But all of that
Yeah.
adds up, and they don't invest, and
Right.
then they end up broke. It's one of the reasons why the NFL requires financial literacy now because they were so sick of their players blowing through millions of dollars of contracts within 2 or 3 years, having to sell their Super Bowl rings and their Heisman trophies and that kind of stuff because they didn't have the money.
Yeah, you ain't touching that time. I don't know what people do. I'm like, you got more money than you too. Y'all both got more money. You got more records than DDG do. And then y'all talking crap about each other. And you don't like DDG. But DDG think what was hurtful to me is DDG say, oh, I heard some of your songs. So I heard some. He gonna tell you, I ain't hear none of yours though, DDG. You ain't have to do all that. He done heard your music. You ain't have to hear her in his. But he said, because you've been out longer than DDG. You got more hits than DDG. You just started getting famous like a few years ago. So come on now. That might not be your type of music that DDG got. May not be. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. And that's got to be a
So I don't know.
that's got to be a tough life to hold up to because everybody expects you to just be riding around in a Lamborghini. You can't drive a Honda if you're Soldier Boy. You're gonna get laughed out of
Right,
the club. And when you're there,
right.
everybody's gonna go wild, and they're gonna say, "Oh, Soldier Boy's here. Buy us around, Soldier Boy. Come on." Everybody's gonna expect you to be Lil Jon and P Diddy and have your own brands and all this stuff. And there's just
Mm-hmm.
in my own way, I feel very sorry for the guys because it's similar to like child stars where everybody knows who they are, but they can't go work in at 7-Eleven. Like they're gonna be made fun of, and that's a tough life that they have.
Soldier Boy got, I'm just saying, Soldier Boy got kids. He got more kids than you. Well, DDG only got one child.
Well,
Don't Soldier Boy got one too. But
well,
he got kids.
and then that
Don't he?
and then that gets really expensive when you've got
Yeah.
multiple
But
partners, multiple baby mamas, multiple children, and then those kids, they got you for child support in different states. So now you're
right,
literally working for other people just so that you don't go
right.
to jail for not paying child support. And it's a sad situation.
But I just think you can stick a butt down. Getting on our social media, doing all this and doing that. Got kids, raise them. He needs to sit his butt down. Now, he was on what was the BT or whatever. I don't even know who is Juicy. Who
Drewski,
is Juicy?
I mean, I know who Drewski is. He's a comedian.
Who is he?
He's
Oh,
a
he's a
comedian
comedian?
from Maryland.
Okay. Well, got on BT. Well, you can look it up. You got on BT. Juicy sat up there and just went down and went on and talked about that man, about his heart condition. Oh, we thought you would be done. You still doing this. And he put the story. I'm like, ooh. And that would have been embarrassing to me. That would have been yeah, that would have been yeah,
I
that would
saw
have been embarrassing to me too.
I saw Ray J talking to Cam Newton. You know who Cam Newton is?
Yeah, I know him. I took a picture of him when he
Oh,
came to when I used to work at the airport.
very very cool. So
I
yeah,
mean, I took a picture with him.
yeah.
He is so tall in person. He is so tall.
Was he dressed really flamboyantly?
Um,
He has this unique style. So if he didn't, no big deal. But
I
especially
don't
now,
know.
he
I
dresses
just saw that picture
he
too.
dresses very
Yeah,
flamboyant.
I just seen that picture.
So
I
Cam
just seen that picture. Mm-hmm.
so Cam Newton was interviewing Ray J, and this was interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
So Ray J's sister's Brandy, and Brandy, you remember in the '90s, Brandy was big time. She had her own show, Moesha. She was an artist. There's Brandy and Monica. At one time, she was one of the biggest.
There you go, right here. I'm gonna screen so you can see.
At one time, she was
Me
one of the.
and my other coworkers is I'm sorry. I'm picture. I'm gonna show you the picture of me. And now he's like he had a sweater or something on. He was so tall. Hold on. Screen. Screen. All right, you ready?
Yes,
Okay, look. That's me. That's Cameron, and that's my coworker in the background. She just had to be a photo ball.
oh, that's baller, Miss Aquarius. Yeah.
Yeah, that's me. We used to work at that. We used to be working at that's me, and my coworker had the photo ball. I didn't even know she was in the back. That's Miss Angela. And that's Cameron. That's again for the picture. He took my phone and he took it.
Baller. Um, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, that's him.
yeah. So I expect him to have like that hat on, which is funny. Anyway, he was
Yeah.
wearing that hat interviewing Ray J not too long ago, and Ray J was
Mm-hmm.
on there and was like, okay, so my sister Brandy was really big in the '90s and everything, and she needed a personal assistant, and so the personal assistant who she had was Kim Kardashian and her
Mm-hmm.
sisters or whatever. And those girls ended up racking up hundreds of thousands of dollars and basically stealing from her. And you see them now billionaires, but basically at the time they were just stealing from Brandy. And that's how he got associated with them, and they had their whole tape and all of that. And but that was fascinating to me that in another world, those girls are behind bars for like major amounts of embezzlement and everything. What they would do is Brandy would be like, "Hey, I don't have time to go to the store today or whatever. Just go to the purse store and just buy me a purse or whatever." And they go to I don't know Coach or whatever or Louis Vuitton or whatever, and they just rack up a whole bunch of stuff and then give Brandy the purse, and then they have bought a bunch of other stuff and they didn't tell her about it.
It's just regular. Well, I don't know what's going on to him, me too. I'm like, man, Drewski. I'm saying comedian, but come on now. I don't know what's going on with these celebrities. I don't know what's going on with them. What's going on with them? I don't know. I really don't know. If you know, 'cause I don't know.
Of course, not my job.
I know. I'm just asking. I'm just leaving.
I know. No, I
It
don't
ain't
know.
my job either.
I don't know. I do my best to take care of myself. And
Me too. I'm just so tired of this. I step on a needle and get sick of it. Ain't no celebrities and stuff. I love my celebrities. I'm just like, I ain't talking about Chris Brown anymore because he's doing good. Like, he on tour.
he is doing well.
Keep it up. You got kids. Keep doing good.
He's cleaned up his image.
Yeah, he has. Every time you see it, all you see Chris Brown this, Chris Brown that, Chris Brown. It's like, oh my God. They haven't talked about Will Smith no more, huh? They haven't talked about him. Because he got 10 years on it. 10
Yeah,
years, man, don't
yeah, that's
for
about half of that is
them and
over.
stuff.
Yeah, but that's another interesting one. You can't just go up and slap people without getting in trouble with the law. You know
Yeah,
that, especially with that many witnesses on camera. So to me, something was up with that.
yeah. No, no, no. But who is your favorite now? Who is your favorite now?
Who's my favorite rapper?
Yeah, favorite rapper, person, yeah, yeah.
You're gonna hate me for this, but I love Puff Daddy.
Oh, okay.
Wait, hold on. Let me explain. Of course, I don't endorse the hitting of women. Of course, I don't
Right, right, right.
endorse um, any kind of illegal activity that hurts someone at a party. Nothing like that. But man, in the early 2000s, Puff Daddy was as big as they come. I loved him. He could really Puff Daddy and the Bad Boy Crew. I used to watch Making the Band. If you remember, he did Making the Band. I was all into that, um, and then I also love Kanye West and I love Jay Z. Those are like of the hip hop world. Those are three of my favorites. I'm sure there are others, certainly, like more recent ones. I'm sure, but like I and all three of those guys got into trouble. Everybody, I love Snoop. Snoop got into trouble. But uh, when everybody bashes on Puff Daddy, and when somebody bashes on somebody, I have a big heart. I wanna be like, okay, well everybody hates him now. I like him, and I'm gonna look through all the
Yeah.
allegations and be like, he. If you ever watched like VH1 or MTV back in the early 2000s or BET, they were talking about it like openly, like, yeah, the white party in the Hamptons and all this stuff goes down, and it was like openly talked about. So I was like, oh, you all were cool with it 20 years ago, but now you're not cool with it. And then it's like he went to jail for what, like uh, trafficking of like it was what like pimping. Literally, Jay Z has a song "Big Pimpin'." Like that. That's, he's telling you like
But
this is what
really want to know about him and his wife. I believe he has something to do with his wife.
you.
Yes, I really do.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not endorsing what he did
I know I'm
with
not
that.
mad at
Yeah.
you. I mean, I'm just saying. Think he has something to do with her. What do you think? I think he did have to do with what's her name? In Porter? Yeah. You don't think so?
I mean, were they adults at the time? I think so, right?
But you don't think he has something to do with the past death?
Oh, that I don't know. That I don't know. No, no, no. Um, if that if that's the truth, uh, again, that's what the culture. I'm not
But
endorsing
I
that
mean,
by any
that's
means.
what they personally. I don't know. You know,
Right.
like I said, like me, I love Chris Brown. I don't care what he did. You know what I'm saying? That's their personal business. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. I love me some doing Chris Brown, like R. Kelly. He in jail. I love music to R. Kelly music.
Yeah,
I
dude.
love their music. I
I
don't
do too.
not go so
You,
I don't like his music no more because
no,
he did that.
no.
He did.
There's
I
this
like their music back in the day.
there's a saying you've got to be able to separate the art from the artist, and I can do so
Exactly.
with
Right.
R.
That's
Kelly
what I said.
and Ignition Remix and World's Greatest and all the
Right.
hits.
I love his music. I don't care what he did. That's his personal business.
I love them too. And with Chris Brown's one of the best dancers that hip hop's ever seen. He is
Right.
had some just banging hits. Do I endorse what he did with Rihanna? No. I don't know exactly
No.
what went on, but I don't endorse that. But that doesn't
Right.
mean I
I
can't
don't
like.
either. I don't endorse none of that. I don't care what they did. I don't endorse it. No. You
But
know what I'm saying?
that doesn't mean
I'm
I
sorry
can't.
it happened, but I do love that music.
But
That's their personal business. You know what I'm saying?
absolutely, but that doesn't mean I can't like their music.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It don't mean I can like their music. Exactly.
I do the same thing with Michael Jackson.
Right. I love my I miss him to death. When he died, boy, everybody, including me, just bawled. I used to get magazines for me with Michael Jackson on the front cover, and she got it for me.
I drove to
I'm
the
never gonna forget about that.
I
Hmm?
drove when he died. I drove to the Walk of Fame just to be where his, like
Oh yeah, I
on
forgot he
Sunset.
was
He
in California.
he was, like he was an icon.
I
And
want to go to the Never Never Land. I want to go. I don't have it, but I wanted to go there.
no, and it's pretty far north of Los Angeles, like 2 hours or so. It's in a place
Have you been there?
I've been like to that area, but to go there, actually go there, you
Mm-hmm.
there's like a gate and you're not gonna see anything.
Oh, okay. You're not gonna see like the amusement park and everything like that?
No, but like Oprah lives there, Ellen DeGeneres lives there.
No,
Really,
I thought it was the amusement park. It's not an amusement park?
it was a private amusement park, but it's behind the
That's
gate
what I thought.
and it's far.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it's acres back, so it's not like you can just you're
Oh,
driving down the street and it's like, oh look, this is Michael Jackson's house. No, it's like there's a gate, a mailbox. You have to
no,
talk
I
into
wasn't talking about his house. I was talking about the amusement park. Remember?
that was his house,
But I
but
didn't know it was a private. Yeah, but I didn't know it was a private. So it was his house plus the private amusement park was
exactly.
together.
The Musicman Park was
Oh,
basically in
okay.
his backyard. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I know you know. I didn't know. My bad.
Neverland Ranch, and yeah, it was it was a shock, definitely. I remember where I was. I was watching it
Mhm.
I was at another house in Orange County in Fullerton, which is another city, and I was just in shock, just like everybody else. And I kind of was like, no, this isn't true. I was in denial, like he's Michael Jackson. He's gonna pull through this or whatever. And immediately all of the radio stations started playing his music when they didn't play it before. And I was like,
Mhm.
you know what? I got to get down there. And because there were people at his on the Walk of Fame, like they had like a tribute to him and stuff. And I'm like, I got to get down there. And so I drove down and I was there like all night, basically, just driving down Sunset. And I remember seeing an interview that he did when he thought up the bass line for Billie Jean, the doo 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 doo. And
Mhm.
he said he was driving on Sunset when he said the sounds of the street brought that into his head. And so I just was listening to that song, blasting it, with my windows down in the middle of the summer,
Mm-hmm.
and it was eerie. Like everything was like empty. It was almost like everyone was just really sad. And then, of course, they had his funeral and everything. But yeah, that was that 2009, summer 2009.
Mm. Fell behind. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that broke in tears.
Who's your favorite one-hit wonder hip hop artist? Somebody who had a huge hit, but then really nothing since then.
No, Tupac. I like Tupac.
Miss Aquarius, he's not a one-hit wonder. Miss Aquarius, he's the heart and
I
soul.
don't know.
Oh, he's got a ton of songs. Hit 'em up, California Love, tons.
Yeah. Tupac, yeah. That's what I said, Tupac.
Yeah, but he's not a one-hit wonder. One-hit wonder is somebody who had just like one song. I'm talking like Cisco, the thong song.
Still had more than a song. I don't know what that song, but y'all better go look in the thing. He had more than a song. He had more than that. He had another song. Yeah, he did have another song, I thought.
He did. He had like that album Return of the Dragon or whatever. But I mean,
Yeah.
he's known for one song. If I say Cisco, that's the song you're thinking.
Yeah, I could say that.
Yeah,
Because I love this one.
I do too. I do too. And he did have another song. He absolutely did. But I can't think of it either.
Yeah, I love it. I did. I love him some sister. Love him some sister. It's like every time I hear he was gay, now he's that's why I'm really gonna listen to people be saying. You know what I'm saying? People be killing me.
Yeah, he was. That song was so big. It's a great song too.
It really is. It really is. That one, let me see. Well, you name a person, then I'll probably go behind you.
Um.
Who-
Okay, this is a two-hit wonder in my opinion. I mean, he had more songs than this, so I don't want to put him down. But like to make the mainstream, uh, you have Juvenile.
Okay,
So there's
yeah.
Back That Ass Up, but then he also had Slow Motion. That was a big song. I like Juvenile, but he had two. He had if I know your songs, and I'm not like the I like hip hop, but I'm not like a super big hip hop head, especially now. But back in the day, a little bit more. You know who I really like, and you like him too, so I don't even want to say it, but it's Ti. I really like Ti. I love
That's my
Ti.
boy. That's my friend. I love him. I met him. Yes.
I
Yes. I love him to see. I asked him. I was shocked today. So my cat never did him. I had a Uber driver today. And I asked him, I asked him, so asked him that. I said, okay, we were talking about people. And that Kim song, What You Need or whatever.
what you know
I got
about
what you need.
what you know.
Hold on. So then, we were talking about, okay, well, I don't, that's what they played it so much. She said, yes, and I let her know. You know what she said? She said, I don't like this. She was shocked. And she was the first ever heard say that she don't like this song. She said, because you don't know when you keep saying that over and over. You keep saying, let them know, you know what I'm saying? She said, you don't say enough for that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, guess he must be too fast for her. Because everybody else likes his song.
Yeah,
I like his song.
they're gonna deport that woman out
She
of the state
started.
of Georgia. Ti is love it. He's ATL.
Yeah, but I was shocked though. I was shocked for her to say that she didn't like it. I mean, you got your own opinion. You know what I'm saying? You might have something I don't like. So I get that, but I was shocked that she didn't like that song.
I
I
listen.
was shocked
I
because
listen.
everybody likes that song, man.
I listen to
That
the.
I know of.
I listen to the King albums so much
I don't
around.
know. Did you like that song, Rabbi? Did you like that song?
I like all of Ti songs.
Yeah, but
Even
I
if
was shocked that she said that. But I was real shocked that she didn't like it. But I can't, 'cause that's your piece. She didn't like it.
even
I
if
was like, wow. I was like, do you like that song? She said, no. I was like, what? Girl, you the first, I told her, you the first to me. I was so shocked. I said, you the first to ever know
doesn't.
Go ahead.
He doesn't need to say anything else. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, and I like that song. I like the song. He did good. Did you see him on BBC? He killed that. He killed it. He killed that song. But she just shocked me today when she said that. Because everybody was, when that song come on, I'm talking about, we can get the part right now. Everybody can get it. They got a line dance off of that too. Everybody be getting it. Me too. I think that she was the only one that I was just shocked. 'Cause everybody else was jamming too. Yeah, that shot me today. But hey, a lot of people don't know that like it. I don't know. But she was the first player, you know, because everybody else I see like it, be getting it off that song. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Certainly. Okay, so Big Boy and Andre 3000, right?
Mm-hmm. But he was talking about T.I.
Yeah. Well,
The King album.
King album.
Okay,
Yeah. Absolutely. I just know like every song on that album. At one time, I knew almost every lyric. Probably did know every lyric on it. Used to listen to it with my friends all the time. Got it early. We got some hookup for that album, and that's all we listened to. And even his like songs that are throwaways on that, I really like. I really like them. I really like that album. Um, I was gonna say. So Outcast, to me,
Under 3000?
yeah. Well, I was gonna say that they're amazing together. I was trying to think of one hit wonders, and I can't really think a of Andre 3000 like a single song that he had. Big Boy had "I Like the Way You Move," which I think is a great song, but I didn't really get too much more into that. I certainly wouldn't consider him a one hit
I thought
wonder.
that was in it.
Pardon me?
Big Boy was down on my song?
That was more a Big Boy song.
Oh,
It was at least under Big Boy, not Outkast. But Miss Jackson, Roses, of course, Hey Ya. I mean, it just they at one time were the biggest duo in hip hop, no doubt.
my song was down was it's that fuzz. Everybody move to the back of the bus like that song. That was my song right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that Rosa Parks?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah. I love that song too. Um,
yeah.
I was thinking, all right, he's not really a one hit wonder. I don't want to put him in that category. And if they ever watch my streams, we'll listen to all their other songs. These are just songs that are sticking out in my head. But Fabulous, I love Fabulous. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then Petey Pablo with
Yeah.
uh, the North Carolina, go on and raise up, take your shirt
I
off, and
love
things. Yeah,
him. Yeah.
absolutely, like a helicopter. Love
Yeah,
that song.
that's my song right there.
Yeah. Do you know J Rock?
I heard of him, yeah.
Yeah. So J Rock has one of my favorite songs of all time. And it is Hood Gon' Love It. And I didn't ever really get another J Rock song like, but that song of J Rock is lit. Love that song. But I'm sure he did other stuff, but it just never made it as mainstream as I would have liked. Um, I'm trying to think of like anybody else uh, who I like some female rappers. But that not. I mean, I guess recently I do. I like Cardi B, if you want to consider that a rapper, her a rapper, or Megan Thee Stallion, or uh, well, I like Nicki Minaj. I think even though she hasn't done anything too much in the 2000s, the
Yeah,
2020s.
yeah, so now she's another one. That's on the dang on news, all the dang on time.
Um,
That girl got some issues too. I love her, but she got some issues too. Her and Cardi B, but Cardi B, I love Cardi B. But Nicki Minaj, I'm just getting tired of talking about her. That girl.
Back in the day, though, like Mary J. Blige, Eve, Lil Kim, loved them all.
Even one, but she don't want to hit one though. I love
No,
her.
no, no. I'm not saying
But
that
she's
they
not
are.
though.
No, no, no. I transitioned to female
I know
rappers.
that, but we're talking about one hit wonder. So I'm saying
Oh,
Eve was one of them, but she
no,
doesn't have a one hit
no, no,
wonder.
no, no. None
She
of the
has more
none of the
hits, but I like her.
none of those people are one hit wonders. None of the female artists that I just named are one hit wonders. They they're legends.
Right,
Um,
right. But I like
I also really like Maya. Um,
yeah, Maya, yeah. That's a new song. That's cool. I've never heard of it. A$AP, I think. That's cool.
the
I
more
like it.
the more modern,
Yeah.
especially as I've done my streams, I can't listen to that much music because I get copyright strikes. So I don't really get into music as
That's
much
what
as
you just feel good about. You just said listen to music.
Mr. Aquarius. I have 30 different accounts I have to mute.
Oh, you talking about YouTube? Oh.
Yeah,
So you telling me you live stream?
I live stream.
You can get monetized. You're not even doing a video. You telling me, wait a minute. So you telling me when y'all live stream, even the big people on YouTube, when y'all live stream, you're telling me y'all can get monetized? Even live streaming?
Hold on. Oh yeah, definitely. That's huge money. I'm
That's
not.
big.
I'm not talking that though.
Sorry.
I'm
That's
not talking.
bullshit.
I'm not talking that though.
Mhm.
I'm talking copyright strike. So if you listen to something that's
That's
copyrighted,
bullshit. That's bullshit. I can see if y'all did if I understand about the monetization and I understand the copyright of when y'all are doing like videos and stuff like that. I get that because I've seen this flyer thing and I understand it. But live streaming is copyright?
oh,
I can get the
absolutely,
idea that this is bullshit.
absolutely,
I'm
Miss
sorry.
Miss Aquarius. If you're on TikTok Live,
Bullshit.
if you're on TikTok Live or YouTube Live or Instagram Live, and you play copyrighted material in the background, and end your stream immediately.
And they will get you. Oh, this bullshit.
So
I understand TikTok.
so
I
I,
don't understand fucking TikTok because TikTok is fucking kids. I understand that. But fucking YouTube, you just live stream.
I
That's
understand.
bullshit. I don't even get to it. Go ahead.
I understand.
Go ahead.
I think it's stupid because
Go ahead.
I'm
No,
not even
I do think it's stupid. I can understand TikTok. But I'm talking about YouTube.
absolutely. I will.
It's pretty damn music.
Miss Aquarius, if I listen to something that is copyrighted, I can literally just
I
watch.
understand that. I
Miss
understand
Aquarius,
that shit. Just like
quit
the video
interrupting me.
thing.
Let
I
me
understand
finish
that.
my sentence.
But anyway, go ahead. I
I
understand it. You telling me something I don't damn know. They do the same shit when they video recording on YouTube. They do the same shit. But you're telling me on live stream you're doing the same shit as you video recording. That's fucking bullshit.
I agree.
But I guess because you got kids. They got kids.
It
So
has nothing. It
they
has
can't
nothing.
live stream and
Miss
see music.
Aquarius, it has
They can't
nothing.
get copyrighted.
It has nothing to do with kids. Nothing. Zero. It has to
But
do with.
that's bullshit, man.
It has to do with making money.
Bullshit.
Meaning, if you were to play a
Bullshit.
song on your end right there because it's coming through my speakers and I'm on YouTube, I will get an
I
email within.
understand that, but I'm just talking about in general, y'all live stream. I can get the video thing because I get paid or whatever the bullshit is. But the live streaming, that's bullshit.
That's what I'm doing. I'm live
That's not
streaming.
right.
And if I listen to a copyrighted song, I'll get an email
I know, you
immediately
done told me that. I already know about that.
saying,
But I just feel like it's bullshit.
okay,
That's not fair.
I'm just
You might think it's fair. It's not fair because a video recording a video. I get that copyright. If you hear a song or anything that's in the public or whatever, I understand it. But live streaming, damn,
that's right.
man, give people a break.
So what I do is I play multiple songs in the background so that I do my best not to get a copyright strike. But
That's what you do.
if I play the song close enough to the speaker, it I get an email that says your video has not been published and you've got a copyright strike if it's really bad. If it's like the whole song or something. If it's
That's
just
because the scare y'all got.
if
My
it's
thing is, this shouldn't even be fucking video recording. Should be just a live stream, and they should just like not even put the live stream on the damn recording. Y'all already like, some of their YouTubers. Okay, YouTubers. They can't even do, they have to, like, they edit. I know some of them, they edit that stuff because when they ain't on public and stuff like that, they get covered just like, she's a digger, her name is Tanya. And she be in the shit. She said the same thing too. I get what you say. Yeah, mommy. She does say the same thing. She said, I'll be wanting to do it out because I get copyrighted. And I did get that. She said the same thing you said. But I just think it's bullshit because y'all are live streaming. You know what I'm saying? I get that. The live stream.
I
But
agree.
as a YouTuber, and if you're going to record, I get that. But live streaming, Let them live.
I agree.
Let them live.
Brandon got his entire account banned because of it.
That's not even right, though. You think it's right, brother? I don't think it's right.
No,
What you did see is you're using, you're recording a video and then publishing. But as a live stream, the live stream, why is it they doing it like that? Like live stream. Video recording, I get that. But live streaming,
I mean, I don't make the rules. That's just how it is.
shit. Now, I already knew that. You delayed on that shit. I already knew that would be copyright. That lady said that all the time when she go on Disney thing. She'll go in this store. I get copyright. I don't want to get copyright deal. Or listen, I don't want to get copyright, you know. When she go into the Disney, when she go to the Disney World, anyway, in the Disney parks, she don't be want to get copyright. Bullshit, you know. I just don't think it's right. I understand TikTok because we got kids on there. I understand it. And when they do their videos, they just doing good video things. But when they get out there, I understand that because it's kids. But if it's not kids on YouTube or whatever, and they license, let them live. I get it that these people are recording videos and they're going for other things and they're monetization. So damn, let them live with live streams. Let people damn play their music on live streams. So I guess they're gonna get paid that too, huh? Bullshit. But anyway, that's what I don't even care. Cause I just wanted to be I just want to be a travel YouTuber anyway. I don't even give a damn about no damn music and nothing like that. I just wanted to be a travel to let people see where I'll be going or go on cruises and stuff like that.
You have to
But
you have to
and I
watch it
still
though.
think it's bullshit.
What I'm saying to you is that even if you're not playing the music, if it's playing from someone's car and you're just walking
You
by
know,
them,
the damn thing already been told me. I don't care. I just think it's just bullshit. You don't think it's bullshit. I don't know what the hell. I think it's bullshit. Because it's not fair. Do you think it's fair?
of course not, Mrs. Corey. I deal with it more than anybody.
Okay. It's on down. I don't want to go live on there 42, 72 hours a day. Yeah, Tanya don't even go live just about a day. She still be talking about she going to cut right. And I get that. I get it. But I'm just saying, I think the shit should be the live streamers. Let them get some kind of freedom of the live stream versus damn recording YouTube. But I get it. I get it. But it shouldn't be, you shouldn't even have the recording of that. I can see recordings of videos, but if live stream, don't let them record, don't have the recordings of their live stream up there. They can't even play their own damn music. That's a good thing. Because our damn shit ain't gonna go. I'm glad y'all guys you told me that. I'm glad you told me that again because I was not going out there. So I'm gonna take my fucking music. Yeah, I know damn music. Anyway, go ahead. What's that? That's bullshit. Me. I need to stop doing it. I see them there on Candy Crush. They have recordings and live stuff in it. But my thing is, again, separate that stuff. Stop letting people that like having recordings on there. Just let them free live live. Let them do their live stream. What is it? Yeah. Those some rabbis should be take on damn music. That's why I go on Big O's. I go on Big O's, I go on Meet Me, I go on Go Live. I'm going on the other stuff. Y'all want to get paid, then fine. Get paid. Do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to say. I'm just trying to be a regular person and go out and I feel like it. But y'all people that want to do this 42 hours, 72 hours straight, go ahead. You don't even do no video recording. Shit, Tiny, you got these other big YouTubers. They go live, they don't go live like you do. But I mean, they don't even they know about the copyright. You just go live with it. That's not fair. I just think that's bullshit.
Word.
Right? But then you do the copyright, yeah, copyright, do whatever you want to. You can't pay music. You got the multiple that's on right.
I
Yeah, you get emails because you can go live all day. That's crazy, man. You need to stop that. Mm, that's bullshit. I just think it's crazy though. So tell me, if it ain't got nothing to do with kids, why in the hell are they doing it? Can you tell me why?
Absolutely, because if you're listening to music on someone's stream, it means that you're not streaming it on Spotify. They want you to listen to it on Spotify because they get money for
But
it.
still, you listen to Spotify, you telling me something. If you listen to it on Spotify, you still get copyrighted, right?
No, 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 no. Okay, so if I'm just an individual and I listen to Cardi B on my stream, I will get a copyright strike, which is basically you get three before they terminate your account.
That's the same as the YouTube, brother. They do the same thing. They get monetization, they get copyright, if they even get their damn video taken down. If they damn music. I know what you're saying, the same as damn fucking YouTubers doing the video. And then they get mad. You know, my they got multiplied or got took it down because other but then follow the damn rules then. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, so a lot of the YouTubers them got mad as pissed because they shit got took it down because they something they done did they didn't want supposed to. So go ahead. I get what you're saying.
And Cardi B doesn't make money on my stream. What she does make money on
Right.
is someone going to Spotify and listening to her song. So her management company tells YouTube, hey, here's the new Cardi B song. If anybody plays this song on a stream, you have to give them a copyright strike and you have to take down their video. And thus, it's difficult for them to.
They saying so if it's not damn thing,
That's
you might
right.
get in trouble because they're not putting up.
That's right. That's right. So that pushes people, if they want to hear that new Cardi B song, they have to go to Cardi B's channel where she's got a music video or go to Spotify or something. They can't go to Rabbi's channel because Rabbi was lip syncing
No, I'm
to it.
talking about you. So you can't even play your own damn music using your own live stream if you're not Spotify. You don't have Spotify?
I have Spotify, but I can't play Spotify songs that are copyrighted in the background. No.
You know what I mean? Bullshit.
Miss Aquarius,
That's what I'm talking about.
e- even even people, if Cardi B went live on her YouTube right now and she listened to her,
YouTubers, big YouTubers,
Miss Aquarius, let me finish, please, please.
they be playing music, they get mad because they get copyrighted and they get monetized because they're afraid. I understand, I get what you're saying. But I'm just saying the shit should be separated, man. This shit that you know what I'm saying? Cause y'all live streaming, man.
Miss,
Y'all live streaming. Y'all just enjoying the music. My God. But damn, if y'all can't play music, damn. Where are they? Let them go out and tell me. That's crazy. That's fucking bullshit. That's crazy. Ain't gotta have a celebrity to play the music.
no, even if a celebrity like Cardi B were to listen to her own song on her own stream, she will
It's
get a.
gonna get copyrighted, right?
Exactly.
Right. I already know that. That's what I'm saying. I already know. YouTubers have got they even videos, not even live streams, even doing videos, ladies. You have seen it, Rabbi. YouTubers. I look at sometimes say they have these dedicated YouTube too much when they go in public because they have to edit. You can tell they edit it out because they can get copyright. I get what you're saying. Some people have got in trouble for getting this stuff monetized or getting this shit cut down because of some stuff they're doing for the music. So they're not supposed to do that's not in the rules. So I get what you're saying. That is nothing new. But I'm just saying that shit is not right. It's bullshit, man. Especially in live streams. You should be able to do whatever the hell you want to do in live streams. But if you're getting paid, it's a different damn thing. If you're not getting paid and you're just doing stuff just to free kids the time, like people they don't want to play music when they're playing games.
Exactly.
That's bullshit.
I agree with you.
That's bullshit.
I agree with you. Especially
So
that
I
one.
get what you're
If
saying.
you're not making
It's
money
not
off
right.
of it, then who cares?
Huh?
I agree with you. If you're not making money off it, who cares?
Right. That's what I'm saying. I get these big YouTubers that want to get they can't, you know what I'm saying? I don't think get paid. You know what I'm saying? You probably getting paid for it. I'm sorry, bro. You getting paid, okay? I get it. But if you're not getting paid and you're playing games, I see people playing games can't figure do all this. You can't even do shit. I mean, come on.
I agree.
That's
Mr. Chris,
not right.
from YouTube, I'm not getting
It's fun
paid.
out of stuff.
From YouTube, I'm not getting paid.
You're not, and that's not right. I think that's not fair. But I'm sorry to heck for you, man.
That's that's the way it is.
Like Miranda or Colleen, whatever her name is. She can't play too much music anyway. She's a big YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? She's a big YouTuber. And I get it, 'cause she get paid for it. But people that's not getting paid like me or you or either should be able to do what the hell you want to do. But then there'll probably be another controversy. You know what I'm saying? I get it. That'd be another controversy. Oh, okay, well, they ain't getting paid. Well, they not getting paid. So they say this, but we get paid. And we can, you know, that'd be another controversy. I get that too. Yeah, I'm sorry you can't even pay your own music. That's good. You don't want your page to get taken down. Especially if you got a lot of subscribers and stuff like that. That's crazy, man. I'm sorry about that. But I'm saying TikTok. And I think YouTube is some kids be on there. I'm saying, then you can't pay your own music. You're not that person because you're going to copyright their song. You're going to take their song. They just claim it. They use it. That's not right to me. But hey, I can't. Hey, we can't get mad at the rules, honey. But it is what it is. You can't even do your own thing, Rabbi. That's the trouble.
That's for sure.
But hey, YouTubers can't do they can't do their thing here. Yeah, they getting paid. They can't even do their own thing. That's crazy. But Dominique, she pay her own damn song. I don't know if she pay on Spotify or what, but she pay her own little music, her little music and shit like but she pay on half of it. So you mean to tell me that this person that's not even a real rapper or singer, she's a big YouTuber and she can play her music and probably Spotify pay her own shit? You know what I'm saying? But hey, she don't pay her own song, but she pays like half of it.
It depends if it's
But it's
been
crazy.
uploaded to YouTube, and if it's been uploaded to YouTube and it's considered copyrighted, then no, she can't. If
Well,
it
she
ha-
got that on YouTube.
if it ha-
Apple Music, Spotify, all that
okay,
DDG. DDG play his music. He playing all music. That's what I'm saying. This is crazy. So they can play their own music, right?
no. If Soldier Boy goes on YouTube right now and plays
Play their own music. Yeah.
Superman,
Play their own music.
it's gonna end his stream immediately.
Well, they must play it on Spotify because they not the motherfuckers that they get my language. Get damn fucking copyright. DDJ be live on Twitch, right? Live over there. And sometimes he'll play his music. They very Dominique, she did the same thing. So they must be playing it through Spotify. It gotta be. So that's bullshit to me. You can't. I mean, I'm just saying. If they got that money, they can do it, huh? That's bullshit. But, I don't even care. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Hey, I don't get paid for YouTube. I just look at YouTube. That's all I do. They probably just play half of their music. They play half of their music, that's it. It's not going on, you know what I'm saying? But they upload their stuff. And you tell them, hey, go check out my single and da 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 da. Check out his little ditty, the song or whatever. You know. But hey, that's bull, man. That should make ridiculous. I have a little bit of respect for people, especially live streaming. And if you're not getting paid, I don't like to see you just watching for fun. Then you getting paid. Oh, that's a big ass bump. What the hell? I'm gonna have to wash my face. That's big. Some really done bit me. Bit me. Look at the skin on me. You do remember. Don't matter. My character turbulent. But anyway, so yeah. But it is what it is. So what do you do though, everybody at that point? You don't play music, huh?
That's
Right?
right. Or I have to play it with other stuff playing over it, or I have to use headphones.
Try to use headphones.
Yeah,
Play
but then
music.
but then
That's
I
what
get
I think. Play on, you
but then
play
I get
music.
people
Yeah,
to
play it. Do it through headphones. But I know she probably want to hear your other music. Maybe like, okay, well, why do you can't hear
no,
me?
it's not really
You know,
that. I
I can
If
get
I'm
that.
using headphones and you come in, or Tony comes in, or Brandon wants me, or anybody random comes in here, then I can't hear them. So I kind of have to keep an ear out for Discord when people come in. If not, I'm just sitting
Oh,
here
it
with.
ain't got nothing to do with you. You're not YouTube. I'm talking about other people too. I'm just saying, you gotta lose live stream, you know. I understand, man. That's why I was playing you some music said what you do, but I know people go, oh yeah, just tell them 1 minute, I'm trying to listen to you, God just give me 1 second. And they can't understand. One listen to your music, or you can just pause it and then try to listen and come back and then listen to your music.
I don't always know when they come in though. If I have earplugs in or headphones in, I can't hear them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you mad about that? You mad about that?
Miss Aquarius, I'm not mad about any of it. I recognize that that's the business world. There's nothing I can really do about it. So the
Right.
exchange is that I just don't really listen to stuff that's copyrighted.
Right. Well, you can't listen to them. Because you like to do YouTube. You get paid for it, so hey, do what y'all do. I just think it's bullshit. I think they should not do that, especially for people.
Miss
You know what I'm
Aquarius.
saying? They want to copyright.
Okay, but
I mean, the
don't
only
say that
way
I
you
get.
gotta play music is cover. People, I'm gonna play music, but if I want to put it on YouTube, you ain't gonna catch me on YouTube. Because I'm gonna play people music. If I'm bored and nobody coming to my damn live stream, I'm not gonna be covered. You should know I'm not dating music. Okay? They get paid for people playing their music. So what's the point? Like that's bullshit to me, man. If nobody coming to your live, you want to sit up and you want to do something unboard like me. I go live times. Like yesterday, I play music. When nobody in there talking to me, I'm playing music. I'm ironing my clothes and I'm playing music to unboard me, to not make me bored. You know what I'm saying? So they should do the same thing. I understand it with the copyright, but I mean, it's just bullshit. Like Spotify. Well, can they get on Spotify? Okay, they get on Spotify. You still gonna damn copyright the shit because I'm playing it on Spotify? That's crazy, man. Live streaming, man. It's better be fun. Where's somebody? You can probably have somebody that's in there right now on YouTube. They only got one person that's in there. They can't do shit. They can't listen to no damn music. They can't look at no shit. They do shit. That's fucking bullshit. This is waiting on somebody. Cause you can't play nothing. Crazy. I'm gonna see. You think I'm finna mute my shit. I'm gonna mute my damn YouTube or something. I'm gonna look at it until somebody come in, and I'm gonna get on another damn dumber streaming. I'm gonna double stream, or I'm gonna just listen to music, and I'm gonna mute it until somebody come in. If not, oh well, you won't see me on YouTube on live stream. I go somewhere else and listen to my music. That's crazy, but it's the part of YouTube. Part of YouTube. That is a part of YouTube. That's what they do. That's why them YouTubers have to damn edit their stuff. Sometimes they have to mute their stuff, especially when they have that music in there. You can tell they put other stuff over it and stuff like that when they be going in and showing stuff. Yeah, this is crazy. But I get it. I get it. I get it. It is what it is, baby. It is what it is. Y'all like to live stream. Y'all want to live stream over there. I like YouTube because I like looking at my YouTube. I like looking at the T pages, seeing who they're talking about, especially with time and all that shit, DJ and all that. I look at it, let me bored. So I look at that stuff, but hey, here's what it is. be doing all that live streaming and stuff like that. And I wanted to be a travel agent. I mean, a travel YouTube one time. But, so, yeah, I'm starting to just have to do what you gotta do. One of the last things, you gotta obey the rules. So that because I won't be on there going live. I just gonna go on there looking at my YouTube. But you won't be seeing me live streaming. I was going to live stream and do Candy Crush, but I was like, you know what? Nope. I'm going big on it and play my game. Then the people play Candy Crush. They don't even play no music, so I get it. So you'll be alright, Rabbi. You just gotta do what you gotta do.
That's exactly right.
It is what it is. I don't know about all that. Just bullshit to me. Can't have no fun going live for them. They think you a copyright shit, man. Like they know you're not Ti. They know you're not Miley Cyrus. So I mean, damn. You don't want these people to get paid. Hey, get paid on radio. And you play their music on anything. Apple Music, anything. And even if you do play their music, you're not even on live stream. And you play their music on YouTube. They get paid. On all them plays that you listen to their music, and get paid for it. Playing music. You play a whole ass song, and they probably ain't even perform that song no more. You still get paid for it. That's bullshit. Mm. But you gotta do what you gotta do. You can't even listen to your music because you got people coming. That's crazy. But that's just a part of live streaming.
That's right.
Because I do the same thing when I'm going live. And I'm like, listen to me. When somebody coming in or they talking to me, I cuss it, I pause it, and they come in the box or something like that. That's just for a live stream. You got to do what you got to do. You enjoy your music, but you got to enjoy your company at the same time. That's just part of live streaming etiquette. I learned that when I was on Nikki. So that's live streaming etiquette. I get that. You just can't have it too loud. I remember this word was telling me, can't tell you that. Cut it to a minimum so you can listen to people too. So you do the same time. I'm saying YouTube you can't do that, but I was on media. I can play on music, whatever. But YouTube is different. But I had on media. I can listen to my music station and sing them at the same time when I'm in my box. But yeah, crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, this live streaming etiquette to this stuff in the live stream. As far as you eat. You can't be eating and all this smacking and da 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 da, opening and stuff and all that. Had to mute and all that. It's stuff and we're doing stuff like that. But it is. So you live stream 72 hours. So, yeah. But it's telling me to do it. You can't even look at TikTok stuff. You can look at TikTok stuff, right? They gonna copyright you down there.
Yep.
They're gonna take your thing down if you listen to a TikTok with somebody's music on it.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's crazy. Even if they hear it, music on TikTok, that's not right.
I
That's
agree.
what I said. YouTube, I love y'all. I just love looking at videos. Don't lie. You can't even have your own time to just have fun. Unless you don't have, like you don't even have nobody in your live stream, right? So you might want to listen to music. You might have somebody that say, oh yeah, I like that. You know what I'm saying? Secure your built borders. You can get some country.
I get it, but you're not allowed to do it.
I know you're not allowed to do it. Duh. Rabbi, which is BS, baby. Bullshit. I been knew that. You're late. I know about that. I've been knowing about that ever since they had the damn YouTube. I've been knowing about that. People been, some people been getting in trouble about that. Even big YouTubers been getting in trouble. Not big YouTubers, but YouTubers that I know they get in trouble about their monetization and getting that shit taken down about different. They don't even have to be music. It could be people just trash talking them. Stuff they doing. They trash talking somebody and they get talk. They get they shit taken down. It don't even have to be music. It's just stuff that ain't supposed to be done on YouTube, other than damn copyright music. You know what I'm saying? They ain't even just music. It's just if they can talk about somebody and ain't supposed to talk about somebody, they reporting this shit get taken down. It ain't about no music all the time. It ain't about music. It's other shit. But I don't think nobody should be trash talking nobody on YouTube if they not on there to talk they stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't think so. That's business. Everything I know, that's girl from business. Business. I don't think it's right though, because it's live streaming, the live stream. And if it's not getting paid, but you can play your music on that other thing, right? If you wasn't even on YouTube, can't you play your music on that other live stream?
On
See?
on YouTube you can, on
No
Instagram you can,
more, no
on
more. What
TikTok
other
you
thing you
can,
do? Can't you do stuff for that? I know you can't. Please be playing music all the time on it.
on YouTube you can, on TikTok you can, on
I'm not
Instagram
talking
you can.
about YouTube, sir. I said, if you're not on YouTube, if you're not on YouTube, that other live stream that you do with that one is with the end, can't you play music on that one?
I don't know their rules there.
Oh, okay. So do play music. So, you talking about you don't know the rules? It be DJing and everything on there. You shitting me. There's other places you can do play music at. But you like YouTube, boo. I was on YouTube to look at my people that I subscribe to. So, I know music is my life, baby. And I know you telling me that. You think I'm gonna go out? No, I want to play my music. So YouTube is just gonna be for me. Thank you for telling me that, because I don't be on YouTube live. And if I do be YouTube and be a YouTuber, I won't even be on it doing no music. I wouldn't know how to edit. Oh no.
Welcome.
Mm-mm.
How are you?
Huh?
We had somebody join us. How are you? They,
Hello.
they just left.
I'm done. I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna have my damn fucking. I'm gonna have my damn say it too. I just think it's bullshit though. It's crazy. Man. And you enjoy the damn music. But it's just like it's a bit of pieces you can cut it out. Let it hurt. You're supposed to do the same thing. And I had a little bit, just a little bit of it, and then cut it out. That's what you do edit. But you can't do that live stream. You can't edit it on damn live stream. But when you have it on record, when they record and they have no videos, the live stream is on your own channel. You can't edit it. You can't edit the live stream. You can't.
That,
Right?
that's correct. You can't edit a live stream until it's done and then it's archived. So you can edit it afterward, but not live.
Right. Well, then you can edit it. You don't edit your live stream?
Because of course I'd spend all day editing. No, absolutely not.
Oh. You need to say that YouTube. They'll cut it out. This is give some music just a little bit, right? And they'll cut it out because they'll, you know what I'm saying? That's the look. That's a little bit. That's it. the whole lot. Even some of them like this girl I know, Jordan, whatever her name is, she's an actor. She was on a thing, they was singing with the song. She didn't even get that on copyright because you didn't really get to hear the music, maybe you heard more of them than the music background. So that's probably what she did.
That's right. That's what you have to do.
Huh?
That's correct. That's what you have to do. You have to be louder than the
Yeah, you have to
music,
sing over the. Yeah.
but you can still get it.
Oh, you do that sometimes. You do that sometimes,
Yes,
right?
yes,
You do that because I be hearing you.
yes, I do.
You don't get copyright, do you?
Sometimes I do. It's like 50-50.
That's bullshit. These YouTubers I just named, just one YouTuber I just named, she don't, because then all of her people was singing over the. That's bullshit. That's what I'm saying. So they must be like favoritism. But live stream may be different from actually recording the video. I don't know. Bullshit. I will not be doing no YouTube live streaming. Thank you very much for telling me because they will not be doing it. I am a music lover, I'm a music person, and when I know ain't nobody gonna be in my live stream, I'm going to play some music. Okay? If I have to mute my live stream to listen to my music, that's what I'm gonna do. If I can't even do that, and you're gonna tell me that because I'm muting my own live, you ain't got to know about me live streaming right now. It is bull, man. Mm-mm. Nope. I'm sorry, Rabbi, for you, boo. I'm sorry for you. But you be singing and everything. So I don't understand what the problem is. You be singing over the music. You be doing your little TikToks and Instagram reels and stuff.
That's correct. But
YouTube still get you for that? Huh?
yeah, if it's close enough to the microphone.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry for you, Rabbi. I'm sorry.
It's what it is. What it is. I've been living it for 5 years. It's no big deal.
Mm, I couldn't do it. I just have to put the do it. I was getting too out of YouTube because I know how to put my stuff out there. Being a live streaming now. If I'm gonna talk to somebody that's different. If anybody in my life, I'm gonna read it. But it's okay. I get it. Come on. So what you doing for the rest of the night?
I'm watching the World Cup,
Okay.
but I
What
have
USA?
yeah, they're up 2-0. But I have to keep it low because I'll get nailed for watching the World Cup. So I have it like really close to my face
Oh my God.
and
Hey, you ain't tell me that. So what's the rules on the YouTube channel? On this live stream that you can't do while you live stream?
okay. So you can't have medical misinformation. So you can't talk about health stuff. You can't
Mm-hmm.
show copyrighted material, which is songs and movies and TV and sports and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You can't show nudity. You can't have anything that like endorses violence or um, terrorism and that kind of stuff. You can't have hate.
Understandable.
You can't have hate speech. Um,
Okay, understandable.
and what else would there be? That's generally it. But the thing that is so bothersome is you don't even intend to do it. They'll show something. Somebody will just come in here and have music on in their background, and they
And then
come in
they copyright your shit.
exactly,
That's crazy.
exactly. And it's like
Did they say the word? That's diabolical.
it's diabolical. You're exactly right,
That's what
Miss
I heard
Aquarius.
them say. It's diabolical.
That's exactly right. So if somebody really wanted to do damage to me, they can come in here and yell all kinds of mean stuff. That doesn't bother me. They can come in here and play chainsaw sounds. That doesn't
But
bother
if
me.
YouTube would
But if they play a copyrighted song, that's what gets me.
Yeah. That is, that, you see how I was mad. I wasn't mad at you.
Oh, I
You know
know.
that. I wasn't pissing at you. Rabbi.
I
I'm
know.
gonna let you know that I was not mad at you.
I know.
You know that, right?
I know.
I'm mad at them. Because you can't really have fun like you wanted to have fun.
Oh, I agree. It'd be a lot more fun. You could do
And if somebody
karaoke.
in here doing that, let's say I'm doing playing music or something, or I'm saying something, I gotta be careful. I didn't even say the S word. Sorry, I want to get your thing.
No, you can cuss. No big deal there. But
Whatever. I
you're
don't mean to do
exactly
that.
right. You
But
could
I just think it's bull crap
you
that
could
they
do
doing.
karaoke. You could play instruments. You could do movie watches and television watches and game watches. But you can't do a lot of that stuff because you want the
I was just
audience.
about to say, no, no, no.
Well, not on YouTube, not on Twitch, not on Instagram, not on TikTok, not on.
Switch either?
Oh yeah, no,
Switch either?
correct. Yeah,
What?
yeah. Twitch, you'll get a little flag at the end of the stream, and it'll say this stream
Hold
is.
on, wait a minute. What about Kick? Because, let me say something.
Yeah, so
Wait,
so Kick is one where you can,
it's different?
but wait, hold on. But because they don't have the money for a big AI system, they do have the money. They just
Uh-huh.
don't pay for it. So what they do is they have human moderators that go through people's stuff, and if a bunch of people are watching something that's copyrighted, then they'll take down your stream, and then they'll tell you manually you're not allowed to watch this or have copyrighted
This is the
music.
music, that is the music, because shit, Mr. Myers do the same thing as Mr. Myers. They be on his damn live stream all day playing with the we driving.
Yeah.
I kid you not. On Kick.
So they don't.
K-I-C-K.
So yeah, KICK does not have an AI system,
Oh, they're okay.
but they do have humans, and if they think that you're making money off of the music, they'll take you down.
I don't think he made mutant money off the music. He just be playing it while he driving.
Right. So they consider that to be just like a background thing. But at that point, it's a human doing it, not necessarily AI. With AI, it doesn't discriminate. It'll just say you're playing our song and you're not allowed to do that.
And Twitch too? What the heck?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Definitely
no.
Twitch, and they put a lot of money into that system so that they don't have to have humans do it.
We sorry, Rabbi.
I mean, it is what it is.
That's why I was doing that. I was mad at them. Like,
I understand. I've worked out ways around it. Doesn't stop me. I'm watching the World Cup right now.
I know it don't stop you.
Exactly.
That, ooh, wee. You know me. I like to cut my stuff up. I can't. I want back to do it. Thank you for telling me, Rabbi. I want back to do it.
Well, because I know that in the future, especially it's coming now, where AI will just do all the editing for me, so I don't even have to worry about it.
I'm sorry, Rabbi.
You goodness of course.
I just think it's bull crap.
No worries.
That's why I look at you too. I want them to do whatever they want. I'm not going to be doing that. But aren't you glad you're not getting paid for it though, Rabbi? Because you will be pissed. As this other YouTubers, I'll be pissed, man. I mean, just like they just, y'all don't cut my stuff down. Monetize my thing, take me down. Even if it's like what you were saying, hey, yeah, they be saying something here, take their stuff down because of what they saying. Like, but you shouldn't, like I was saying, you shouldn't say nothing about other people. You know? I don't know. That's boredom, right?
I I don't agree with it.
Huh?
I don't agree with it.
You gotta agree with what they're doing. That's not right.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Ain't that bull crap? That's bull crap, right?
I don't agree with it. It is what it is. It's not a decision that I have any control over.
I'm saying, but ain't it bull crap to me? You should say yes.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's right. I know you've been doing this for 5 years, so you're
Right.
But I'm glad you told me because I won't be doing that. I won't be doing that.
Well, I feel badly for somebody like Brandon who doesn't know all the policies
Yeah.
and doesn't maybe it doesn't all make sense necessarily. I mean, I don't know how much he understands or not, but he just wanted to watch baseball, and he's just watching baseball, and boom, they nail him. And not only did they nail him with the copyright strike, they just go and give him 3 copyright strikes and take away his account. And then he says to me,
Oh, hell.
"Yeah, yeah,
That's what it is.
if you're just showing the game straight up and it's not just in the background, they just take your account away completely."
That's what I'm saying. That's why some YouTubers be mad. Hell, you taking my video down? I didn't think this. I'm saying this and saying that and this. Yeah, I get it. But, Brian, yeah. Yeah.
But for
But
some,
Brian don't even get on that no more.
no, he doesn't. And you know,
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either.
he wanted to, but it's hard for him to. He's a smart person, but there's a lot to keep track of. Okay, so I can't show the copyrighted stuff. I can't have it be heard in the background, and like he lives in a house where sometimes other people in the house have a television on, and even that'll get you nailed just in the background. So
You don't be his fault, no.
so what people do is they just have their face showing and they're watching the game and they'll give reaction videos and stuff. But
And they still get copyrighted.
well, generally, if they know how to do it, they have the sound off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, parents, what's name, Queen and parents, they don't get. That's what I'm saying. They big YouTubers though. I guess they edit this stuff. I don't know. When they do no reaction videos and stuff like that, that's crazy.
Yeah, so that's what they do. So you just see their face.
Then you see that face, you also see the stuff, and you can see they or done, I ain't talking about like movies, they do like reaction videos too for you another YouTuber or something like that. You don't get copyright for that, do you?
So the law states that you have to make and like it's,
The exact wording is something like an honest effort to make a artistic change to it. So what they're doing is considered an artistic change as opposed to just being like, okay, well, here's this other YouTuber and we're just going to play their stuff. They have to be reacting to it.
Okay, yeah, see, I don't do that.
So it makes some, I think it's like a material change or so. There's some wording that they use. The United States won. So they're in the round of 16 now, I believe.
Good
I believe the game is over. And this is the best they've ever done, to my knowledge. I don't know.
I'm cut too. I'm running my world.